And then the music, usually pretty good. We'll see. You know, with the network equipment finally fixed. Hopefully fixed.
What's the music team today?
Castlevania. We'll start with that, and then we'll migrate.
Always.
Yeah. No, not always. Yeah, so group circuits. We were just talking about Tim's new shiny gamer LED keyboard. I'm assuming it doesn't have group circuits if it's labeled as a gaming one, but I've seen gaming ones that were labeled gaming and they have group circuits. So part of the cost saving measures, instead of each key having its own circuit, they would group multiple keys into a circuit. It's part of what the membrane, you know, is the rubber membrane kind of. It's, as far as I understand, it has to do with the membrane type. But what it means is that certain groups of keys can't be pressed at the same time, and for gaming that's usually pretty bad because you have to press a lot of keys at the same time when you're gaming. For typing and shit, It didn't really matter, so it was a nice cost savings thing. But
so we're gonna try to stay on multi.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, if we tried out on multi you might notice it. A lot of times, like Minecraft, on a lot of keyboards, if I am pressing down and back, so A and S, and I try to press spacebar, it won't work. So that's an example of how group keys work. So it's a real. Oh, good. It popped up on Odyssey. Thank God. Okay, I think we're pretty all right. Let me just pause the video on Odyssey so it's not eating up bandwidth. All right. I got a minute 17.
Oh yeah. Here is the explanation that Sophie found. Why this thing is a hybrid?
Yeah, because Tim was saying it's a hybrid mechanical and membrane, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. What the hell does that mean? Oh, I need hashtags here.
It's a gaming keyboard, so I don't expect it to have the issue where multi-key presses are a problem. Old keyboards used to have that.
I was gonna say, yeah, the old keyboards always had like normal circuits. They weren't grouped. But I have literally seen a gaming keyboard that had group circuits. They labeled it gaming and it still had group circuits, and I was so mad. I don't remember if I bought it or if I was just using it or just happened upon it, but I was so mad.
As far as the LED lights are concerned, they still light up properly whenever I hold some other keys in the area.
Well,
everything behaves.
Yeah, that's a pretty good indicator that it might work. It's not 100%, but it is a good indicator.
2 or 3 computers ago, like the XP machine maybe, that one had a bare bed keyboard. Or above my real gaming.
Oh shit, we're at 0. Hold on, I gotta click the thing. Sorry. There we go. No, it's okay. I was posting the link in Discord. Welcome back, fellow scrubs. Shut up. It's hard. Look, it's hard, man. Come on. Streaming's a nightmare.
Welcome back, fellow scrubs.
Yeah, welcome back, fellow scrubs. Hello, DTC. What's up? We're gonna do platforming crap today. I got a lot of things done this week. Okay.
Yeah, really.
Are we okay? Let's see. Let's bring it over.
You haven't broken your sound yet.
Okay. Oh my god! I even remembered the track titles. I can't believe it. All right, Jesus.
I can't believe it either.
I know. It's just so normal to like. You sound like you're full of energy today, Mark. That's what's up. No, I'm full of fucking coffee. Is what I'm full of.
Yeah, you sounded asleep during Hollow Knight.
Did I really?
Yeah, so we said it. Oh, you broke for a second there.
Did I break? I kind of turned my head when I talked. Am I okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. Your head.
Okay. I don't know. Microphone's on the fritz again. I don't fucking know. Dude, I'm just, I don't know. I guess I'm just happy today. It's been a relatively good day. Yeah, I got a lot done on the platforming stuff. Let me think. I got everything up. I got all chats up. I just keep thinking I'm forgetting something. I posted on Discord. Did I post a tweet?
Odyssey?
I posted a tweet. Okay. Alright, I think we're all set.
Odyssey?
Okay, what? Odyssey? Yeah, Odyssey's up. Yeah, it looks like everything's okay. Restream says everybody's streaming. Okay, I can close that, save me some cycles. Close that. Okay. Whew. Alright, sorry, caffeine's making me freak out here. Alright. We're ready to go, let's go!
You need caffeine? Think about me, man.
Yeah, that's true. You're up in the dead of night, man. Okay.
I have something to show you.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Let's see. Do we handle this through commit or through this file transfer?
Yeah, just send it through the file. We'll just do it that way. I believe
this is the right file.
Oh boy. I see. Is it gonna load? There it is. I see a new file. An ASprite file. Alright, what do we got?
Actually find YouTube Game of Scrub so I can actually see the thing.
Wait, why did you fill it all in again?
Huh?
Why'd you fill it in black again?
What part?
The background's black, they're not outlined anymore. Or is it? Oh, it's its own layer.
That's your layer, man.
That's my layer? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't. This is not a final file because I noticed the file got removed somehow.
Oh, whoops. Well,
yeah. So
anyway, you animated some. Oh, you animated.
Whoa, man, you broke real hard. Come on, stop breaking things.
I didn't do anything. Am I here? Hello?
Yeah, I heard you for a second there.
Hold on.
It's back now. I can confirm it. It's on the stream as well.
Oh. I'm okay now? You can hear me?
Yeah.
I can't.
Oh, I hear you again.
I can't.
All good, Larry says, and there you go again.
Okay. Alright, is this better?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, it's like on and off. Yeah, I don't know. I'm dying. All this equipment's dying. My microphone's dying. My soundboard's dying. My internet or my network equipment was dying today. Everything's blowing up.
Recommend the new keywords?
Yeah, well, hey, at least the keyboard's working okay over here. At least it's not dying. It's crappy, but it's not dying. Oh god, it's killing me. Alright, so what are we doing with multiple colors here?
This is a transition I wanted to do. What area?
Oh. You wanna... Okay, hold on. Let me put in... Like,
Oh, it's your sky color. That gives me that.
Yeah, let's do it like this. So, like... So you want it to go like that, I guess. Probably a more even transition, but... Oh. Wait, did it break? Oh no, there it goes. So what's the idea? I guess.
I thought it was like you have the scene all green normal. Then the purple moon rises and
rises? Like what do you mean rises?
Or appears behind the clouds or something.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I like it.
No, I'm going to show you stage well with different palettes.
Yeah, I get the idea. I just don't know if I liked it. I just don't know if I like it. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, try putting the green one. Back spinning it for a second.
Alright, you're gonna really make me go through all this? Alright, I thought you'd be super excited to get into, oh, I don't even have that one open. I thought you'd be super excited to get into the platforming. Guess I was wrong.
No, it's just
it's already open?
This was a thing I wanted to do for the stream.
Oh, okay. Alright, now I gotta find the tile sets.
I mean, you could replace this with like a forced upgraded as well. Right now it's 1 frame only. Yeah.
Say that again?
Considering the step from purple to green is that big,
Yeah.
it's possible to change this into a single frame within like 3 frames.
I don't know what... Oh, you mean a transition over multiple frames? Yeah, I think you would have to. Yeah. You definitely have to.
This is just the point we arrived at where the stream started.
Yeah, is the only thing on the background layer is the black, right? Why did my tablet go blank?
The sky. I forgot the sky, but never mind.
Why did my tablet go blank? Oh, okay.
We're having some problem, man.
I know, right? It's killing me. My network switch was going crazy, and I'm getting like 10 megabytes per second or megabits per second off of it, and I'm like, that ain't right. I was trying to move some files around to move some of the recordings off the streaming computer because it's filling up. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not waiting 56 minutes for this thing to like go. You know, it's crazy. And then
You're broke again, Mr. B.
what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
What the fuck, Mr. No. Listen to your stream, man.
Well, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do to fix it. The usual fix is not working anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, should I talk to your phone?
I don't know if that would work. Because it's still got to go through... You can hear me, right?
Yeah, now I can.
Yeah. It's still got to go through this... It's still got to go through the soundboard to get to the stream. So if that's not working, I don't know what's gonna... I don't know how to fix it. Tim's gonna have to carry this stream. Yeah, there you go, Tim. Let's hook your monitor up and let's go. I'll be completely honest. I just don't know what to do with it if it's gonna do this.
You connect your phone to Steam and then we hook my sound back to you and then you back to the stream.
I mean, it would work. It'd be wild, but it would work, I guess. Carry, yeah. I really don't know. I don't know exactly what's wrong with it. Oh my god. What a fucking nightmare. Oh my god. Like, I can try to, like, move it to a different line, but... let's see. Actually, I might not be able to, because the other lines are stereo. So, well, I could just use one of them, maybe? Alright, hold on. Where the hell's my phone? Jesus Christ. It's killing me.
Yeah, it seems so.
Don't stream, ever. Nobody stream. It's terrible. It's the worst. It's the worst thing you could ever fucking do. Let's see. What, this line? Okay, let me configure it. I've got... that. That. Okay, is that it? Center that. I'm only taking the left channel, whichever one that one is. Guess that one. Yeah, I don't know if this will actually work or not. I really don't know.
I haven't heard it break since, so...
Oh, I haven't switched it yet. I'm still configuring the new channel. But I'm sure it's just gonna break again, because I haven't... There's nothing I can do to fix it at this point. So, hold on, let me switch it. Let me see if it works. Am I here? Oh, I see it. It was hitting red. Cool, can you hear me? Is it okay?
Hear you, yeah.
Okay.
Question is for how long?
yeah, no fucking joke, right?
Usually I'm the one breaking.
Yeah, pretty much.
There you go again. You broke.
Did I already?
Yeah.
Okay, well, not bad then. Okay, am I back? Hello? Okay, I see myself. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, what's up?
No.
Nothing?
No.
I'm mad because it's not working right.
No, I'm sorry.
My microphone keeps breaking.
It's okay. I mean, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Not okay.
Oh my god, I'm dying here. Fucking just take me out. It's Roblox time. That's it. Let's go to the bridge. Roblox time.
Why would you go to the bridge?
That's
There's
fine.
a Dairy Queen 15 minutes from our house.
What am I gonna do? Eat A1 burgers until I'm dead?
Yes. Dia having fun.
Sounds like a plan.
It really does. You know, they were actually not too bad. If they had made the burger correctly, I think it would have been better. Because she's all like, oh, I don't like it. It's like vinegary or whatever. And I'm like, that sounds good. I love vinegar. So I'm eating it. I'm like, man, it doesn't taste like different than a normal burger. So they put an onion ring on it, right? Or two of them? One onion ring. And so instead of, it was like a small one. So instead of like putting the sauce on and then putting the onion ring on, they put the onion ring on and filled the onion ring interior with sauce. So there was no sauce on the burger except for the very middle. And once you bit into the middle, it just like all splashed out. And I'm like, what the hell, man? And like, yeah, it was really good though once I got to the sauce. But getting to the sauce was the problem.
Don't commit burger crimes in America.
Burger crimes? What's a burger crime?
No. Burger wrong.
Oh, building it wrong? Yeah. Okay, wait, no. I moved it. Right? Or did I not move it yet because I got mad that the thing... Yeah, I didn't move it yet. Okay,
Who
cut,
knows, man?
paste, replace. What?
Taking it to the internet. Somebody can't manage to put a garbage bag back in the fucking can.
I told you I didn't have time. I even told you.
And then I didn't hear you.
I didn't put anything wet in there.
You never do it. I have to jam my fucking baby T-Rex arm down in there. Telling on you.
Okay.
On the right side, I confirmed to you that your argument was entirely aired on the airwaves.
My what?
Your argument here was entirely audible on the airwaves.
Oh, I know. I know she did it intentionally. You heard her. She said,
Yes.
I'm reporting on you.
Yeah, telling on you.
But it didn't break.
Oh, it didn't break. Yeah, the one time the microphone doesn't fucking break is the time that she's...
That I'm yelling at you.
Okay, so... I don't remember... I think we're doing the one without the underscores. 'Cause I remember I exported it last time and it didn't work. So let's try that. And, oh, we have to bring in the Tim level.
Although that was all green, that's good.
They're not. So I guess it was the underscore.
underscores.
I guess it was the underscore one. Okay.
Yeah.
Why are you punching me in the back now?
I'm not punching you. I'm lightly tapping on you to calm you down.
Oh, you know what it was doing? It exported all the frames. That's what it is, because it's animated now.
Oh.
Patting on you.
What's changing?
No, it won't. It just exported a whole bunch of files. I don't know. Maybe it is the underscore one. Let's try it. No, it's not that one either. Wait, what the hell? Why isn't it working?
Are you in the right folder?
Should be.
Maybe it's important. Maybe it's important the last frame, really.
Let me try the underscore
Yeah,
again.
that would have broken on the fog though. There's something there.
Yeah, see, it's not changing colors. I don't know. And now there's like a million fucking files in there, so I'm not really sure. Alright, let's check by
Just check what the thing is called.
details. No, I'm gonna check details to see when these things were made. And I'll just get rid of, like, yeah, these ones. Get rid of these ones. Okay. The Tim underscore was made on the 28th. And the Tim without underscore was made on the 21st. I actually don't know which one's which now. You know what I'm gonna do? We'll find out real quick.
Nuke them all.
No, I'm not gonna nuke them because that'll fuck it up. I'm gonna scribble on them. I'm just gonna like paint it like completely fucking blue or something.
That won't fuck it up. Okay, sure.
And we'll figure this out. There we go. Was it that one? Well, it wasn't that one. Okay. Well,
and then you get through all of them, and there are none of them.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, watch me get through all of them, and it's completely fucked. And this one will be purple. How about that? And there we go. We found it. Okay. Save it. Okay. Now we know which one to delete here. This one. Bye. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Now we know which one to overwrite.
And while you do that, I'm working on a smoother transition.
Okay.
It's I actually have to keep a reference chart palette next to me, just to figure out where the colors are and where they're going.
There it is.
See how much that ruins the vibe?
Yes. Well, that's part why I don't like it, to be honest.
No, I was just saying is that would be like different areas could have like a more. I was saying last time, a different area could have like a green version, you know. I want the area to be purple.
I don't think. I think the ground is the thing that doesn't work here.
Yeah.
I think the ground would just have to be. I don't know. You can't make it just brown, right? You have to make it something else.
Well, the other reason I went with this is because I wanted to keep the ramps the same. Yeah. But it doesn't have to be. I think they share that dark green.
With that color of green for the ground, the background would look good in blue. Really? Okay, I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious now. Yeah. Background will look good in blue, huh? Okay. Way too late, but we can do it for that one.
I mean, the idea behind the green here is that it's supposed to be the normal variation before the spooky kicks in. No?
Yeah, I totally get what you mean. Whoa! Oh, hold on, it changed other colors. Whoops. Wait, how did it?
I told you the dark tree color is linked to the ground.
Yeah, shit. Okay.
That's why I get the ramps to SDR.
Yeah, I gotta isolate the trees now. I guess we're not using the bottom ones.
It doesn't have to be that way, though.
No.
Just in the whole document replacement, that's just how it happened.
Let's see, between that shade and that shade, I like that shade. And then there's that one. Oh, I gotta do those two. What else? The darkest one, is that just black? Yeah. Okay.
That's a wacky blue.
Kind of. It's not very many choices, unfortunately. At least let me just get everything separated here. And then I guess
it's the kind of blue you would choose if you named your character Aqua.
I don't know if these are supposed to be the same, but here. Okay. Okay, now everything's blue. It's really bright though. It does not work.
Just said it doesn't. Move one up to the side.
And I don't. Well, let's see. I don't know.
It does stand out pretty creepily somehow.
Yeah, I mean, you could do this, but then it's kind of teal. It's not really blue. It certainly mutes it. Yeah.
There's something unnatural about having blue trees or purple trees.
I know, right? It works. Kind of works. It's a little more teal now, but at least it. I don't know. I'm not sure if the color mixture. Blues with that green tone feel more like night. Okay. I still think the ground is kind of just. Bleh. I don't like the ground.
Hey, you can change it. I mean, you can also just move back to green trees.
It's tough because green is pretty tough to manage in the NES palette. There's not many good ones. I'll put it that way.
But I'm also fine with either it's like you start the game in daytime, you know, and the green is just the daytime section.
Nah, I don't want to start at daytime. Wait. I don't know. Would it make sense that the kids snuck out at night to go? Yeah, they want to go on a nighttime adventure. There you go. Fuck it. It's nighttime. We don't have to worry about
Twilight?
it. Yeah, I still don't like the green.
Yeah, you can change it. What I'm saying is there's the option to try different moods than just spooky only.
Yeah.
Especially in the start of the game, where it's just, you know, there's more bright and cheery, everything is a Kirby style adventure, and then boom, spooky hits.
I don't know. I think it should be spooky from the get-go.
Oh, not that much. I mean, you want to build it up, I'm saying.
Yeah, but the whole idea is that they're like, yeah, let's go to the spooky mansion and look around because that sounds fun. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying is, I know what you mean. I'm just saying is that, especially on NES, having atmospheric transitions through the colors and palette changing like that is pretty much a staple. Anyway, I need your help here. I somehow nuked my my frame order timeline in HByte.
Your frame order timeline? What did you do?
Yeah, the window at the bottom just vanished.
It vanished?
Yeah.
This is just completely gone? How did you do that?
Yeah.
Timeline. So you go to view and then timeline's in around the middle. Oh, if you press tab, I think it goes away. Yeah, you press tab and it goes away.
That's probably it. Thank you.
Yeah, the way that you drew the ground here, it's not really conducive to like.
Make it brown.
Yeah, it's got to be partly dirt. You know what I mean? So making it like green or yellow is just kind of weird. It's got to be some kind of dirt-ish color. I mean, you can kind of have green on top, maybe, but I don't know. Now, even that looks weird because it's like green dots in the ground. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly think that the purple is the best so far. Even if it was just incidentally. Yeah, I was gonna say, even if it was just like because that's how Ectorush did it, that's why he did it. But I think probably because you started with that and you built it like that, that it looks pretty good that way. It definitely gives a vibe that you're not going to find in the rest of the game for sure. It's a mood. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure what mood, but it's a mood.
It's a cartoon spooky mood. Oh, I didn't think I had the key. It actually worked. And around and around. Debug doors are fun. Hey, we're getting to the point where we can actually put tiles in the new platforming engine too. So we're doing A-okay so far. Alright. Oh, I'm dying. Today's just been a fucking roller coaster.
The smooth transition is trippy.
Here's what I mean about I was able to put the tiles here and things kind of work. Here, let me just show what this does. So we call this the point walker. And I'm gonna put this at like 1000. The walkable angle. I'm trying to transition it to like a platforming thing, but we needed to be able to trace the geometry of like the colliders, right? And then ones that overlap need to they need to all just kind of work. So I've been working out getting the thing to trace properly. Wow, is it gonna take like 8 years to like reload the scripts? What's going on? There's like nothing in this project. Did Unity just die on me? Thanks, Unity. I turned the other one off. Yeah, it's fucking, it's frozen. Oh, there it goes. Now it's going. Now it's going. Wait, why'd he go that way? Why? I said move left. Why did he move right? Oh my god. Oh, because I got him flipped 180. That's why. Okay, never mind. It's killing me. I turned him around to test him. There we go. Okay, geez, finally. So we call this the point walker test because, well, he walks on points, right? And then it's got to figure out how to trace around the geometry here. And then you can see that it actually traces around the tiles too. So I can change the tile layout if I want, and then he'll just kind of work on it. Right now it's kind of like in a mid-phase transition where I've taken it away from like 8 directional movement to a degree. Like it could still attempt to do this because I changed the walkable angle, but if I turn this back to like, I don't know, 0 here, like he stopped, and then I can go the other way. I don't know why he can go up that angle there, but there's bugs. But see how he stops?
I sent you a new file, by the way.
Alright.
I sent you a new file to trigger Larry.
Oh god, what did you do now? Killing me.
Maybe give a Caesar warning.
God, what did you do?
Nothing too bad. You just gotta adjust the speed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, let me look at it first before we go anywhere here.
It's not that bad, I'm just kinda joking.
Huh. Okay, I kinda see what you did there.
It probably pauses at the end, it's fine. It's just the...
Yeah, let's see. 2000, and these can be 500, I guess. I don't know. Was that half a second? Yeah, that's too much. 250. Let's try that. Okay. I almost feel like the second to last one's redundant. Because you go from here and it actually gets brighter, I think, and then it gets like darker. So I think this number 5.
Cut it out.
Yeah, I think it needs to be cut out because going from here to here is okay. I think. I don't know, it's weird because you get dark and then you come back and get light. And that's kind of strange. It should be going...
Read this as the NES palette.
No, I understand the challenge, believe me.
The reasoning here, that might lead to read the results, is that I figure the way the system would normally do this kind of stuff is to slide across the indexes. Yeah?
You don't have to, but it's
up and down. You know?
Yeah, you could. You don't have to, but you could. Yeah, I
so
still...
this is the first test. What happens if we go left and right on the indexes? It looks decent, except for the one frame you set where it gets more bright. So.
Yeah, well, actually 4 and 5 both get brighter. than the last one, and it's just something off about them. Like 3 is fine. So yeah, 1 to 2 is fine. It gets darker. 3 stays about the same, and then 4 just gets lighter. 5 gets lighter. Maybe in just perception, and then like 6 is dark. It's very strange.
Maybe
it's
4
just,
or 5 needs to go away.
What?
Maybe 4 or 5 needs to go away.
You could. I don't think it would. I don't know. We could try it. It's alright. Yeah, it's actually alright. I was afraid that the transition from red to purple might have been too much, but it's okay. It's not the best, but it's serviceable, I guess. I don't know if I like the way the tree trunk looks, though, during the transition. It's tough, man. Doing something like this, especially with this restricted palette, is really rough. I feel like the tree trunks almost just feel like they're random colors. They don't seem to have a progression this way. But you're going from brown to purple, though, so it's like, what kind of transition are you gonna make there? You know?
Or reddish. It's rather red.
Yeah, I mean, you go from brown to red to purple, but like, yeah, I don't know. Hold on, let's stop it. You go from brown to brown red to brown again, and then the purple red. So
I think you're missing a transition on the brown there because it's in the cutout frames, probably.
yeah, I mean, it still doesn't work though, because you're going from brown to red to brown to very red to not changing. Yeah, the tree trunks actually don't change in the last 4 and 5, so I don't know. There's something amiss. Yeah, there's something amiss here.
That's that if you look at the trunk values.
Yeah, so frame 1 and frame 3 have the same trunk values. That's why it's weird.
And that's a remnant of it being multiple frames, while the tree trunk there actually has less color transition than the rest because it's only 2-step, 5-step.
Yeah.
That was a challenge there.
Yeah, I was gonna say
somehow.
At the very least. Oh shit! Wrong layer.
Since you cut out a few frames, that got lost.
Wait, the tree trunk is linked to.
No.
Yeah, it's linked to the tree. God damn it! All right.
No, then you fucked me up. What does it have?
No, I didn't do anything except open your file. No, yeah, it's this color here. The base of the is the same as this one down here.
That's it. That's probably why. On some of the frames, because the canopy needs to move like five indexes to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the tree trunk only goes 1. There's one of the frames overlaps. It becomes the same.
It's strange that they don't change between the two. So they can't remain the same. There'll have to be something different. Well, let me undo because it kind of changed the way it works.
Unless you make the final frames 1 more index distinct, we'd have to repeat colors in the middle.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's see. What colors are these again? So that's these 2 indexes. So yeah, the one next to it, I assume, is the ones you chose. So yeah. Well, okay. You could get a brighter tree trunk, but you did choose that particular orange there.
Actually, I did the simple stupid way of just choosing the middle ones.
Oh yeah. So 2. Yeah, 2 is literally that. Yeah, you did just go kind of sideways, didn't you?
Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah, I don't think that transition works. You just don't have enough colors. I don't know what to do with the tree trunk. You just don't really have enough colors to pull it off.
Like if you look at the orientation of the NES palettes, it looks like it should be possible to transition across the length.
Should be, but that depends on how many frames you're gonna go for. I feel like at this point, I don't know if you can do like every other one gets a color or something. Like if you do this, and
The
then
main
it
issue I
kinda,
think is if you want one more frame of color changing there,
man, it doesn't work.
you're either going to kick the trunk into green territory more, or into the purple.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know if I like the idea in general, so I don't know what to do with it.
You really need to think of more. Think of it though. You are making a retro game. It's a modern retro game, so palette changing on the fly is one of the old techniques. That's
Oh yeah,
used a
no,
lot.
I'm not saying that we can't palette change on the fly. We got to figure out how to technically
Yeah.
do that, but
Just saying, changing the mood of the area like this is feasible. It's just the current choice might not do the best.
yeah, I just don't know, one, how to execute it, and two, I don't know. Should it just be spooky right from the get-go? I mean, their intention is, yeah, we're gonna go to the spooky haunted house, so
Well, I think
would
there's
it be already
gradations.
spooky?
I think there's gradations of that.
There are.
But I was saying, I think like if you show anything of the outside in the beginning, it should be more normal spooky, like this dark woods kind of thing. First, the fact that everything's freaking purple and glowy is like, no, this is weird.
Here's a question: Should you do that in a case where let me think of how do I want to explain this. Should you have an indication that something's wrong until you get to the mansion itself? So think of it working out this way, where everything is pretty normal-ish. You know, it's dark and it's spooky, but it's not like, you know, no monsters and shit. And you've got to walk your way to the mansion, and only once you get inside the mansion does the mood turn. Because at that
I
point,
think
you're
so.
like, oh shit.
I think so, because you get that's mood change lining up with like big plot events.
Right, well, that's what I mean. So then you wouldn't have that transition before then, if that was the case.
And that could also that sort of transition also works with the entire mansion going from like pristine to suddenly dilapidated.
Right, yeah. I mean, it'll be slightly beat up, right, when you first enter, but it's because it's been unmaintained, but it's not going to look decrepit until you get deeper in. So where then would we even put this kind of transition? Because I also want to talk about the placement of the graveyard too, which is a little different.
Yeah, that's why I said the graveyard would not, even though it's outside, should not be immediately accessible.
Exactly.
Like you exit through a back door or something, you know?
Oh wait, I didn't even ask
Or
you,
go to
did
the
I?
basement mausoleum, you know?
Did I ask you about the 3D problem I have with the current setup? I know I talked to Amber about it, but I thought I brought it up with you.
The what now?
The 3D problem with the entrance of the mansion.
In the past, yeah.
Okay, but I haven't talked about it like within the last week. So let me make a diagram, because this is really important. This has been bugging me, and it's a good thing I remembered. So typically what you think about when we go to the mansion is the main cover map of the mansion. And what I mean by that, the part where you're walking around, you know, you're where are we here? Yeah, like a 2D map like this, like you're walking around and you can see in the background and whatever. You've got like the mansion here, right? And it's like, whoa, it's a big old house, and you've got the door, I guess, in the center. This is one of the possibilities we talked about. And Ricky's like right here. He's small. Let me make him green so he stands out. So Ricky's like here, right? And in fact, actually, let me put him on a different layer. That way I can move him around. So here's good old Ricky. He's the green character. And then on the background, you know, you've got the mansion and there's windows and shit, and it's big, right? It's pretty big. It may even be bigger than the scale makes it look. So hold on. Let me. Oh, this is a pain. Hold on. This is a disaster. Let me just redraw the mansion.
Doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine.
No. I need the freedom to move stuff around here. So, this is background. I'm just gonna make a separate layer before I get too far into it. And then, level. Here we go. Okay. And B. Okay. So then, here's
By the way,
the door.
for the green trees. About the green trees, I think it's fine if you just move like one darkness up for the green trees.
Perhaps.
They're still green, but they're looking nighttime green kind of thing.
Yeah.
With maybe a hint of blue in the darker shades. Like what Larry is saying.
Okay, here. Now let's just kind of duplicate this. Okay, so I don't know, there's 4 floors in a mansion. I don't know, you get the idea, right? So, yeah, when you're out...
Personally not very fond of being able to see the full thing.
Why?
Because it implies a limitation of skill.
What do you mean?
Well, if you count the number of floors and the in-game map doesn't match, it's kind of like, eh.
It would have to. Yeah, it would definitely have to. Because remember, our original map philosophy is that it's like peeling back layers of paper. You have a stack of paper. This is the first page. And when you peel it back, then underneath that layer, you'll have the hallway. And it will be bigger, you know, proportionally than what you saw outside. So it may look like this. And then, you know, here's your door here, and you've got level doors, you know, you've got other parts. You can go upstairs, you know, and do stuff. And then when you get inside a level, like you actually open a level door, that's another layer, another page behind this one. And then that one is potentially like even bigger. And you've got your door here, and then you've got your level design, and you can go upstairs, you can jump around on platforms, you can do whatever. But each one is bigger than the other. So you start out here, and it's like, whoa, it's big inside, and whoa, each room is bigger. But they're all proportional to each other. So if there's like, I don't know, 5 doors or 6 doors on every like room or on every level, then like,
yeah,
you are going to have, you're gonna have like 6 of these, you know what I mean? Like how big did I make it? I didn't even make it big enough. Well, let's say there's 3, right? There's 3 here.
How do you just extend the canvas?
Oh, you press C, canvas size.
Huh.
And let me make the background black because it's a little hard to see, I bet. Yeah. So once it comes up, you see the lines here, you can extend it. You can extend it off the screen too if you want to, but... So here...
Didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's really handy. The levels actually like layer like this, in a way, if this makes sense. So you're here. When you enter this door, you go to this map, and this is the next layer underneath. And it's like, oh, it's big. And then I'll go, oh, I want to go to this door. Well, that means you go here, right? But if you're at this door, you enter this door, you go here. But everything's proportional. So this point on this map really corresponds to like this point on this map, and this point on this map, and this point on this map. Like they're all relative to each other. There'll have to be some sort of, you know, size symmetry here. And this keeps the orientation from becoming confusing. Now, obviously, real world, like, doesn't really work this way. If you enter this door, you go into the background, and then the door is still on the wall on the other room, like, that's physically impossible. However, it makes good design sense because the user's not getting confused. When I walk left, if I find a secret passage from this room to this room, I walk left and I go through this door, I show up here. And that makes sense. This door is left to this door. So if I enter this door and go left, I better pop out here. I'm not going to pop out here because that'd be confusing. Like, I went left and I ended up right. I don't get it.
I am personally against just warping around the whole place.
What do you mean?
Like, you know, how Dragon's Trap just warps you all across the map.
Right, well, Dragon's Trap doesn't make sense for this reason. Because they don't follow a unique, or they don't follow a basic, like, what do I want to say? What's the word for this? I guess consistency. So if you go left on one map, you end up left on all maps. So if somehow you were here, or somehow you were in this level, and you went to this level, and you exited to the first map, you should show up over here. It should all be, you know, proportionally identical. Even if there's more space on the other maps. As you go down, each one has a bigger space.
You should proportionally, but directionally.
Well, I guess proportion's kind of an okay word for it, because here
I'm saying the maps are not the maps being 1-to-1 is almost impossible.
Right, yeah, they can't be 1-to-1 because you would take 8 years for you to walk on the side of the mansion. You'd be walking until you get to it, right?
I'm just saying from layer to layer, they'll all be 1-to-1 is an intense challenge. But at least saying if the door is to your left, then where you exit is to the left of your original location.
Yeah, so
that's fine.
Yeah, all the directions have to be consistent.
Sense.
Right.
I know that makes no physical sense, so let's put the plot twist of mirrors at some point in the story.
Yeah, you're just looking at a mirror every time you walk through. Now, it doesn't make a lot of sense, especially if like the exit is here and you hit the exit and then you end up at this door. I know it doesn't make any physical sense, but in terms of like navigation, it'll be very intuitive. You go left on one map, you are going left on all maps, and they're all like layers.
Imagine for shits and giggles you build it so that the map will mirror itself every time you enter the door.
No, thank you. No fucking thank you. No,
just like, what the fuck is it?
I hate just thinking about it. Just knowing that it would do something like that just pisses me off. It would be navigationally so unintuitive. It'd be like you get fucking lost immediately.
I'm just saying, even with some really simple bypass, like just camera flipping. Cameras like control flipping.
Oh, that would be fucking terrible. Like, what is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong?
Remember how the Luigi NES game was built?
Which one?
The Luigi NES Mario 1.
What about it?
Just took Mario 1, did some magic so you could flip it, and
I don't know. I think I vaguely remember something about it. You're talking about the anniversary edition or some weird shit or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I never played it.
If you go by logical real world consistency,
right?
You go through a door, you come out on the flip side of it.
Yeah.
Right.
But reality makes things hard, so fuck it. And so then there's that's the way that I want to do it, and then of course there is the let me just I don't want to cut it. I just want to make a new one.
I'm just saying, if you want to be cruel to your game testers, you push one build where every other stage flipped.
Yeah, no thanks. I don't want to put you all through that shit. Yeah. So, and then there's the other one where you have the 3D version of the mansion, right?
And then you can have me come back to you like, Mark, this shit is confusing, turn it back.
Yeah, right? So, I guess what it would...
That's real logic, though.
Yeah,
I want
so...
to raise a point here about the mansion.
What?
Draw an entrance?
Well, I was gonna show the other problem here. So you've got Ricky and you're walking right and whatever, and then like this, you exit this screen, right? And then you can see the mansion now. Like it cuts, once you reach this point, it just puts you here in front of the door. and then it's kind of like the other map, right? And you got the house and whatever. But I mean, in three-dimensional space, though, what this really looks like is here's the first part of the level, and then like here's the second part of the level. They come to like a three-dimensional junction here. You're walking along this path, and once you reach this point, well, now you're walking this way along this path. And when you go into the mansion, you know, okay, you've got your hallway, but then you enter like a door here, and then now you're like in another sideways area, and like then how do other rooms connect? Do you go like sideways? And this is a fucking super nightmare. This is like the shit that Friday the 13th did on Nintendo. All the levels are 2D, but you can enter north and south on different paths that just take you to other 2D paths that are just, it's completely unnavigatable. It's a fucking nightmare.
Don't have a map?
It does, but it doesn't help.
I said don't have one.
Oh, don't have one at all? Well, then it's just going to be an extra nightmare. You basically end up with Mega Man ZX at the end of the day.
Did you not play Dark Souls?
Yeah, but Dark Souls was designed to be navigatable without the use of a map. This would not be designed to do that because it's too confusing.
I don't think so.
Oh, absolutely. What do you mean you don't think so? Dark Souls has a 3D, has 3 dimensions. You know where you're going. If you turn right, you can see everything. You know where you're going. In 2D, you're only seeing 2 dimensions out of 3. What?
If you got a lost warping around your test map?
Well, there's only a little bit, and we built it, so we kind of have the advantage. The designer's advantage is pretty strong. If you know what to expect, then like it already clicked with you. You built it. You don't have to learn it. They're all like disconnected shit too, so it's like that doesn't even like has nothing to do with it. Pretty much.
I feel that. I mean, that disconnectedness is there, and yet you know where everything is now to get there.
Right. Like I just said, because we built it. We built it. Like our minds have already stitched it together because we've already built it. We designed it. So of course we're gonna know what's there.
I think you can trust players to stitch certain things together as long as there is enough visual distinction.
Not like this. Not like this. This is no. You do not do this. This is absolutely off limits. Like not even a fucking question. You do not do this. This is awful design. This is completely brain dead design. You cannot do this.
I don't say do the right thing.
I have no idea. I played Mega Man ZX twice, and I have no idea where anything is.
It's just a top-down perspective of the map. But the problem is the map doesn't match the in-game layout that's from there. Like,
it's one thing to build a tight, connected map like the Resident Evil mansion or like Dark Souls, but that's a completely different thing. Not only are you actually having 3 dimensions, but it's like it's tight and built to be interconnected. This is just fucking madness. There's no logic to it. You're only seeing 2 out of 3 dimensions at any one time. At least in Resident Evil, when you exit a door, you have some reference point for where you came from and where you're entering and what your orientation is. But in 2D, you cannot have that. Have I played what?
You played a Mario Ghost House lately?
Yeah, but it's meant to be a puzzle. That's different. That doesn't have anything to do with 3D space.
I'm saying, as Spooky mentioned, how much do you want to hold people's hand?
Well, this is basically a Metroidvania, so it needs to be navigatable. It needs to make sense. If it was just a level that you complete in 2 minutes, that's a little different. There's only like 3 rooms or 4 rooms. That's a completely different scenario.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's probably. I don't think it's as bad as you say.
Oh no, I don't.
You're saying it's worse.
It's worse. I'm actually having trouble trying to describe why this is so bad. You have to just play a game that does it, and just like pay attention. I don't know how.
I recall moving around on the key 4 map with no problem.
There's no intuitiveness.
Of course, there's only 2 layers. Maybe that's different.
Like even if you can see, say you can even see the mini map in real time, you exit one room and enter another, and then all of a sudden your mini-map direction is reversed. Like, how the fuck do you even know if you're going left or right or up or down or whatever? There's no 3D space in a 2D level. You have no orientation for it. In Dark Souls, you don't lose orientation because you don't even have loading doors. You're just going.
I don't think per se the top-down view of them would be too bad per se.
It'd be abysmal. Like, look, if you're on this screen here, you're on this portion of the map, going left here goes down. Okay, great. But then when you get to this portion of the map, going left here goes left. And when you get to this portion of the map...
I know what you're saying, but I would simply assert that you should never actually do a sideways entrance. Ever.
Well, then you don't have 3D space. You don't have to worry about it then.
Anyway,
if you don't do a sideways entrance, then you end up with my formula, essentially. That's the whole idea that you don't...
Sideways. Yeah, now that you're mentioning sideways like that, yeah, I get what you're saying, but...
Yeah.
In my head, I was just thinking, yeah, that layer stuff, then you're fine.
Yeah, you could potentially get a situation where this little passageway going right on the map goes left on the mini-map. Like, it's fucking insane. You can't do this. There's no intuitiveness at all. It just gets completely thrown out the window. Like, you'd have to have an on-screen mini-map, and you'd have to be looking at it half the time to even know if you're going the right direction. It's completely mental stack unmanageable. You can't do it. It's garbage. Don't do this, for the love of God. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Now, if this was 3D, it wouldn't be so bad.
I don't see a need for side entrances.
You don't see a need for what?
I don't see any need for sideways entrances.
Well, then you wouldn't have this at all. You would just have a series of maps like I have here. They would just all be orientated the same way. Now you could...
I probably didn't cross that part near end.
Yeah, like you could do a sideways entrance here, you know, from this room to this room, but it's all orientated on the same stack here. You know, everything is all everything's just right. You know what I mean? Don't try this at home. Yeah, for real, right? Because if you can go walk from here to here, like, that's okay. Even if you have to go up and then whatever, everything you go up on this map, it's up on every map. You know what I mean? Everything's just proportional and intuitive. All the directions are the same, no matter what map you're on. If you go left, you're going left. You go right, you're going right. You go up, you're going up. Going down, you're going down. And that makes navigation so much easier. You don't have to worry about crazy shit. What's that?
You can't make it empty file.
What do you want me to do?
If you please. Make it empty HSprites file. Open a new tab.
Yeah, just delete that, I guess. What do you need? Oh, I don't know what the shortcut. New layer, shift in. Okay. Yeah, what do you want me to draw?
Draw the house entrance in the front.
Do what?
Draw the house entrance from the front.
Like
simple version, very small.
Like this front? Like you're walking in, or
you're standing in front of it? Basically.
You're standing in front of it. Okay. I mean, I'm trying to get to the discussion I want to have, but we're getting sidelined. This is all prefaces for what I was going to ask you. Or prefaces? No, it was preface. Preface? Preface? Yes. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, entrance there?
Yep.
Okay, say we walk in front of the house like this.
Yes.
We had a door there. Yeah?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. And you pressed up and you enter the house.
Okay.
How would the interior look in the next scene?
In my model?
In this model. If you see a house in front. Your play model, yeah.
In my play model, well, I've already drawn it. It's here. You go from here to the hallway, here, and then there'd be the doors just kind of here. You can go upstairs and stuff if you want. So you'd end up here, and then like, oh, I can go to these doors, or I can go upstairs.
Where did the main door lead to?
to this one right here.
Can't do that.
I could do whatever the hell I want.
No. Okay, go back to that image.
No, I know what you're saying because the door doesn't exist on the back wall. It'll exist on the front wall. We'll have to figure out some kind of visual thing to do that.
I'm saying you can't do that because the orientation of the main gate basically will be telling that every other door leads inside, not inside dimension, but outside.
Right, and that's what I said, that it doesn't make physical sense, but it makes intuitive sense.
It won't work. It doesn't work.
No, it works. It's fine. So there's two ways to approach this. You either have a silhouette of the door, noting that the door is on the floor wall, and you're going out, or you don't.
Still pop out.
You just don't fucking think about it because it's a goddamn video game, and it's better to do what's good for the player than it is to do what's good for reality. 100% every time.
The only way you're getting away with that is if somehow where that front porch door is and the rest of the doors is sitting an extension you can't reach normally.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can have a silhouette, like in the foreground layer. Remember Monster World 4 with the girl with the fucking pirate outfit, and you went into a building and there was a little outline of where the door was that you went in? That's what I'm talking about.
That works on a small scale.
We got to figure something out because I'm not budging on this. We're absolutely not changing the orientation of the maps because you would just confuse the fuck out of everybody.
I'm saying that the front door is the one thing that needs a change in the rules.
Change in the rules? I don't understand what you mean by that.
For the entirety of the inside of the dimension, all the doors are pointing to the inner portions of the building.
Yep.
The only exception to this is the main door, which is pointing to the outside. And this is where I said it's problematic.
It's problematic from a reality standpoint, but I don't give a shit because if we don't do this layering, people are going to get lost.
The layering is fine for the rest of the dimension. I don't disagree. What I think you should do, what I think is best for the main gate is either a sideways approach leading to a sideways entrance, or one exception only, being the main entrance. You know?
I vetoed that for a different reason, and this is actually the discussion I was trying to have originally when we first started this, but go ahead and finish your thought. I'll explain later why I don't want to.
The other option is to simply start with the front facing view and then transition it into a sideways facing view.
Yeah, I reject both of those because you're changing the orientation of the map at that point. No matter what way you do it there, you're changing from fuck, I deleted it. No matter what you do, either you've got the mansion here where you enter this way, and then you're seeing the front of the mansion. So you start here and you're seeing everything like this. So you've gone and done the thing again where here's path 1 and now here's path 2. Don't do that. You can't do that. Or you enter the mansion from the sideways, like you enter the door here, and then the mansion suddenly is this way, and you've emulated the same problem. You cannot do this orientation switch. It just does not work. It's always going to confuse people. If you have a 3D environment, it's fine.
The first time, and one time only though, I don't think it's that bad.
Nope, I reject it. I think that doing it at all is detrimental, like critically detrimental. Critically detrimental. So here's the other reason that I don't want to do that. And this is the discussion that I wanted to have. Where's the graveyard?
In the back.
In the back? What does that mean? What do you mean the back?
Behind the house.
No. I think the graveyard Well, we also have the garden. So wait, if that's the graveyard's in the back, where's the garden?
The back.
The back, also the back. Here's the thing. Here's what I think we should do. Graveyards on the left. Gardens on the right. You can see them, but you can't enter them at the beginning. But you see now why the 2D map is important. So now, if we expand this out even further, you have on either the second or the third layer, probably the third layer. It'll probably jump from 1 to 3. Let me draw. Here's the little entrance to the graveyard.
Great fun trying to decipher if possible.
Now the graveyard is out here. That's this level. So we've got, we've got that, and there's trees, and there's little gravestones and shit like that.
I'm not per se of the opinion that we need a door.
So this goes to here. You see what I'm saying?
Is, I don't particularly think you need door entrance to every area. The other saying is,
but that's how you keep this stack of paper format. So like going to this door goes here, and then you go to the third page here, second page, first page. But here, if you go here, then you can enter here. You can find a fucking path that goes like underground here to end up in this room, inside the mansion. Like, you know what I mean?
I have no. By the way, I also think some areas feel completely disconnected.
What's that? You broke up a little.
I said I don't think all the areas necessarily need to be fully connected, but
they should be on this level layer, if you want to call it that.
Playing basis, what I'm saying is that, for example, just because it's an outside area, it doesn't necessarily need to be a door from the other outside area. Like, you could just exit the mansion through, like you said, a basement or another door.
Yeah, but the whole idea of having this map here and this map here is that they're pseudo level selects. So if you need to get to one place quickly, say I'm in level 1 and I'm like, shit, I need to go to the graveyard. I pop out of level 1 and go here, so I don't have to go all the way through here and here and here and here and here and here, and finally I get to the graveyard. This is kind of like instead of having a fast travel system, you have essentially a level select. And that's kind of your pseudo fast travel.
I'm just personally in preference of certain areas being hard to reach, depending how deep they are in the game.
Well, I mean, you won't be able to get to it right away. Maybe the way that you first get to it is by going through the wall here and going under and whatever, and then you can unlock the gate, and that's your shortcut to get back through from the level select area.
At the same time, like I said, I don't think necessarily all areas need to be accessible by doors.
I do.
It could also just be simply, listen, what I'm saying is that they could be a transition on the same plane from another area.
What does that mean?
Just walk one screen to the left.
I mean, yeah, but I want all the areas accessible, like, quickly if you need to get to one. Maybe that's the way you first discover it, is you go underground or whatever and pop out of the mansion, but they should all... If this is a pseudo level select, then it should pretty much connect almost everything. It's your fast travel system.
Yeah, I think there's some exceptions could be allowed.
It's not what I had in mind, we'll put it that way.
Well, I'm saying...
Definitely not what I had in mind. Because it's kind of cool to be able to see something here that you can unlock too. You're like, oh shit, is that a fucking graveyard? How do I get in there? Ah, the door's locked. Oh, okay, whatever. And then you come back to it later. Maybe you get a key to just directly open it. You know what I mean? You don't have to necessarily go somewhere else.
You realize this level select is on a different plane than the other level select.
Yeah. Yeah, this is plane 1 and this is plane 2. That's okay. It's still proportional. So if you go here, I mean, it makes sense because you're on the outside, right? You go here and you end up here, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Point being, again,
I mean,
it may be okay to open those things up down the road as shortcuts.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's what the level select is for. That's why it's the fast travel system. It's your shortcut. I mean, that's what fast travel is. It's shortcuts.
Like, it eventually leads to there, maybe? Yeah, sure. But I will say, I do think that should be earned.
Well, yeah, that's what I just said. You don't go there immediately.
Yeah. But by that I really mean it. And also, if it's really one screen to the left or to the right, I don't think it's too bad either. Still attached to the screen.
What do you mean? What screen are we talking about?
From that outside view, you walk to the left or right further. Or there's like a barricade you can open up, or... I think that was fine.
Well, yeah, you'll be able to walk over here. You just won't be able to enter the door.
Other non-standard methods than just doors.
But that would be reserved more or less for like the inside stuff. So like say door B is like inaccessible. You can go into door 1 and door 3, but door 2 is inaccessible. So like you go into door 1 and it's like, oh, okay, well I can go to room number 2 through door 1. I found the secret path. Now I can go out this door, and that unlocks it in the hallway. It's like, oh, now I have. Oh, here he is. Now I have access to that.
Not everything should just be doors. I don't think. Think of the actual map positions as well. Within the same plane.
What do you mean?
Like say in the outsides area, there's a well sitting there.
Yeah, trying to. Whoops, shit. Sorry, wrong way. Trying to get a better, like, brighter. There. Is that easier to see? That might be easier to see. Get a nice, better. Okay, so what now? What are you saying?
I was saying, say if there's like a well sitting in the outside area.
Yeah, you can do that. You can fall down the well and then like, yeah. No, I know that. I'm just like doors are just the normal.
If you're on the consideration of stuff like, what you're saying is you want it to be a level select.
Yeah.
But consider also, like I said, the the vertical movement here.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
There's a well, for example. There's a well.
Yeah, we talked about a well before. Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing happens. For example, nothing happens. So maybe later in the game, you actually find out that you get to the mausoleum, and then the door. Now you're climbing a ladder upwards, and now you're jumping out the well, below, and now it's opened up because you blew the lid or something.
Yeah, you can do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and if it's not too far down, there could be a door inside that well, a gateway that will lead you to the plane, the rest of the stages.
Yeah, that would be alright. Yeah, so like you're saying, if the well's over here, right, and you could go down. And then, like, it goes down to a door down here. Just there. Something like that, right? And it's like, oh, I can jump down and then I could go into the door. Yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about having the well before, too.
Yeah. I was saying is...
throw back to the greatest NES game of all time, Milo and Secret Castle. Anybody play it?
Basic point is... No.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Using regular transitions, I think is also important. So say, if to the right of the area is that purple forest, for example, yeah, or green one, I don't really care.
Well, this is getting closer to the discussion I originally wanted to have, but go ahead.
You're having it, right? You wanted it, right? Say there's an area there, yeah? Mm-hmm. Say there's just an area there, because it's right next to the beginning, you know? You don't need to fast travel to it because it's attached to the beginning, right?
What are we talking about now?
Say you go to the right. There's a forested area or something like that, or whatever area, right?
Over here?
The right on the space.
Over here.
Here's the lake. Yeah, there.
Yeah. Okay.
So remember how you on the left side you saw that graveyard area behind the fencing?
Yes.
Okay. Say on the right is a sort of wooded forested area. Quite normal. So eventually you go a layer deeper. And then the mood changes, and now you can move to the left on a different layer. Until you reach like a boss, you beat the boss, and then you go to the door, and now you're going to the front.
Oh my god. We're trying to not confuse people, not intentionally confuse people.
No, I'm saying is following your layer setup, right? Okay, we go to the right, we find a forest, right?
Okay, we'll go
Find
to the
your
right.
opening
We find the forest. Here's your.
Or we find something.
Yep.
That's a stage. Yeah. Okay.
Forest.
Eventually we go and find some sort of gate. I don't know what it is, what shape it
Oh,
is.
gate.
Maybe it's
Okay,
a
so
gate.
there's a gate in the forest. Okay.
Yeah. After a whole stage here, we go one layer deeper.
Wait, now there's a whole stage. Where's the stage? On this layer or another
This
layer?
was a stage. This was a
stage. This was a stage. So
Yeah.
you're doing this then. Okay. Okay. That's a big
I'm saying.
it's a big forest.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Just as an idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you have this area attached to the beginning. You don't need to fast travel to it because it's attached to the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Okay, stay in that forest or whatever it is. We go one layer deeper. There's a gateway right there.
Okay. There's a gateway here. We go one layer deeper, and how big is this layer?
About the same, stretching all the way back to the mansion.
That's the
Where you
same?
had the entrance.
Oh boy.
I don't know, roughly.
I can tell you
We said
already I don't
skill-
like it. But
No,
I
we said
understand
already.
what you're trying to do, but I don't like it.
And I would say put the layer above, actually.
Above? What do you mean above?
Yeah.
Okay,
It'll make
no,
more
you're
sense when you do
this is way too intentionally confusing. Holy shit.
it. No, listen to me.
Yes, it is. This has to be the top layer, period. There's no layer above the level select. You just go down. That's the other part of the intuitiveness. That the expansion of space
That's just
happens as you go down.
That's just the language here not being chosen by us yet. Fine, down. Yeah. Down is
So,
fine.
okay. I mean, I guess
That's just a language
realistically,
thing. That's just
it
a
would.
language thing.
Yeah, it would go down to this level.
I mean, I just associate pressing up in the background, going up instead of down. Okay, never mind.
Okay. There's a whole ass level here on the level select for some reason, and then we go down here, and then we gotta walk
but
all the
next
way
we go-
back.
We walk left again. We have another stage here. The spookier, scarier, and there's boss again. Right?
Okay, here's our spooky, scary extra forest.
And at
Okay.
the end of that, there's like a boss fight, and then we have another gateway.
And he's the mean old boss. Arrgh. Okay. Okay, and then there's another gate. Okay, where does it go?
With that, can connect back to the one next to the mansion entrance.
Back to here?
Go it full circle.
Sky
next to
Island deconfirmed.
Yeah, I was wrong. Sky Island. Come on.
Well, here's what I would do. Not have the level on the level select for one. I would say, I don't know, say, this is shorthanded here, right? But say like you enter through the well or something and then go here and then you can go back. Like that would be alright. But I'm not going to add like a whole level here. Like, this is not meant to be the level. This is meant to be the stage select.
I'm just saying is that it doesn't have to be big either way, but I'm saying is that by having everything through doors, there's a bit of cohesion that you're losing in the world. In that the outside area itself has nothing attached to it.
Nothing attached
Even
to
though
it.
there are other outside
Right.
areas.
Yeah, but that, like I said, it doesn't match reality because it's meant to be navigatable. It's meant to be easy to navigate. That doesn't mean it's going to line up with reality. There's going to be some weird things about it, right? Of course there is, because we're not
Point
following
is-
reality.
Point is, you're proposing you go back to a layer where there's a graveyard or a forest or whatever, that you've entered through some other layer. Or eventually through that doorway there. Next to the dimension.
Yeah, well, either or. Yeah,
What difference does it
you
make
enter
if
levels
the
by
starting
entering the
layer-
background. essentially. That's the kind of consistency.
The starting layer. What the difference making the starting layer is the outside of the dimension.
Yep.
What difference?
Well, it's like a mini map in a way. It's an overview.
It would only rework the skill is completely different.
What do you mean?
He's getting the image.
Well, this is a rough scale. Like this isn't. I didn't pull out the protractor and the grid and like do a 1-to-1 recreation here. This is just like a quick representation.
If the dimension is actually drawn to its full size in scale,
mm-hmm.
the front.
Yeah, it would be fucking gigantic. Yeah, it would be insane. That's why you have to scale it down a little by a little.
I don't know. Just show what fits on screen. I think it's pretty imposing if you just show a giant gate on one screen, and that's it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, like the camera will be zoomed in so that you're only seeing this much of it at a time, essentially. Ricky's not drawing the scale here. But, you know, you're going to walk a few screens before you get here. Then you're going to walk another screen and, you know, and then you can get out this way. But,
I mean, you could start the game at that point, but yeah.
Well, that's the discussion I want to have is how do you get to this point, but we'll leave that
point is
for after this discussion.
Point is, if we say we drew everything to scale, like I said, I don't really feel a necessary need to truly show how many forces it has. Because if you're really to scale, then the entrance would be massive.
It should have a proportional scale. Yeah, you might not be able to see the higher floors unless you put platforms out here. Maybe you can pop out to this layer to go somewhere.
Let's assume we're not putting an RPG map and zooming out.
Yeah, you like I said, you only see it here, right? So even if you jump, you're like, oh, I can maybe see the second floor or whatever. I don't know how it will pan out, but you know what I mean.
Regarding the amount of time you need to traverse from left to right, it can't be that much.
No, it's not supposed to be that much.
Internally, there is the same area as your level select, what you said, right?
Yes.
And you were saying every area within that is apparently slightly wider than was expected.
Correct. So you go here, and of course this is about the size maybe of this map, but you know you can go up to floors and there's the different doors and whatever. And you go here and it's like, oh, that door just goes here, and it's a whole giant fucking room, and yeah, because it's a level. You know, it's like, you know, you're in a Mario stage select, and it's like, oh, Mario's the size of the level. No, it's just a sort of a symbolic representation of that scale. You know, then you get in there and it's a giant, you know, bunch of hills and fields and all that shit. I would say that maybe 6 squares perhaps, or 6 screens on this level is about 1 screen or a half a screen on this level. And then from there, like, I don't know, this is like, might be 6 screens across is like 2 or 3 screens on this level. That does have to be proportional to some degree.
I don't think proportionality is really the horizontal doesn't matter too much.
You have wiggle room for sure, but it has to align. Yeah, you have some wiggle room, but you have to have some sort of like, you know, like you can't be just completely winging it. You know what I mean? Like it's okay if this is just a fence with a gate in the middle. And then if you enter the level, that maybe the gate is actually like on this side, that's fine. And then you could go all the way over here, like 10 screens or whatever. That's okay if the gate's over here. It doesn't have to be in the middle here.
That gate's still going to cause an issue.
But the point is that they're laid out roughly the same. So like this door could be on the second floor in this map, and this one could be on the first, and this one could be in the fucking corner or the top left corner. But here they're just going to be equidistant for the most part. You know, you could have some wiggle room, but like this door can't go over to the third room. They have to be somehow proportionally spaced here. You know what I mean? Not like perfect proportions, but
I feel like the two outside gates are gonna cause the exact same issues, where it's like one's leading to the garden or the forest.
What do you mean?
Where it's like you enter it, you see like a small little side section representing your area, and then you go in and it's massively direction sideways. It was like 10 times wider than it represented in the beginning.
Well, as far as the mausoleum is concerned, that's, I mean, if you want to get really technical, there's another layer. That's the hidden layer, right? That's like, oh shit, hold on, I need to copy it a little bit more concisely. That's like the hidden in the walls. So, like, you could, let me just clear this out.
You're the one getting complicated.
No, but it's
like
still.
All of it boils down to iteration.
It's because it's all orientated the same that it doesn't get confusing. But once you're inside the mansion, you have like the hidden wall layers. Like you can go in the wall, and it's like, oh, it's a secret passage, right? So you could take the secret passage. Where am I drawing on the wrong layer, or I don't have the color? Here's my color. So you could have a door here that leads to here. So that you can go to this door here, that, like, this is a secret passage, right? So you can go into that layer to get to here. And that's as many layers as there's gonna be. You've got the overview, you've got the hallway, then you've got the actual level and the sub-level. And everything will be connected this way. So like you said, oh, there's a mausoleum, right? Here's our mausoleum. And then we can go in here, and that just leads to the submap. You go in here, and now you're inside the building here, and then you can go down and maybe go to the other part of the map this way, right?
I definitely agree there should be at least the amount of layers should be kept to an absolute minimum.
This is all the layers you're gonna get. There's 2 gameplay layers essentially, and there's 2 map layers. And really, there might have only been 1 map layer if we didn't have the outside areas. But since we do, we got 2 map layers and 2 gameplay layers. But here's the thing: when you enter something from here, you're most likely never going to end up on a sub layer. You're always going to end up like on this layer here, and then you can transition. So it's like peeling back layers on an onion, or like I said, like a stack of papers. You're going deeper and deeper, and when you get to like the secret areas down here, like these are going to be scary fucking places to go. Like you do not want to go here casually. It's gonna, the secret like inner walls and the secret passages are meant to be like scary. So there's a natural progression here where this is the most safety. This is like mostly safe here too. But you get here and like, oh shit, you know, shit's hitting the fan. And you get into this here, every time you go down a layer, there should be more and more dread to it. You know what I mean?
Well, that matches what I was saying earlier. But where I'm sort of disagreeing is I think that outside areas could simply be attached to the outside of the house.
Nope, I don't agree. I think it kind of disrupts the layer system. This is meant for fast travel. This is not meant to host levels. This is a level select. You don't put levels on the level select. Levels go in the level space.
Yeah, is it really less fast when the thing is right next to it? My question.
Again, it's not about reality. It's about functionality and intuitiveness.
Yeah, I just personally feel like that harms a bit of the cohesion.
Well, here, since we're kind of running in circles on this, let me get to the discussion I wanted to have then. Because you'll see exactly why I don't want to have levels on the side too. But it begs another question, but let me lay out the thing. How do we know we can't leave the mansion? Are we told that? Because that's usually pretty weak. It's like, oh, you're trapped in the mansion. Do they just accept that and be like, oh, I guess we're trapped? No, that'd be kind of weak, right? So I would say you present actual exits. Here's the beginning of the forest. You've got your trees here.
And now you're getting a stage to the left.
It's not a stage, no.
Feels like it.
It's not.
It's a very small stage, but it's there.
It's not a stage. This is like one screen or two screens at most.
Still
So,
a stage.
listen. Will you fucking listen? You're killing me.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I put it in the wrong layer. I gotta put it in the right layer. But
I
okay.
already know where you're getting at. Yeah.
So what's gonna happen? You're gonna be like, oh, okay, and then immediately you can go from here. Maybe there's like a half a screen of field, and then you start to see the forest. You're like, fuck it. Why can't I just leave? Okay, so I'm walking, and what happens? It's like the Mario 64 endless stairway. You can walk and walk and walk and walk and walk and walk all you want, but as soon as you turn around, you're right back at the entrance of the forest.
That, or you could stealth walk to the other side.
Right, and then so if the map has one end where you can leave, there would either have to be a physical barrier here to prevent you from going, or just do the same thing on the other side. So you just got another forest, and then you can walk, but you're not going anywhere. And as soon as you turn around, it's not a stage. It's not. How is it a stage? You're not doing it. It's like one screen. It's not a stage. But here, this way, we don't have.
You want me to look up the etymology of the word stage, Mark?
No.
Look up stage play.
This is the level select. Stop it. You're being intentionally obtuse. You're just trying to make me mad now.
It's a scene. It's an event.
Yeah, it's the scene. It's the event. Well, here's the thing. So we could have the mouse kid eventually like mention, oh yeah, by the way, you can't leave. But I think it's more powerful if you just, number one, let the player try to defy that. Because if the mouse kid's like, oh, you can't leave, and you're like, wait a minute, why can't I just leave? And then they'll go try it, and then they'll find out why you can't leave.
I am fine with that. I'm just pointing out it's definitely something on the outsides, but having established what's there, put something in place so nothing else can be there. That's fine.
Yeah, so this is what I'd like to do, but this does present another problem. And that problem is, when you enter the game, the first thing you should see is the mansion, not the graveyard, and not the garden. You should see the mansion should be the first visual that you come upon. But you can't do that. If you start the player here, as they have come out of the forest, first thing you're going to see is the graveyard. Then you're going to see the mansion. You have to walk all that way. Is that okay? I don't know if that's good or not. I think the first visual you should see is the mansion. So, this is where the 3D problem comes in. I propose, potentially, I guess, do we do the walkway that goes to the mansion one time and one time only? You cannot go back to that map.
You banned it earlier.
What's that?
You banned it earlier.
Oh, I did, but what if we only do it once? So once you're done with this segment of the map, you can never return to it, and it just puts you at the doorstep here, either by cutscene or whatever. You could walk up to this point, and then all of a sudden it triggers a cutscene, and everybody's looking at the mansion from far away, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's a spooky mansion."
I mean, I know mine in cutscene.
But you cannot go back to it because it's navigationally fucked up. You can't go back to it. It's a level segment that you'll never be able to return to because it doesn't make sense. There's no entrance to it on this 2D plane.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah, but that's the only way I can see pulling off.
I still disagree with how to exit it.
With how to exit what?
I would simply put a side exit in the main hub.
What does that mean? Leads to what screen? Leads to what screen?
This screen. In front of the house. You're going to have to make a transition at some point.
A transition from what to what?
From one orientation to the other.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that would be the single only little walk up to the mansion, and it would be completely inaccessible from that point on, and you would never do that transition again. That would be the only time that three-dimensional orientation will ever change, and then the rest of the entire game is laid out in layers, and that's it, and you never do it again. I know it kind of sets a bad precedence for the player, but I think they'll kind of forget that it was there if it's just a short little, like, 2 or 3 you know, screen thing.
You could always just, you know.
Because you have the cutscene too to kind of bridge the gap there. So it's like all the kids. It's like Castlevania. Remember when Simon's looking at the castle? Castlevania NES opening. Yeah. Well, I don't know if everybody knows. Yeah. Here, Castlevania 4. We'll just do that. So yeah. Okay. So you're walking along. Let me draw this so it makes complete sense. And the music stopped. Let me get that too. What do we want? What do we want? I know we're just talking about Castlevania and I'm changing the music, but that's okay. What do we got? What do we got? I don't feel like Mega Man. I feel like spooky things now. Here, let's do this one. This works. Okay, so
spooky thing this spring. What are you doing, man?
You've got one level here where you're. I don't know, it's grass. Maybe, there's some trees here at first and you walk out of the woods and you're walking this way, right? And then once you reach this point, you end up here, but only once. This is the only time this ever happens. And you'll get a cutscene that basically looks like this. So let me get rid of that one. You're walking here, you're doing your thing. Where's Ricky? Ricky, get over here. You walk in here, you're doing your thing, boop-a-doop-a-doo, jumping, learning how to jump, learning how to navigate the world. You hit this point, boom, you're hit with this scene. Oh shit, it's the mansion in the background. It's not that far back, but you get what I mean. The kids are standing here, they're looking up. They're looking up and like, oh shit, it's the mansion. Maybe it's panning up and they're like, oh shit, it looks spooky and it's cool, right? Then you drop them on this map at this location, and that's it. They're right at the front doorstep. They did not have to walk across here to get here. They're just dropped here once, and that's it. And this level is forever unlinked. You can never return to this at that point. That cutscene happens, and boom, that's it. You can never go back there.
I don't think you need, per se, a side view. Looking at the Castlevania 4 example right there, you just need some sort of main gate, and then fade out, stand in front of it. Main entrance.
I thought of that, but the problem is then you would expect there from the main gate to be a road that you have to walk to get to the mansion, because usually the yards of the mansion are pretty big, right? They're usually a big property. So
I mean, even the regular approach here from the woods could just show scene walking through the woods, fade out, fade in front of the mansion.
I think it would be more impactful if you get to a certain point and they're like, oh crap, we can see it now, and then all of a sudden, boom, cutscene. It's like, no, there's the fucking mansion. They're looking at it. They're like, whoa, doing the Wojak point, and whoa, look at the mansion. And then you just drop them here. What's that?
This is a front view, not a side view.
Oh yeah, but I think it'd be more impactful if the screen just shifts. Boom, like you get to a point, boom, cutscene, then you're just presented with the mansion, just done. The one piece.
No, what I mean is
done, and there it is. It's just there.
What I mean is, if you have that Simon image right there.
Yeah.
In a few frames, you will just show the front view just getting closer and closer, until the last frame is the actual stage. This level select stage.
See, Larry's got my back. It's a good storytelling beat. He's got my back. He knows what I'm trying to do. Yeah, you can see it slowly scroll in, like, sure, but it's not going to have the same impact of just, like, cutting to it, you know what I mean? You cut to it, and it's like, oh shit, and then you can have some fucking lightning going off, and it's like, oh, there it is! You just gotta get the surprise of it. And the moon comes out or something, I don't know, maybe the moon comes out and illuminates it.
I think you changed the tune somewhere. You lost me somewhere.
What?
Because what you're showing here is a front view. We were talking about approaching from the side.
Right, this is a cutscene. This is not part of the level. It'd be a cutscene like this. Like it would have like fucking Ricky, and he's sitting here, and he's like, Whoa, and
storyboard, man.
he's fucking pointing. It's the fucking Wojak meme. He's pointing, and then Deke's over here with his glasses, and he's like, "Ooh, ooh, look at." He's like, "Whoa," and Ricky's got his hair here, and he's pointing. There, it's like that. It's the Wojak meme. And then they're like, "Oh, look, it's the mansion." And the fucking thing's back here, right? And it's spooky, and fucking lightning's, and it's like, "Oh shit!" So it's like here, but then it like zooms up, and it's like, "Oh shit, there it is," you know, something like that. That's right, yeah. And then because you've approached from the side, you won't see it here at all. The mansion technically exists over here, but you can't see it from the side view. Larry with the fucking emoji. It's just like, huh. But you get what I'm saying. So you're walking from the forest here. Technically, if you were allowed to go all the way, the mansion would be at a side entrance here, and then you'd enter the hallway here. But of course, we don't want this orientation here.
Your two scene descriptions don't match. One thing it says front view, the other is a side view. So what is the order of events here?
But you go in side view here, and then when you hit this, we use a cutscene to cover the fact that we went from side view to front view. And when the cutscene's over, your characters are sitting right here on this map.
Okay, sure, fine.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why it's like we have a 3D problem with this setup, but I think if you don't make this accessible, this just goes away. Because it's only like a few jumps and a hop, whatever, to get used to your controls.
Okay, that's fine, but if it's a cutscene transition, it's fine.
Yeah, and then use the cutscene to kind of like make you forget about the transition. You're like, ooh, look at the mansion, it's doing things.
I'm still vetoing you on the door orientation.
On the what?
On the door orientation of outside areas.
The door rotation?
Door orientation on outside areas.
Nope.
It's
I veto you.
Messed up for the outside door to be on the same wall as inner doors.
Oh, you mean this one here? I don't know. Like I said, we have to. I literally said we have to come up with some sort of visual thing for it. I don't care what it is, as long as it's in this location. It doesn't necessarily have to be there.
To me, the most logical sense to do with the main gate, if you're standing in front of it, is to open it up with frames and everything, cut to black, fade in, stand somewhere in the middle.
And just stand in the middle.
Yeah, just have it implied by sound and whatnot, and the door's closing behind you.
Yeah, okay.
The door's not visible in the background layer, it's just supposedly in front of you.
I said that was okay as long as you have some sort of visual indication, a good one, to let you know that that's where the door is and that you can also exit. I don't know what that should look like, but you'll have to have something strong for it.
And the way you just described it, there's no way to exit.
Right. Yeah, that's what I said. You have to have some kind of visual trick to kind of figure it out.
That level where a background door is now a foreground door, might as well apply it consistently everywhere.
Not necessarily, but I don't think that's the best. Let me be very clear. I do not think that having the door visible in the background is the best solution, but it will do if it has to do. That's why when you were talking about it, I suggested that you have a silhouette of the door to indicate that you can leave.
In a silhouette system like that?
Yeah.
Why is it not applied for every layer?
Because it's a special exception, and I think it makes more sense to not do that for the other layers. Number one, because it's kind of visually ugly. It's more like a UI thing. But if we have to do it once, we have to do it once. I'm kind of okay with that.
Probably have to do it 3 times.
But I don't want to see that on every door, because I think it'll kind of like come off as strange. The only other thing I could possibly see, and I don't like this, and I probably wouldn't do it anyway, is if you could enter this door, but you can't exit, but somehow there's exits on the side or something. But I don't like that. I don't think you should be able to do that. Because then what do? Do you pop out here? Then you gotta walk all the way around and go back in, and then you gotta walk all the way around, and it's dumb. It's not really set up for that anyway.
If it's a one-time entry only, and you can't leave it, of course your whole mist forest, warp or pushback thing doesn't work.
Yeah. If you can't go out, then you can't access the out areas, and you can't also attempt to leave and do the whole endless staircase thingy up here.
I think it's one of the massive issues here is that the orientation of the outside door will always have to mismatch with the rest of the.
I don't think that's a massive problem.
system.
I think it's a quirk. But I would absolutely every day I would take that punch to the face and have the rest of the game intact and not worry about it. And if somebody's like, that doesn't make sense, that's fine. They'll get over it in like 3 seconds.
Oh, there are a lot of people who always say it makes no sense.
Yeah, that's fine. And then they'll move on to the next stage and they'll forget all about it. Maybe it's in the back of their mind. I don't care. It's fine. The navigation will make sense. I'd rather them think the door is weird than to not be able to navigate the fucking game. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, no, it's inherently confusing.
Not really.
Trying to.
It's only visually confusing, and it's only once. Once you go through there, you're like, oh, okay, whatever, and then you go to where you want to go.
You could potentially go back and forth that door multiple times.
You could, and they're not going to be thinking. Well, they might be thinking in the back of their mind, the door is a little weird, but they're begin thinking, oh, I need to go to the graveyard. Okay, they go through the door and they go to the graveyard, and their navigation is smooth, simple, and intuitive, and that's my priority here. It's up to graphic designers and level designers to figure out what to do to make the door not look fucking weird, if possible. But if it has to look weird, I actually don't give a shit. I really don't.
This is something that really would irk me.
Oh, I know it would irk you. I know that's why you brought it up, and we've been talking about it for an hour. I absolutely know because you're an artist, you're a level designer, and you're a scientist. So this doesn't make any sense to you, and it doesn't make sense to me either. But I know that prioritizing the intuitiveness of navigation is way more important than having this door make sense. I'm willing to take that hit.
The solution would simply be to stick to side view for the entrance.
No.
That's the only exception you would make. One time.
No, absolutely not, because you can come and go from it. If you were trapped in the mansion forever...
Misunderstood, though.
If you're trapped in a mansion forever, I can make an exception for it, but the fact that you can leave the mansion and the orientation changes, 100% denied, because it changes ultimately the structure of the entire game below it to do something like that. Now all of a sudden these doors actually don't make sense. Doors are going into the Z-axis, but they're on the Y-axis here, and you can hop out here and go here, and no.
I'm saying is that one way or another, we're going to have to make a very weird exception for only the outside gate.
The exception for the outside gate here is way less weird than having an entire map orientation change. I will take that hit every day of the week. 100%. Not even a question.
Even if it's such a small area?
100%.
That's wild, man.
No, but it's unintuitive.
Yeah, me seeing.
I'd rather people be
building that go out is weird.
I'd rather people be thinking, oh, the main entrance is weird. That's kind of strange. Oh well, and then go on their way and navigate normally than like them going here and then sideways, and somehow this corresponds to this, but it also corresponds to this and there, and it's confusing. I would rather take that one than the other.
Anyone standing inside of the main hub will be like, oh yeah, this main door leads to the outside, but how do all the other doors lead inside? It makes no sense.
It doesn't have to. It just has to be intuitive. It doesn't have to make reality sense. It just has to be intuitive.
It's not intuitive. It'll make it seem like every single door in the mansion will lead outside, even if they don't.
Figure out a visual. I don't care what it is. The map structure's not changing. Figure out a visual that you're happy with, or one that you can live with.
I wonder
put it that way.
Thinks this.
As a designer, I can tell you, you do not want to change the orientation. I'm not changing the orientation. There's got to be some other thing. There's another solution.
We're going to have to make
my solution is
exception one way or another.
My solution is put a fucking silhouette here of a Monster Hunter or a Monster World 4 door. There you go. That's it. That's what I would do. I'd ship that. That's the only door that looks like a Monster World 4 door, and that's it. And I don't give a fuck.
But that's what I'm saying. That's still an exception.
It is, and I don't care. That's fine with me.
It's probably the most acceptable one.
Yeah, that's why I suggested it when you were bringing it up. That was my solution. Just put a silhouette of the door that lets you know you can leave, and that's it. And I'm okay with that. I would take that, but I'm not changing the orientation of the maps.
But that's why I'm being crystal clear here. It's always going to be some sort of exception.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. Because
the only door leads outside, even though it's on the same wall as everything leading inside, it's one exception.
Great.
Or it's the only thing that's a silhouette.
And I'll take that hit every day because the alternative of changing the map orientation is absolutely devastating. It's not even comparable.
Yeah. That's the other exception you could make, yeah. Choose the least evil. I said silhouette, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I suggested it, yeah. It would look boring.
Not per se.
But it would make the most sense. Yeah, well, of course it would look boring. You wouldn't get to see the design of the door.
You could make a silhouette that looks like the design of the door.
Well, silhouette's the wrong word. Outline.
Yeah,
okay.
You can make an outline. It would just...
Well, let me pull up an example just to make sure everybody knows what the hell we're talking about. And make sure that I know you know what I'm talking about, because I'm not sure at this point that you do.
You need to play that game.
Not
me. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, but you're not, like, your language is not kind of, like, lining up with that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying it to be mean, I'm just saying it like it doesn't sound like you're talking about the same thing. So here, are we going in the door?
I'm just saying is that...
This is it. See? You got the outline of the door, and you got, like, the down arrow, but how do you get the design of the door in here? This is boring. This is, like, really, this is, like, UI. It's not a real graphical representation of a door.
Depending how... If we did talk about how massive it actually is, you know, and small details could just shine through as an outline.
Like what? I can't visualize it, to be honest. Can you draw an example? Like how would that work? Would it look like a screen door? Because it'll overlay you. So you could be going behind it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
the door design first, but
in my mind, that's really fucking weird. I don't know.
It doesn't have to be this simple. That's what I'm saying.
That's my fear, is that it will look like it stands out.
And maybe it should.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to do with it. Or you just have it on the wall and it's just whatever.
Or it's simply a specific floor tile or bunch of floor tiles you stand on. That in the given down arrow is the exit.
Well, yeah, you could absolutely do that. You could have, that's so to say, you could have visuals like around it or in it. And why does my tablet keep going like blank? This tablet is so awful.
But I don't think it necessarily has to be as boring as I think it is. That's all I'm saying.
There we go. Okay, Odyssey's back.
Either which way, it should be an overlay.
But I'm okay with that. If it's boring, but we don't have to change the map structure, I'm okay with that. As long as we don't change the map structure, that would be the worst. That's the alternative that I'm not okay with, is changing the map structure.
I'm just trying to make clear that no matter what, it's some sort of exception.
Yeah, I know. I literally said that.
Cannot treat it the same way.
Cannot treat it the same way. What does that mean?
As in, every method you think of will always lead to it being some weird exception.
Oh yeah, I know, and that's fine. I admitted that right from the get-go. But I don't care, because doing that is way more preferable than making the game unnavigatable.
Yeah, and I'm saying the one method that is unacceptable for me is all the work pointing in this direction. So the silhouette method I think is a middle ground. Yeah,
and like I said, I'm okay with that. In fact, that was my original take on it, was you have the silhouette, and then that's it. Or not silhouette. Yeah. I can see it done in a game trying to be 16 or 32-bit. Yeah, you have a bit more with the layers going on, right? You could have it like a transparency on the door, so you could see yourself through the door. You could do something like that. It'd be much easier to handle with like a Super Nintendo look, for sure. I was just reading that from chat.
Yeah, I see. Unless you want to checkboard the whole door with showing transparency.
I don't know about
I don't
that.
know what it looks like. You could try.
I've
flickering door over it.
I've actually done that in Pocket Fighter EX. I tried to have an overlay with a checkerboard, but it actually didn't look very good, to be honest. I was surprised. I thought it would look nice. I tried it even with the shadows. It doesn't look good. It really doesn't.
I mean, what if here's the same door from the outside, just flickering?
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I've tried to have characters go behind stuff like that.
I'm just saying in and out.
You could do that, but it would also look strange. It'll draw a lot of attention to itself. Because it's shimmering, essentially, at that point, you know?
But as I thought, maybe if you could just reduce the details to an outline, there would be some inner details, like the hinges maybe.
The problem with flickering is it draws attention to itself, but I don't think it should draw attention to itself, necessarily. I mean, if you need an indication that you can leave, you could pop an arrow above their head that says press up or something, you know?
I'm just saying, if you would draw it in full, it would be this impressive thing with a solid main color, lots of details, panels, you know? And if you reduce that to its base lines, you know, you wouldn't get a silhouette, but more of a basically an outline of every detail. Make it white or something.
Maybe. Well, we also have to think that like the background's going to be very dark. I don't know. A flickering just draws attention to itself, though. I don't like the idea of flickering.
Even if it's just an outline? What?
Yeah. I mean, because it's motion. You're having a contrast go back and forth, your eye's going to lock onto it.
But whether it's flickers or not, what I'm just saying is that you could add some detail on that. It just has to be an overlay.
Oh, Shantae DS has like actual layers, right? You jump between them. Yeah, of course we wouldn't be able to do that with this one. I'm just reading off a chat.
Yeah, that's why sort of it's tricky.
Yeah, it would definitely be like a Super Nintendo one. Why did the music stop? What happened? Oh, it's just so low that I can't hear it. Alright, I'm going to the next track. All these tracks are super low.
Shantae GBA actually had more going on with the layering.
But yeah, I think you could see like little mini characters in the background too. So I don't know how that worked. Would it grow to full size and then they'd switch out the assets for high res? I don't know. It's weird. But I do remember seeing that.
That's one trailer, but
they played it on stream actually. The unreleased ROM, they played it to show everybody what it looked like.
But it had bold layers, and then you could like warp them in or something. They would move around.
Yeah, I don't remember how the transition was.
The transition I'm looking at now is actually at 4 in the foreground.
But anyway, all that aside,
I mean, that maybe shows that this is the way to go.
And
that makes me wonder if for at least the first time entrance of the house.
Can you send a link to what you're watching so we can all look at it?
Yeah. I'm still looking for it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were watching it just now.
Yeah, but I was looking for timestamp.
Oh, okay. Oh, timestamp. Got it. Okay.
What I'm saying is, it could be if you really want to focus on the one case being special. That you would do something where
you just go into the background. Oh, that's okay. I see what you mean. I thought the sprites were lower detail on the background, but I guess not. Yeah, so it's kind of a Mutant Muds kind of thing, except there's no change in size.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to do something a little bit like this with the gates in the graveyard. You know, like Castlevania 4's intro, where you could go behind the gate and stuff, but it wouldn't be quite this elaborate. Because, well, we don't have the layering to really support it for one, and it would be quite a trick to pull off with that kind of palette too.
What I'm trying to say is, for the main entrance, if you want to sell the effect,
yeah, like you notice he was actually trying to like attack the guy in the back too. Like he's getting confused. I see why they didn't do this eventually, because you get confused with what's on the foreground and the background because they're the same scale.
Yeah. Also, the actual DS version, they moved them much further back.
Oh yeah, they actually use scaling for it.
Near to the hop. What I was saying is, to sell the idea of the different main gates, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
You could have the first entrance have a very special effect where all the background tiles just open up in a Monster World forced kind of way to reveal the building inside. Like it's not an actual scene transition, but the building just opens up. The tiles disappear and we replace the background.
I get you. The only problem I have with that is that the outside shouldn't be that big, so that it shouldn't take like 8 years to walk to the graveyard. Because there's going to be nothing out here, essentially, right?
That's what I'm saying. The inner hub should never be that big. It's just your stage select, as you said.
Yeah, so it's like a stage select that goes to a stage select, I guess, like an area select almost. So, except these go to actual stages.
So the outside hub and the inside hub should be roughly the same size.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I drew. Yeah, that's why I kind of drew it that way. That okay, you got the forest out here, but it's actually like around the same size.
But I think if you, with at least the first few gates, the first gate, the main gate, you know, you have a strong impression of it's the same building, it's the same screen, but you want to keep the skill so consistent. Because the door is still the same, you know, in the outline.
So you're saying for this door specifically, and only this door on this map, it will open up as like a zoom in transition to get you to this area. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I don't know. I'd have to see it. You know, I'd have to see it to believe it, kind of thing.
But I'm saying if those things are roughly, because the door will always be the same scale, right?
Most likely, yeah. I think they should be the same scale.
Ricky has the same scale. The Grandiose big door is just centerpiece.
Yeah. Because when you go into a monster door, yeah, even in our current build, when you go through a monster door and you go on the other side, the door looks the same. It's the same size. It's just the room itself is bigger. So I think that makes sense.
So I think that makes a lot of sense for the front door, at least, because we know it's a switch between background and foreground. We have the same peel effect you see Monster World 4.
Oh, here's Shantae DS. Here's how they, yeah, there you go. There's how the layers work here. They're obviously very different, and you saw the zoom in and the zoom out as you're going back and forth between the layers. That's how they did it with that one. That was much better than the Game Boy Advance version, for sure. Just to kind of show that, because I think they did a much better job doing this way. Yeah. And there's Hank's. Hank's backgrounds are fucking crazy. We're talking about Hank, the pixel artist. It's so good looking. But yeah, you see how all the layers work. It's very, very nice.
Do you still have Monster World 4 open?
I do not, but I can pull it back up. I was actually surprised that Monster World 4 did not do the transition like you were talking about. Like I think it just like, yeah. Oh, it kind of did. It kind of did. It peeled back the layer a little bit. Yeah. I just thought it would be a little more elaborate. To it. Oh, sure.
I want you to frame step to what's happening there.
Oh yeah. That's just the blocks are being stripped away.
Yeah.
Okay, so she opens the door, and yeah, it's just replacing the 8x8 tiles one by one. The Mario 3's, when you enter a level, kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, I think if you did something like that for how you enter the mansion, you know, or feel like the wall's fading or feeling the inside wall, you have a legit connection between the the background door that you entered, and the foreground silhouette that remains.
Yeah, chat knows Hank. See, he's a legend. You're damn right. That's what I said on Twitter too. I get that. I guess the only thing that kind of bugs me about it is that it is different than the other transitions, and since it's your first transition, I feel like it should set the tone for the rest of the game.
I'm saying that is a special transition. It's the main gate. It is the centerpiece.
But it's so wildly different than the rest of the transitions that I just don't know.
I mean, we could also just say F all and just make it a warp door with a monster, with a beast eating the entrances and everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I mean, we don't necessarily just have to fade to black, for every door. But I don't know what other kind of transition to really do.
I mean, you could just have the door open up, kids go in, door closes, and this monster just appears. Gigantic final boss legs, big, eats the whole door that's like half screen wide.
Well, you need to be able to go in and out of it, though.
Yeah, and then the door appears, and your proposal mirrors on the other end.
Mirrors on the other end.
The one you're saying, whereas bitching about the outside and inside, if it's visually, notably a warp, and not so much reality, I think it's allowed. It feels like it's a portal or something,
I guess you kind of lost me. I don't know what you mean. I got lost at the monster. I don't know what the monster is doing.
I was saying...
We're talking about this door, right?
Yeah, main door.
Okay.
I'm saying if there's any sense of that door disappearing and reappearing through some mechanism, then it seems more logical for it to be transposed in some sort of way. Whereas the wall you're facing is the same one you entered,
Well, I don't want to pull the monster trick until you enter one of the hallway doors, though.
Yeah.
I want you to be like, okay, we're in the mansion, that's cool. And then once you enter a level, then it traps you after you've gone through like a door already, and then it'll be kind of a surprise.
If we're sticking to it being purely physical, like a regular door, I would insist on a silhouette method. If we can establish some sort of magical means by which you feel like you're teleported, and where you ended up is not where you came from.
Yeah, I don't think there should be anything suspicious until you get into the inner doors.
Then we're back to the silhouette.
Yeah. Because it's the same thing with the mansion. Like the mansion should look spooky, but it shouldn't look like a death trap yet. It's once you're in there, and then you're too deep to get out, and then all of a sudden it traps you, and it's like, oh, fuck. Then you got that moment, you know what I mean?
I'm also...
you can't blow that right away. That's like it's a surprise thing.
I'm fine with a special transition being a one-time affair, like just part of the cutscenes. Yeah? Whereas every other entrance to that silhouette is just normal fates.
Yeah, I'd like to see a proposal on it. Like, actually come up with an effect. And then we'll think about it from there. I'm iffy on it a little bit. Only because it would be so different. But I could be convinced if it looks good.
It could simply be a fade of black, leaving the door intact or something. Never exchanging the door for a silhouette. Like it fades to black, it fades to that silhouette. If the whole screen fades to that. I can see that working, maybe.
Actually, I'm thinking of one now. What if you, I don't know, maybe this would look stupid, but you're on this screen, right? And,
I can see Larry screaming at us from behind the screen. You scrubs.
Yeah, I know. Larry probably has a good idea what to do. So here, say the doors open on each side, and then when they close over Ricky's sprite, so you don't see it.
Yeah.
And then the at the same time when it closes, this kind of like fades to black and the door starts flickering like you were talking about. Ricky's behind it, but it flickers on and off. And then like when it goes completely black, then it's here and it stops flickering and it turns into an outline. And then like it unfades from black and now you're inside. Something like that. Yeah. It's hard to convey, but...
Yes, yeah, like I said, it opens up, you know, it closes behind Ricky, in front of Ricky actually. So the player is now inside.
Right,
and then you would need to do some sort of effect to exchange that door for a silhouette.
You're right, and
the rest of the stage appear.
That's why it's flickering, to kind of like note that it's changing from one orientation, not orientation, but changing from one view to another. So it closes flickering, and then it changes to the silhouette. The flickering stops because it disappears essentially, and it's replaced by the silhouette. Or not silhouette, but the outline. Yeah. I keep using the wrong term, but you get the idea.
What matters to me is the continuity of the outside entity and the inside entity. You know it's the same thing. You know?
It should.
If you enter a door, you know it's the same door, right? On the other end. Since it's in Monster World 4, you see this pretty well, where you know that gateway is the one you came in. Because of how fast it is, and it's instantaneously switched to an outline.
Well, here, I got... Hold on. Let me think for a minute. I have an idea, but I need to show the visual of what our normal door looks like in order to really explain it. So we've got our... Where is our door animation? Is it here? This might be it.
Don't trigger Burlary with the door animation, okay?
Oh, this is not the full one. Hold on. What, he didn't like the door animation? What was wrong with it?
We had a big argument, remember?
Oh, about the angle? Yeah. About
the angles.
But here, so this is how our normal door transition works, right? It opens and then it closes there. We could do this, but on the background. So say he opens it up from here, right? He's on the outside of the mansion, and oh, sorry, he's here. We're on the outside of the mansion. He goes here, the double doors open. It changes to the other room, and you see on the wall the light pattern from the open door, and the light pattern closes with the sound effect on the wall that you're looking at. Just boom. But you see the light closing on the wall, you know what I mean? As though it's peering through.
I'm just wondering about...
Do you know what I'm saying though? Or no? Do you want me to...
Vaguely.
Okay, let me just draw a diagram.
What I'm trying to get at is the monster eating door effect works really well on the background. I would like
it does, yeah.
I would like to enforce the silhouette idea, or the outline idea, all throughout the entire thing. But it would make that proposal difficult.
Yeah, well that's... I don't want to lose... For the same reason, I don't want to lose the visual of the monster eating the door.
You can still have it, but not in the stage you entered, only the stage you came from.
I'm just gonna draw like some really quick tables and shit here.
So
here's like a vase. Yeah, go ahead. Here's like a vase. Here's like, I don't know, fucking... I don't know what's in the background. It can't be like... You know what? A big painting. Here. It's a big painting. And it's gonna be a dude, and he's doing stuff. He's a painting. And here's the painting. And I don't know, there's friggin' something here. And you know this is like the entrance, right? Because there's like a spot here, right? And here's like the wood flooring, right? And then you've got like your subfloor here, something like that, right? It's just you and me now, chat. I'll re-explain it when he comes back. Now here's what I'm thinking. So you've got Ricky here. Right. Art time would mark, yeah. Try a happy little potted plant and a happy little picture. And I should put this on the Ricky layer so it doesn't get screwed up. So I'm gonna cut this. Put it on the Ricky layer. There. And what I'm gonna propose here is when you have the door open, I don't know if this. Oh, I'm probably gonna need a different. Gonna need a different color for these things. So we will make them. We'll make them a darker purple here. There. Here's what I was thinking. Once you enter this door, hold on. let me put a normal Ricky here. I'll just copy the one from this layer, so they're the same, right? There, and we'll go back to level. Patch this up. So this is the outside. You open the door. It's a big old fancy door with big old whatevers. You open up, and this is essentially the door on the other side. So if you had a silhouette, you would have something like this, essentially. But instead, what you might be able to do is, let's say it's roughly like this size, right? You could have within this area only it being lighter. Actually, I guess it would not include the floor. It would just be the background wall. Now I get it that this is. Oh, good. You're back. Okay, I'll restart the explanation. What's that?
Who's the evil guy in the monitor? Cruz?
Yeah, that's Cruz. So here's what I was thinking. I'll start over since you're here. Here's the outside, and Ricky's looking in, and the double doors they open up, and then Ricky.
Main gate.
Yeah, this is the outside. So this would be represented by this here on the screen. And then the other one's the inside of the hallway with just a makeshift bunch of shit. Oh, in fact, let me move this like in a little bit just to kind of like, just so it makes a little more sense. I know the layout's stupid, but bear with me. So you go in the door here, the doors open up, and then, you know, it cuts to black, and then it loads the next scene. And now you're standing here, and what you're first greeted with is a scene that looks like this. You see the light from behind the door on the wall, and then it will close in, and it'll get smaller every frame. It'll be that wide, it'll be that wide, it'll be that wide, it'll be that wide, and then boom! You hear the sound effect?
Yeah.
The light closes in off the wall, and now you know that you're in there. And then you have just some sort of like floor here that indicates, oh yeah, that's where the door is. And then when you're standing here, you can just have a little thing that pops up that's like press up to leave or whatever. You know, something like that.
I mean, you could always sit at the door too.
You don't really need the silhouette at this point, I think, because the light is what really sold that. You don't need the silhouette because of the light is there. And then this indicates where the door is. And if you walk past it, you'll see the little emblem that's like, oh, press up. I'm like, oh, okay.
Now, the thing that sells it for me is, I think, if the image of what you're seeing behind that door is striking enough.
Yeah, it would have to be something interesting. That's why I put the painting there. I'm like, I'm not gonna draw a whole, foyer here, but but I'll put something notable like the painting.
Yeah, that's why I think I agree with that one. It needs to be something that's unique, one time only, and striking.
And you can even have this be a raised platform too. This stuff could actually be down a little bit. And then you'll know, like, I don't know, put a ramp on the side or something, like steps that go up to it. So it's like a grandiose little platform that that's what, you walked in as. And you could do a similar thing here. So maybe when you walk up to it or when you're presented with it, like, there's a ramp here that's like, oh, it's like you went up steps to get here. It's it's a grandiose platform.
What I personally would like.
And then have the same here, just inside version.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you want to apply steps there somehow.
Yeah. Just kind of sell the fact that it's a platform, a literal platform.
What I would personally like to see, say you step onto that platform, and you get some sort of engine response of, oh, now there's an arrow showing what you need to press, or when you step on that platform, that's when the silhouette appears.
Yeah, one of those two would be all right. I part of me kind of goes back and forth about the whole like press up to go through the door thing, because I hate to use the word immersion because it's so misused, but there is a little bit about not having the UI just pop up to be like, oh, go through the door, dummy. Like, it would be better if the player could identify what a door is every single time and be able to go in and out.
Say you see.
Oh no! Wait! What if every time you step on the platform, the door just opens up and the light comes back to the background? You hear the creaking.
That's neat.
And then it's like, oh shit, you can leave. But it's like Ghost Door. I don't know. It was. I don't know.
Neat, but yeah.
Part of me likes it. Part of me doesn't. But yeah.
Depends on how well you do it the first time. Well, you draw it.
I was gonna say maybe don't allow it the first time, but if they don't think they can escape the first time, then they may think they can never leave. You set that weird precedent. Go ahead.
If the effect is clear enough the first time around you show it, then maybe people understand.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is regarding the outline idea. See how simple you drew a door here on the left.
Yeah.
You drew the bare essentials, right? The actual thing will, of course, have a lot more intricacies.
For sure. But yeah, if you just have like the small outline here, that maybe it would be.
If you just have this
enough.
portion and you overlaid that where the painting is, and made it, I don't know, shimmering or something like that.
Yeah,
I think
the shimmering should only happen if there is shimmering at all, which I just don't think it'll look good. But even if there was, it would only happen when you're near it, I think.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Maybe the thing reappears when you're near it, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's possible. If you just have like the actual door sprite, like the full detail one, could like when you're standing here, it starts to checkerboard, and then when you're standing here, it actually like the full thing flickering. And that kind of lets you know that it's there. But like when you walk over here, it disappears completely. Like it's just gone. So it's kind of a proximity thing. The door would only need to crack when you go back onto the platform. Leaving would push it open again. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's convincing enough.
We're basically in agreement here that if a foreground door is required for this part. So we can make a striking image in the background when we enter.
Yeah, you'd have to really sell it somehow.
2, to keep the orientation the same all throughout. And 3rd, of course, to allow leaving and entering again. And then we want it to indicate at least when you get onto the platform that it exists.
Yeah, somehow it needs to.
Those pretenses.
It needs to be there. Yeah, you need to know it's there.
And then give it a visual effect. So at least by allowing a continuity from outside to inside, I think you can inform the player that it's there, that it exists.
My only problem with it is
an arrow on it.
It will be potentially so fancy and so different from the rest of them. Will it be too different? But that's hard to say without actually like prototyping it and looking like, oh yeah, that looks cool, or that doesn't.
It's the door opening dilemma all over again. It looks too high tech. Don't do it.
Yeah, right. And that is part of it. Having solid but simple effects does sell the retro look to it. But yeah, go ahead with you.
This would solve that. How would the garden look? There's also an outside to inside.
Honestly, I think you could just get away with something that's more or less the monster door with that one. I don't think you need any special thing for it. You just press up, the screen goes black, and then screen reveals, oh, you're in the level. There you go, you're all done.
You think people will think less hard about it because there's not a million other doors and it's outside?
Say that again?
Inside the mansion, you have a bunch of other doors around the main gate.
Yes.
Therefore, it's immediately obvious that why are there things leading inside when there's a door to outside right next to it?
Exactly.
When you lead a single door into the garden, it might not be as obvious.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
Because there's no surrounding doors and it's only one thing. And
right, and it's actually
open.
And as far as the player is going to feel about it, it's actually entering a level. We're entering the mansion to get to the other door. It's not really entering a level. Like there's a real distinction there. There's no threats running around. Everything's a little more calm. And you also kind of get a cutscene once you enter there anyway, so it has a different feel about it. But yeah, once you enter the garden, it's like, oh shit, you're in the garden now. You're in the level. Go. There's shit flying around. Yeah.
Like you're seeing a gate with fences, and then you entering that, and you're seeing this flipped to the other side.
Right.
In the background. It
Right.
wouldn't feel weird. But in a mansion, it feels weird because there's a main gate with other gates that don't lead outside.
Right, yeah, it's a gate. If they all were on the back wall, if the door just was on the back wall when you entered and the other doors are there, it's like, oh, am I going outside? Like, there's a little bit of a potential for confusion there.
Yeah.
I think that people would find that to be a little strange.
I think we figured that at least for the outsider, it might not be as harsh.
Correct.
I don't think they'll think about it.
Yeah.
It's not outside to inside.
Right.
And I don't think you have enough cohesion to really think too hard about it, except for the mansion.
Right. It would be kind of the same thing going into like a door inside the hallway to then go to like the room. It's the same thing there, where it's like, technically don't make sense, but it's fine. There's no huge like weirdness of like, oh well, now it looks like you're going outside or whatever, you know. There's not a huge weirdness there.
This problem only exists on the actual main gate because of the extra doors surrounding it.
Yeah.
The mausoleum entrance, for example, with only one door around it, or at least a massive underground attached to it, doesn't feel weird.
Yeah, where did I put that? Oh yeah, here. Where it's like, because it's just a small room and you're just dropping down into it. Yeah.
You instinctively know that when you enter that, you're going down. Based on what it is, right? Based on visuals.
Exactly, right. Where the main gate of the graveyard or the garden or whatever, it's like, yeah, you know where you're going. You see the big old main gate. It's all nice, whatever you go through, and you're like, oh yeah, it goes out here. Okay, fine. You know, there's an expectation there that it's just going to take you back over here.
Yeah, so we basically concluded that the main gate has that issue.
Yes. That's how I feel about it anyway. Unless in practice that it proves me otherwise, but in my mind when I see it, that's the only one that I see the problem is the main.
That's the big one we needed to solve. I think we have a solution.
We have a solution. I think at the very least we have a silhouette, or not silhouette, but the outline. I keep seeing silhouette. At the very least there's an outline that's subtle, and you could just press up to go out icon, or whatever.
Well, I like that you open it, and you have whatever effect you have, and then you see a big set piece.
Oh yeah, you absolutely need a set piece, for sure.
And then you have left and right, you have all the other doors, and leading to higher floors. Absolutely.
I figured there could be like a Resident Evil's got the foyer. Is that how you say it? Foyer? Yeah. It's spelled foyer, but I don't think it's right. But like you could have like the fucking steps in the background.
If it's French, always cut off the last letter.
Yeah, I hate French. No offense to the French, but I hate French. It doesn't make any sense. Why are the letters there if you're not saying them? I don't know. Anyway, the point is, but yeah, you could have a whole cool, thing going on here. It's like, whoa, there's the steps and
I wouldn't get
shit,
too
and you gotta
steps because then maybe you think you can go up them, but
Yeah, I don't know about the steps. I'm a little on the fence about it, but you know, kind of Resident Evil, there's like the door, or not the door, but there's like a big window up there and shit, and you know, you enter and you're like, oh fuck, it's got. You could even pan up the first time you go in. Like, whoa, it looks cool. You know, some shit there. You get the idea, but it's got to be something striking.
I mean, if you're really nutty and have it like spawn like 3 floors.
What's that?
If you want the first screen to like spawn 3 floors high and then pan up, then the left and right floors won't be interconnected anymore. Or maybe between platforms.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm a little reluctant to put like an actual background staircase, because if you can see a staircase but you can't get up to the second floor, it's kind of like, well, that's dumb. The staircase is right there, yet Ricky just doesn't run up it. Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's why I think that they should be somewhere in the level, but yeah.
We're entering like this, and the entrance is in the middle of the area select.
Yes.
Then don't the left and right doors give you equal priority?
What do you mean by priority?
As in, both of them seem like stage 1.
They could, but perhaps only one of them is open. The others are locked. Or there's a barrier,
I mean,
or something.
That choice being there might be interesting.
Yeah, I think... I think the first... You should be able to go to... Either you enter one level through a cutscene, but then when you come out, you should have a choice of 2. And that... Because you have to teach them really early on that you can go through different doors, and you could come back out, but that doesn't mean you completed the level, so to speak. So you got to find something in one of them to progress in another one. You know what I mean? Like I probably wouldn't do it as a lock and key, but as a simple little thing, just go with it. So you got level 1, level 2, level 3. You go to level 1, that's your tutorial. You're forced to go in there because, I don't know, you saw the monster take Melody in there or something, so you both rush in there. But then after that, you're free to go to door 2 or 3. They're unlocked now. Or maybe they were always unlocked, it's just the cutscene forced you into one. But either way, the point is, now there's a locked door in room 3, and there's a key in room 2. You can both enter and exit those rooms as long as you beat the door monster, but you'll never progress until you find the key in one and use it in the lock in the other. You have to teach that very early on, because that kind of sets the tone for the rest of... or the expectation, rather, for what you're supposed to do for the rest of the game. The fact that there are interconnections between these rooms somehow, and then that allows you to do other stuff. And say you open the door, and now all of a sudden you can unlock room 4. It lets you go into room 4, and then you can exit room 4, even though you didn't enter room 4, and that's like another lesson that you've got to learn. That you can enter one room and you can exit another without having to, enter that same room to exit it. You know, that kind of stuff needs to be taught early on. So that's kind of where my mind is on that. You know, so you do get some freedom there, and you could, in here, you could even have. I'll draw in a different spot because this is kind of messy here. But say you have the big door here, and you've got room 1, room 2, room 3, and room 4, like we talked about. But then you have a horizontal door here, like Castlevania. And so you could have this being locked so that you can only access this portion right away. And then in here, on this, here's room 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then this is blocked off. And then you get a key somewhere in here that takes you to here, so you can enter here. And then you've got room 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. And maybe this one allows you to, I don't know, take the staircase here or whatever, and then you can go to floor 2. You know, some sort of progression like that. You can have horizontal barriers here. You know, it's just, you know the Castlevania door. You approach it, it opens up, and then it shuts back down on you. And then you can walk through, something like that. You just lock these. They could just be keys. you know, and stuff like that. Some of these might be locked. You might need a key to unlock them, or you unlock them by going in here, go to the level, and if you can exit here, then it unlocks it on the main thing. And then you can kind of progress that way. And up here, maybe you can just go to floor 2. So where's Eraser? Here's Eraser. Man, Eraser needs to be bigger. There we go. So say this is floor 2, right? Maybe you could technically you can just go to floor 2, but you're met with the same issue of here's the door that you need to unlock, and there's nothing here in the foyer. But these doors are locked here, and there's more levels here, right? Still with me? Uh-oh. Tim?
Yeah.
Tim? Okay. Where'd you go? Have you been listening?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? Don't tell me you fell asleep again. It's alright if you did.
Just fading.
Fair enough. But you see how I laid this out here, right?
Yeah.
So,
a jump or what?
yeah, you would jump up. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But you get the idea. Yeah, it could be a jump. It could not be. But you get the idea that, like, here are the A, B, C doors. These are the horizontal doors. They're locked. Those Castlevania doors that are sideways. You don't go into the background.
Fine as long as you as the orientation stays sideways.
Yeah, these will stay sideways. And so you need a key. You go through, you know, all these rooms down here, and eventually you find a key to go to A, and then you can go in there. But this is blocked off. And then here you get a key that goes to B, and you can go here, and then from B, you know, you can go up to D now, and then D, you can go to C. And that's a simple pattern. I don't know if I would do it exactly like that. You kind of get the idea. You could do it like go from here, then this one goes to C, and then this one can go back down to B, or it just goes to D, then finally you can go to B, you know, you can all sorts of things.
I kind of like the idea that those first 4 doors there have no implicit priority.
Right. Yeah, they could be anything. In fact, you could even have 6 like initial ones. You could have them up here too, because you could say enter this door and then find a path that goes to the level here, you know, and kind of just let them know that you can go higher. You could go from here to lower. You could go from here to here, and you could go from here to here. You know, it's a maze. You have to establish that early with the player so they know what to expect. You know, what kind of things can go on, or you could get really trippy. You could have one that goes to here, and you could exit here, but you can't go in any of the other doors yet. And you're trapped in there. You're like, whoa, what the hell? Why am I in here? And then you have to take that route back out. You could do all sorts of crazy stuff. It'll be a complex to design the map like this, but it will be very cool if it's done correctly.
If the areas here, if this hub area is small, and those doors are maybe 2 tiles apart, it seems to be given that whatever area you end up behind it.
I would say they'd be probably about 4 or 5 tiles apart, but still.
I'm saying is that every area behind it has the big on the inside.
It is,
going on because
right.
Otherwise, those doors will lead to the same place.
Exactly. And that's what you see here essentially. This door goes. This one goes here. This one goes here, and this one goes here, and they're somewhat proportional in their spacing, but yeah, it's a whole world behind the scenes. Shut up.
Look at what you're drawing there.
Here. So this line, this door goes to that door. You know, say this door goes to that door, and this door goes to that door. And yeah, it kind of balloons out from there. But they're all kind of pretty equidistant-ish on the map. I mean, this door could be over here, and this door could be right here, and this door could be up here, and in that case, that's fine, you know, then you have that. But they're all relatively, you know, left of each other to various degrees.
I'm reminded just now that the one hallway we made actually has a very hubby feel to it.
It does, yep. Yes, it does.
This might be a good indicator of what we're going for.
Like, if you want to be more specific with these levels, like, you could say it's divided up into 2x6, and we lost music because it's at the end of the playlist, so let me select something else.
Hey, at least you haven't been
ahead.
breaking.
I have good what?
You haven't been breaking up anymore.
Oh, the microphone? Oh, thank God. I haven't noticed, because I haven't changed anything, and no one said anything, but... There we go.
I didn't notice it.
Oh, let me turn the volume back down. There we go. But yeah, this is really kind of what the layout is. I should have probably did this from the beginning, but let me just delete these then, and we'll do this. So it's more like this. So there's like a 2x6 for every room, roughly. It doesn't have to be exactly that, but you get the idea where. I don't know, I'll make it orange, I guess. So this door could start here, this one could start here, you know, this one could start here, and from this point, you know, you enter here, here, and here, and it's not exactly as you see it in the hallway, but they're relatively left of each other by a certain degree. And yet this is just one area. This is just one room. You see all three doors on that single room. So in this room, maybe it's only a 2x2, but here it expands out. You know, or these could even be, you know, 3x3s if you want to do it that way. That's all right. There'll be some sort of scale, you know, here, but this is essentially how it would break out. One screen here is about. You know, 9
I just don't want to
here.
be too scale bound between the hub area and the rest.
What do you mean by that?
As in, you know, you think because of all the doors being relatively close to each other, and then expanding into stages that are size of multiple screens, it just means it could be anything, really, as long as the orientation is about the same.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of winged a little bit. As long as they're roughly left of each other, it's fine.
I don't care as like 20 screens to the left will put you back into the hub roll, 1 screen to the left. Yeah. Yeah.
So like this could be up here.
Weird.
It's fine. Yeah, exactly.
As long as left doesn't become right.
You're right. Exactly. So as long as the order of these doors is not changed, you could have one up here, one down here, one over here. It's fine. There's some leeway here to make something interesting, right? Oh, well, I guess there's no space to draw the extra space here, but. You get the idea.
Like, just because you go 20 screens to the left, and another one you go 5 screens to the right, doesn't mean you have to necessarily end up, you know, exactly where I think you are.
Yeah, and then like on the upper level, you know, you've got
like I would at least say, you know,
got another
if you do that,
here.
say you walk 20 screens to the left and then 5 screens to the right and another layer. At the very least, it should feel that you're still left of the center.
Yes.
Where you started.
Right. Right,
Anyway,
exactly.
yeah.
And then there'll be more stages. You know, there's 1, 2, 3 over here, and then on second floor, 1, 2, 3 here, and so on and so forth. You know, then you get that kind of layer to it.
The size of the hub, I don't think matters, but I think the size of the stages those should matter more.
Yes, for sure.
Like, those should be more 1-to-1, I guess.
What do you mean should be 1-to-1?
Well, I'm saying if it's 2 layers the same stage, and you go 1 deeper, that the amount of screens makes more sense.
Oh, yeah. Are you talking about down here? You're talking about this layer?
Door, yeah.
Yeah, the sublayer will be 1-to-1 with what's above it, actually.
Yeah.
Because you want to.
That makes more sense to me.
Yeah, so if you have like a sub layer of like 3 screens, well, I go in this door and I can go into this door, so it's a secret passage. I guess it doesn't make sense there, but yeah, let me just draw it real quick here. So we got like what, 1, 2 here, and we've got like the screen here, right? And then 3, 4, 5, 6, roughly, right? And so you've got a door here, but this one will actually go down, like, this is completely symmetrical. That'll go here, and then so if the door is here, then the door has to be down here. So you go from here to here, and then you can go that way. And that should be 1-to-1. Because these are gameplay layers, it's not really like a fast travel.
Yeah.
But the hub will be condensed, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I think the hub will feel like it is a hub based on the close proximity of all the doors.
Exactly. But the secret passage layer will be kind of 1-to-1, or just will be 1-to-1 with the gameplay layer, so that you have, number one, you have more to do with, like, you can put enemies there. It's like a second layer of having, it's like a second layer to the level design. So you can put enemies there, you can put platforms, you can put puzzles. It's just like normal space. There just won't be as much of it.
You kind of already have this vibe in the current hub stage that we have. Whether it's the Mario 2 style ones or the actual fancy one.
Mario 2 style what?
The Mario 2 style door room and the fancy door room.
Fancy door room.
Both have that effect. Yeah, go to Unity. Just see it right there.
Oh, you're talking about the actual build. Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought you meant like in the map design, but yeah.
I mean, we have a test room for it.
Yeah. So like you've got well, I guess I have to go this way. Super debug fly. Let's go.
But for example, going from this to the mausoleum, though, I don't really care too much about the scale.
And this is kind of like the hallway, right?
Yeah, this thing.
Yeah. And then you've got like this
it leads to large areas behind it.
Yeah. Right, yeah, you go here and you're like, oh, okay, now you're on the inside. And you're going places. But yeah, but when you come back...
The one door that shouldn't be there.
But yeah, then you can go, oh, I'm going here. And it's like, oh, this is a whole stage.
But you went from the fancy... You went to the fancy room of doors into the library area.
Right.
And it didn't feel weird that this thing is so much bigger.
Right, exactly. That's exactly the effect I'm going for. Let's see, then the middle one...
It has a lot to do with the
here.
amount of doors versus the sparsity of it. There's the moment in the underground area you added more doors, it starts feeling like a hub of some.
Yes. Yeah. In here, right, up here, it looks like a hub, because you've got all the doors here. Of course, they're just to test the keys, but yeah.
It gives that impression, you know? Like, again, even though you're standing in front of 4 doors, you expect them all to lead to different stages.
Right, exactly. And then here, it's just like, oh, here's the mausoleum, I can go in. Oh, it makes sense that this is a little room in here. And it's kind of its own little mini dungeon. Of course, it doesn't reflect the downward, you know, what do I want to say? The downward design that we were talking about. If this is actually the mausoleum, then I would take out this side door and I'd have you plummet down, which would bring you to here, which then you would have another room over here to do something in. You'd have the actual exit, and you're like, oh, I can't get there. And then you got to go even deeper to like get the key and, you know, shit like that. I would do something like that for an actual mausoleum thing. Make sure that like you're actually like going down. Like you got to go through the floor from this one, because the inside of the mausoleum, you know, it's there's not a lot of room. Even from the outside, it doesn't look like much. So this has to be one room that you can't go sideways. You have to go down.
If you want to emphasize that the downward direction, yeah, sure.
No, that's what I mean. If it was if I built this room, obviously I built this before the mausoleum, but if I built this room for the mausoleum, that's what I would do.
You can actually make it
have
real quick.
I won't do it in tile because
Yeah,
it'll take too long, but I can just sketch it real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. You drew it already.
But yeah, so here's your door. I know it, but I don't know if I drew it on stream.
Yeah.
Okay, well, whatever. I would actually have this be, you know what I would do? I'd have this be a little thin room here that you drop down even one more. So it'll be 3 rooms. And then...
don't forget to line them with spikes.
Yeah, right. Then you can have, like, here's the door to the other room. I'll put lines here so you know where they cut. And then this kind of goes to the exit, right? This is the exit door here. But then you have the option to continue to go lower. And then, I don't know, this is just a blank room with maybe an enemy, or maybe there's a little item up here, who knows. You know, then you could do that, and then, like, because it gets creepier the farther you go down, right? And then we can pretty much do that one room that I've already got there, where it's basically like this, so that you can get back up. And then you have the...
You know I'll eventually end up making a Cthulhu stage, right?
What's that?
You know I'll eventually make a Cthulhu stage. It gets creepier the further you go down.
I didn't hear what you said.
Well, I'm saying eventually you get some sort of Cthulhu stage.
Cthulhu stage? What do you mean Cthulhu stage?
Well, whatever monsters embedded into the building.
Oh, for like the ending part? Yeah. Potentially.
I'm saying if you go down and down and down and down and down.
Oh,
down,
yeah. So here's the key, right? And then you use the key on the door.
Just to gradually measure the place more and more and more, you know?
Yeah, you could do something like that eventually. So this would be like just a quick and dirty, you know, here maybe there's platforms here, I don't know, whatever, just to get you back up, right? So, I don't know, platform, there. So when you come in, you have to go down, and then you're like, oh, what's over here? Oh, cool. Oh, here's the door. Well, and then, you know, you can go down and get your key and come back up. Hey, G-Man, what's up?
Really... What I think is really effective, Mark, is if at some point you have a partial tileset change, like implicating a new area.
Yeah, you could do something like that.
I guess you saw this in Hollow Knight, right? Where you have like partial.
Yeah.
Possibility into green pot.
Yeah. And it kind of goes back to the normal blue for a little bit.
You see
there.
the tilesets merge for a second.
Mm-hmm. I think
the green and the blue ones merge for a moment.
I think this works better. Take out that one extra room there. Have it like this, because this is your drop down here. You drop down, you've got 2 things, you can drop down again.
How do you get back up?
You jump on the platforms. Just boop, boop, boop. I mean, it's not drawn to scale, but you know what I mean. Oh, actually, that's one thing from Hollow Knight that I thought was interesting. Once you get to the top of the screen, it like suctions you up, and it pops you out with a pre-programmed jump arc on the next part. So if you jump, you jump up here, and you hit this barrier, no matter what you were in your jump arc, you'll always jump like this high when you pop out, and then you can move left or right at that point. I thought that was kind of neat. Because our jumps are a little bit stubby, we might have to employ something like that. Now, Symphony of the Night actually transposes your character up like a block or 2 whenever you transition up and down, which is alright. I was thinking maybe to do that. That was my initial, example to follow. But Hollow Knight's is pretty good too. It's a little more obvious what's going on, but that's not always a bad thing, You know what you could also do here? You flip these. Right?
So are you now seeing what I was saying about the game?
What Oh, about Hollow Knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. I was saying that too on stream. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's really good, and Tim's like, oh, I told you so.
Yeah. But you haven't really gotten into it yet.
Oh, I know.
Once you go deeper, that's when it's really good.
It's already really good, so I'm gonna be very pleased with how that works. I think.
I don't use the phrase "best Metroidvania of the decade," basically.
Damn. Well, that's pretty high
ever.
praise. That's very high praise.
There's nothing better than it at the moment.
Which is really funny because another friend of mine was like, "Oh, I hated it," and I'm like, "Why?" And they couldn't really explain. I don't know if maybe they got lost and they were afraid to admit it. Or...
There have been players who have gotten lost and came back to the game like months later, and then they were hooked. Things like that. Yeah?
That's what I wonder. Maybe he got lost and he was just like really mad and just kind of didn't want to admit he got lost.
The thing is, Hollow Knight, you can't really get lost.
Why?
It has that Elden Ring kind of philosophy where it's like every single corner you go through will have something.
Okay. Just erase that for confusion's sake.
Even if you're stuck at something, you could literally just say, if you're stuck, you can just say, I'm just going to go to the completely opposite end of the map now and just do something else.
Yeah, I can see that because there were many things along the way that I was marking that I'm like, yeah, these are obviously ability gates. And then like once I got the dash, I was like, wow, there's like 3 places I can use this now, or even more than that. See,
I recently played through Area of Sorrow again, but I never cleared it the first time. And this is actually after Hollow Knight. That
really?
Noticed. Yeah, I never really got through the whole thing. I got stuck somewhere, lost somewhere. You know?
Did you get the advanced collection?
This was for that.
Oh, okay.
Sure, not.
I honestly, I wanted to know because I wanted to play it.
No, well, I'm saying I don't think I got a classic one.
Because they, yeah, I mean, I have the original cart and I have the Game Boy player, but in the advanced collection, they cleaned up the audio just like they did for Mega Man Zero in the Zero collection, and that to me is worth playing the new version. Because Game Boy Advance audio is really bad. Like, I don't know if you guys have heard it in a while. It's really bad. It's really scratchy. So if they clean that up, I'd love to play that version.
What I'm trying to get at is that if you play Area of Sorrow again, you notice how linear it really is.
Yeah, it is.
It's just go from one ability gate to the other. You're just remembering what parts of the map you've not opened. You've not been able to enter before. And as you keep track of that properly, it's actually a really straightforward path.
Yeah, a lot of the Castlevania games after Symphony really got kind of linear.
Yeah.
And I think part of that has to do with them not having 2 years to design it, you know, because Symphony of Night was like 2.5 years of development. And that was, I think, only because of a fluke. I think because, like, the director left, that was the only reason that they got granted that extra time. Something like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think I remember some event caused it to go longer than it normally would have. And of course it worked out great for the, gee man, why are you tagging yourself? Just seeing if it would work.
So, to explain Hollow Knight here,
but yeah, I think the other ones, just let me finish that, I think the other ones are more linear because I didn't have as much time to plan out the maze-like structure. But yeah, go ahead.
Explain what how Hollow Knight works. It's a little close to how Dark Souls is, in a way. Like a Metroid game mixed with Dark Souls.
Yes.
And that you don't necessarily have to go toward one area. It's like, you get to this point in the game, now 5 areas open up.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that part. I wonder how much of that we should do in Mansion, but yeah.
All of those have their own internal gating again. So it's like there's this massive structure of non-linearity in the whole game.
It hasn't become apparent. Yeah, it hasn't become apparent to me yet, but I think I'm right at the cusp of it because now I'm thinking like, oh, there's like 5 places I can use this air dash, but I don't know what the ramifications of it are yet because that's where I stopped.
There is, just to give an example, there's an optional boss fight you could do there soon, somewhere. I'm not saying where. That could make you enter a massive area.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you watch my playthrough so far? Did you skim through it? Okay, because I fought what felt like an optional boss. It was kind of like a mini boss because there was those 2 of those shielding guys that were throwing the rolly guys out, and so I got that, and I got a defensive item from it, which is really cool. I'm assuming that's not one you're talking about, though.
No, but there is a boss who's the best fights in the game actually. It's just super duper awesome to fight him. But
he's accessible really right where I am.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
You'll find him if you search. But and beating that boss is a super duper challenge with your low level nil. So the game actually prompts you more to go to the other location where you can maybe find your upgrades.
Right. It's not a hard barrier, but it's difficult to get through, but you can still do it. I like that kind of thing. Yeah.
But Sophie is like, no, don't do this. Get your upgrades first. I'm like, no, I'm powering through this.
Yeah, that's probably me.
I was in for like, oh my god, what the fuck was this beyond that point?
So it was
not prepared.
So it was even more difficult, like area after it. Yeah, that makes sense.
What comes after is an absolute hellscape. That kind of thing.
That's cool. I like that kind of thing. Actually, the place that I was going to go first was where you find that one dude that had like the memory issue, and he turned into the shopkeep up on the surface. There was a ledge over there that you couldn't get to. There was some kind of like tent over there or something. Yeah. That's what I wanted to go see.
That's actually a well-known massive speedrun skip. Get up.
Really?
Yeah, people use that a lot, but it gets you in a pretty high area.
How is that a skip? Or can you do it without the air dash?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think you need air dash for it, but I'm saying people that are really early in the game know enough to manipulate like their own soul or spirit to get up there. Shadow.
How's that? Never mind. That's fine. I don't want to get too spoiled on it, but yeah.
You can pogo on your own shadow, and that's kind of bullshit.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you lure it to a spot that you can get high enough to jump over it.
And then use the vengeful spirit to get like a push back into it or something.
I thought about that too. Yeah, I noticed that you could slightly pogo off enemies, and I'm thinking maybe you could use this to get somewhere.
Yeah, there's also one of those skips in Green Pot, where it's like, the first jump is like, you just poke off an enemy and then fire backwards and you can get up there.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense, though.
So you can skip like all the area, but like I said, those speedrun tricks, but you don't need to know them now.
No, that's alright.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, with that section in the area that comes after, the actual legit way to do that is to eventually get other upgrades like double jump first and whatnot.
Right.
And then go into another direction and then drop down into it and then find your way backwards.
Right.
But if you go backwards that way, you eventually discover the entrance you would otherwise have taken is completely sealed off. Why? Because the boss is guarding it. Like, stay out of this bullshit.
Oh, okay.
And stay in. So there's also a lot of story in how it's laid out. In a very Dark Souls-y way, where it's like the environment tells the world story.
Okay. It's already
that becomes more and more obvious.
I mean, like the character, the little guy you're playing as, I'm like, oh, he's a cute little guy. And then I like immediately get dropped into the game and I'm like, oh shit, it's one of these. This is really depressing shit. Fucking eldritch horrors on every wall, and I'm like, oh, it's one of these, damn. Like, that's good. I like that kind of thing. It is
a Dark Souls inspired game.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be more cutesy than it was. No, like I get dropped in immediately. I'm like, oh, never mind. This is it's one of those. Got it. All right.
Yeah, but that boss, for example, like I said, I'm like kind of guy who's like, I'm fighting it first. I want to see what's beyond it, you know?
Hmm.
A lot of people are like, no, this is too hard, I'm getting out of here.
Hmm.
And you could literally not come back to the boss for like 10 hours if you really want to.
Damn.
And this is kind of like what happened with, if you do the main route that most players will do, like the third or so boss in the game was for Sophie a massive roadblock.
Hmm.
And I told her, having been a bit further into the game, if I observed the layout properly, you could technically go there and there and there, take a massive elevator up, do some climbing here and there, and you would have completely bypassed that boss.
And she did.
She did. She ended up in another area, as I expected, and we didn't have to return for the next 10, 20 hours.
Yeah, then she comes in and just like curb stomps him then at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's the magic. There are many different paths to this game. And what mine did was the one I found the most intuitive.
Hmm.
And it might be the most intuitive of most new players. But if you look further than that, there are many other options.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
In this case, because I saw the map already, because I've seen it being a little further in,
Hmm.
I could guide her, like, go there, go there, go there, and now you've skipped it completely.
Yeah, I can
And you
see
might
that.
have heard about things like the dream nail in the control scheme.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an essential item, which you would get maybe, I don't know, a few bosses in, 5 bosses in, maybe more. Yeah? Some players are like, nah, I'm gonna get it before you beat one boss.
Really? Damn.
Because they know how. They know the map.
Hmm.
And you could. There's nothing stopping you. You don't have to do any special speedrunning tricks. You just have to know the path.
Gotcha. Well, that's cool. I mean, I feel like you have to have some map experience to pull something like that off successfully. Unless it was a fluke, but it doesn't sound like it would have been.
It's something you can do, always.
Hmm.
Or, you buy certain items, you spend enough money for it, to unlock
Yeah.
things. Like different gates or things you see in the dark, that kind of stuff,
Hmm.
That will get you around the map differently than other players would.
Hmm.
And this is kind of the reverse of what Metroid Dread does, where it's like always one direction.
God, I hated that. Like, I like Dread's gameplay and I like the flow and the pacing, but forcing me to go to the next area like that really pissed me off after a while.
I mean, there is seemingly a preferred direction, preferred path, because of what most players do take,
Yeah.
but it is not enforced in any way.
Hmm. I like that. I like being able to mix it up a little.
Yeah, kind of like what I said with Dark Souls. If you just walk the other way, nobody's stopping you except the difficulty spike.
Right. Well,
So you got these
for the most part, I think.
Because there's game players who are like, "Hey, Valley of Drakes in one run, right away."
Yeah, I mean, there's some like one-way doors and things you have to unlock and stuff, but yeah, for the most part, you
But
can
imagine-
kind of just run around.
Imagine how Dark Souls is if you have the master key. Everything's open.
Yeah. And it
That's
seems
how
like
it feels.
if you wanted to rough it out, you could immediately go to the catacombs, I think, and probably finish that.
Yeah.
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 Not advised, but you could.
You could.
I
There's eventually a big gate because of the final Lord stuff and stuff. And such,
yeah.
which is a pity, but otherwise you could walk right to Nito.
I feel like in some ways, because of the leveling and all that in Dark Souls, I haven't really noticed much of that in Hollow Knight yet. I feel like in Hollow Knight, you might not have the best weapon and the best like armor or whatever, but I still feel like the ability gap's probably not that huge in some ways.
But it isn't. It isn't. Actually, in some ways, if you don't level up your nail, other parts of you become more powerful.
Yeah, I feel like you've got enough ability in Hollow Knight that if you're good at, jumping and reacting and stuff, you're probably pretty well off. As opposed to like Dark Souls, where it's like, I don't know, you're slower, you have less dexterity, like you have less mobility and stuff. But in Hollow Knight, like you don't have like a limit on your jumps and stuff. You can jump and dodge all you want. You don't have like a bar that meters it. But it feels like it'd be easier to sequence break that Hollow Knight than it would to Dark
You can
Souls.
beat everything in the game with base abilities.
Yeah.
In fact, part of the Godham DLC is to bind yourself to back to base ability.
Hmm.
And then challenge the gauntlets.
Oh, that's fucked up, man. I'm not looking forward to that.
Well, it's optional. What that does is give you more of those blue masks to acquire.
Blue masks?
For the gauntlets. You've seen them, right?
No, I don't think so.
Your health bars are masks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, so the heart tanks. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and when you hit those blue cocoon things in the ceiling, you get like a temporary extra health.
Oh, yeah. I found one once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the
I
way they
noticed
set
that.
Godham up is that those can spawn within that area
Oh.
if you did enough of those bindings.
Hmm.
So if you did enough, they are rewarded to you in order to make the game easier.
That sounds really cool. Yeah, so you're sacrificing like mobility and other abilities for raw health. I like that. That's actually really cool.
That health back. For gaining that health permanently for the next gauntlets.
Okay.
But it's unhealable health, so you hit, you lose it.
Right. Yeah. That's really cool, actually. I like that.
So there is an incentive to nerf yourself and get better at these gauntlets.
Exactly.
So maybe for the final gauntlet, you eventually have much more health.
Right. It's kind of a balance. It's like, oh, do I really need air dash, or would it be better to have, 10 more health or something, or whatever the balance is? But yeah, I like that.
It's
That's
a real
cool.
challenge still. It takes a while because you need like multiple bindings done.
Is that the one that you
Get that
haven't finished yet?
Well, that's the last one.
Oh, so there's like multiple routes or whatever.
There's multiple gauntlets.
That's cool.
That are like each third of the game has gauntlet attached to it.
Oh.
And each third of the game has the so-called bindings, which say no health here or no magic and such things, or your nail gets back to level 1, and then fight it.
Okay.
And that will unlock basically achievement stamps on those gauntlets. And if you accumulate enough of those for all the gauntlets, you will get those blue masks to take into the next gauntlet.
I get you.
So you have to be good at one to get more health.
Okay.
For all of them. And I've not done all the gauntlets because they're absolutely insane.
Yeah, okay, that and
gauntlets?
as you said, the last one is a fucking nightmare.
I have done all the gauntlets except the last one, which I've done 99%. But I've not done all the bindings versions because they're nutty. Some boss fights with no magic or no nail upgrades are just nuts. Especially no health.
Gotcha.
But you know what players are. They're like, oh, we have a charm here, which gives me superpowers if I have 1 HP.
Yeah.
Or they're like, okay, no HP binding challenge, have fun.
Wait.
Blows everything up.
Chat just, the chat window just logged me out again. Just did this last time. Why does it do that?
But, just to be clear, God Home is a special beast. It's not part of the main campaign.
Yeah, it sounds like a fucking YouTube event is what it sounds like.
But it is part of the world. It has the true ending, in a way.
Yeah. It just feels like it's kind of a pain. Anime 2-factor.
It was added post game. It's the final third DLC that was added.
Okay.
Now, other DLC will be much more natural. You just find it enrolled right now as you're playing. You might even not notice it's DLC.
Okay, chat's back. If I missed anything, I apologize.
Yeah.
Restream chat was fine, but I'm sorry. Odyssey chat was fine. It's just the restream chat died. So Twitch and YouTube and all that shit.
So what I'm saying is, for most DLC, you won't even know it's there. Unless you've played the base game where it wasn't there, it will feel like a natural part of the world.
So you're saying I won't notice a difference because I didn't play the game without it first?
Yeah, it will just feel like a natural part of the game.
Honestly, Assassin's Creed 2 had that effect for me, where the DLC, I think, just got screwing around like the normal progression of the game. and I just
It
went
took
from
very long
one.
because of that.
It did a little bit, but it felt. I wasn't sure what was and what wasn't DLC when I played it.
Yeah.
Until I was told, which is good because then it kind of flows together, right?
Your biggest hint is more like if you know what the DLC names were and what their promotional images were.
Yeah.
Then you can probably figure it out. But in general, if you just play the world, play the game, you will just find things in places where previously there was nothing and you would never know.
Right. Yeah. I like that seamlessness to it.
Yeah. Godhelm is a bit different. That it's literally an alternate plane you need to go to, an alternate stage.
Oh, okay. I don't mind those so much if they're like clearly post endgame kind of things.
Yeah. But this one is definitely post endgame. It's really clear about it. Because the requirements to get in are strict enough.
Yeah, I think it's okay to not have a seamless one if it's clearly post endgame, and I do appreciate those too because it's like, oh, there's a little hint of what might be in the future or a sequel or whatever, and there's something tantalizing about that in and of itself. To the point that I actually quite enjoy those, but I also enjoy like the things that are seamless too.
So
Depends on what they're for.
I say true ending, but it's more like a secret ending. You know?
Yeah, so it's like Kingdom Hearts has that extra ending at the bit if you defeat, extra bosses or something.
Yeah, it's like that. Because the challenge behind it is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, that I don't know if I enjoy that part.
We're talking every boss in the game in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, even like reminds me of Hamster Drop where we're like, oh, let's just put one level that contains every level in the game, including bosses.
The thing is,
it takes a half hour to complete, and I still can't go in there and one shot it. I actually have to practice it to do it.
Yeah, it's very similar to that.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, that part of the game has 3 of the best fights in the whole game.
Are they exclusive to that mode?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
They're souped up versions of certain bosses, key bosses. That are a must fight.
Are they very clearly different from the start, or is it kind of like when they get half health, they just start doing different things?
From the start.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's what I would hope that it would have done.
Their names will be different, and you will identify the difference right away.
Oh, okay.
To the point where the difference is, oh fuck, I'm screwed now.
Gotcha. Well, I'm excited. Honestly, I'm kind of like, after I played it that day, the next day, I'm like, damn, I feel like just booting it up, but I know I gotta wait till Sunday. I almost kind of wish I didn't play it on stream so that I could play it, at my leisure, and I could play it more frequently. However, it's also one of the best games that I could stream just because, like, obviously the projects that we're involved in right now. So it's kind of...
like Sophie, this game is a masterclass for the game we're trying to make right now.
Perhaps.
There's something special about Hollow Knight.
I'm definitely taking notes in my head. There's a few things that I've noticed, kind of how it goes around, but I feel like I'm just scratching the surface at this point.
It's both very simple and clean, yet also very complex at the same time.
I'll tell you what, it's made me rethink how I might want to do combat in Mansion. I didn't really think about it too hard yet, but the fact that, and I said this while playing it, and I've talked about this with the fighting games too, the forced reapproach. So when you go up to an enemy and
talk about it.
Yeah, and you hit them, and you both get separated, and then you have to think about how do I reapproach to get my next hit in. That's like people just like that interaction. That's a good interaction to have, especially in fighting games. I don't want me to get knocked down and the guy to be on top of me the entire match. I want to, they do their special move and then we get separated and we have to both reapproach each other. And that's why I call it the reapproach principle or effect or whatever.
But also,
it's fun because you got to think about how do you get back to the enemy? There's interaction there instead of just in Castlevania. You get to the position that you're supposed to be, and you mash on the whip button until you're forced to move. You have to like walk back or jump over and then do it again. But while you're just whipping, you're not really doing much. You know,
in the higher level combat, you get very much into a sort of Mega Man Zero stuff flow, where it's like, you know what to do, you know what the boss patterns are, you do it, you know?
Yeah, there's also the pogo thing is cool. I don't think Mansion will have a pogo move, but yeah.
With stuff like the pogo, everything flows together into seamlessness. Every hit will give you soul, it use magic, you know? But also the knockback isn't simply re-engage, it's also retreat if you need to.
Yeah. I know the enemies are kind of equipped to also reapproach, or they're just going to get right up in your face really quick again anyway. So there's always something going on. There's always something you have to think about. There's very rarely ever a spot where you can just sit there and then hit the button a few times and then dodge. It's almost like never a dull moment in that way. And I really like that. I can see potential issues with maintaining that throughout the entire game, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not that far yet.
It works. I mean, people challenge Gotham all day long.
No, I know, but I haven't personally done it yet. So, like, I see, like, what they've done so far, and I'm like, it could be really easy to fall into a trap of this being as far as they take it, but I hope that they do more with it. So I guess I'll see how they thought through that problem.
There's a lot more upgrades to go. And not all are quite as straightforward as you think they are.
That's good.
Especially
I like
the Dream Needle.
Yeah, I like things that can give you like, oh, it's I don't know, maybe it's a double jump or whatever, but what you don't realize is that you can cancel an attack into a double jump or something like that, so it has multiple applications. That's a really weird example, but you know what I mean.
I think the Dream Nail is going to be one of the biggest boons to the combat.
Well, don't spoil it. Yeah, don't spoil it.
All I will say is, it's one of the most plot-pivotal items you can get. Those are very useful in combat. Don't neglect it.
Okay.
But other things you should never neglect, your charms. Your loadout makes a lot of difference.
It does, and I was thinking after I beat the mask boss, the one that's like you but with a different mask. After I was thinking that, I was like, I should have exchanged my money grabber for whatever the other one was. I forgot. I think it increases the amount of soul that you get back after hitting an enemy. That's another thing I want to talk about, but I'll talk about that after. I should have changed that out, and then I could have shot big shard shots at her more often. I don't know what the name is. They haven't revealed it yet. So, okay.
It was on screen.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh. Alright, whatever.
Should be most boss names are on screen like that.
Another important thing, the soul.
With the one in Green Path, right?
What's that? Yeah, I went to Green Path, yeah.
That boss.
Yeah. So she's got the javelin. Not the javelin, she's got the spear. Like the knights on the horseback would have that giant spear thing. Yeah, she had one of those.
I think it's a sewing needle or something like that, thread, I think.
Yeah, I guess it looked like that. Yeah, because she did the whole anime attack thing where she just fucking surrounded herself in string or whatever.
Yeah.
Did the whole bleach thing. Well, what I was gonna say is the soul, the way the soul recovers, I love it. You don't recover by defeating enemies, you recover simply by hitting enemies. And I've had this problem with Castlevania before too, where you go and you farm hearts to make sure you've got the maximum amount of MP or whatever the resource happens to be in that particular game. Some games have hearts and MP, sometimes the hearts are MP, sometimes they're only sub-weapons. The point is you're building up your resources to enter the boss, and then you go in there and you chuck 100 fucking crosses, and they've still got half a life left after. You know, you use all your spells, your MP is spent, and if you don't have items, you can't just refill it and spam again. But hitting the boss doesn't recover your MP. Maybe it recovers very slowly with time, but it's not enough to use in battle. Where here in Hollow Knight, you can unload your spells, which use up most of your MP right away, but you're going to get it back pretty quickly by just striking the character. Yeah, by just striking the opponent, and then you can start to use it again. I really love that because it brings your special abilities back into rotation during the boss battle. And there's a bit to think about there. You know, do I use it now? Do I just want to like unload on her and be completely defenseless? Yeah, do I heal?
If you're good, if you know where to heal and you get hit, you can basically heal everything off.
Right.
In mid-fight.
And then it's like
re-engage, get your souls back in fight.
Yeah, and it's like I'm almost dead, I'm almost dead, I'm almost dead. If I can hit her 3 more times and dodge everything coming in, I can heal. You know what I mean? And that's cool. I like that whole bit where MP just doesn't, you just don't walk into the room, drop your nuke, and then you're completely out of MP for the rest of the fight, because that sucks. You know, I like to have that kind of thing. I don't know if Mansion will be that way. The way that I was thinking about with the items and stuff probably will be a little antithetical to that, but
it works in Hollow Knight because it forces you to re-engage no matter what.
Yeah, you get definitely rewarded for going in there and hitting again. And then maybe you want to get a little risky. Maybe you want to get 2 hits in so you can get your MP back up faster. It's really nice. I really like that balance. And that coupled with the re-engage or the reapproach principle, it's just great. I just love it. It's got a great flow to it. And that really makes me rethink what I want to do in Mansion.
Yeah, because once you mentioned that on stream, like, oh, wait a minute. It started to click for me why the combat works so well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But everything is built around that.
Exactly. There's always something to do. You're not just there doing one action and repeating and waiting until you have to move. You always have to walk back in to get to them. For the most part. I mean, some enemies will come after you, you know, in like a straight line, but they're only the base enemies. But like the flying ones, they could come from any direction. And when you hit them, they're going to be knocked back in any of the directions they're coming from. Your reapproach is going to be different every time because you got to say, oh, he got knocked back to this position. How do I get in there?
Yeah.
And how do I get back to the position that he's at now? Do I jump up here or do I wait for him to come back or whatever? There's always some kind of different interaction taking place at that point that you just have to re-engage with it all the time. And I love that. It always gives you something to do in that case.
I think the combat works even at the higher levels. It's simple, but it works even at the higher levels.
That's what I want to see. I want to see what the higher levels are. I'm really curious as to how far they take it.
You're pretty close to a high level boss fight.
Really? Okay.
That's the one I talked to you about, the optional one.
Oh yeah. If I wanted to see that part of it. I noticed you could shoot back some items. That one boss.
Yeah.
It looked like the first time that I did it, it didn't affect them, but maybe I wasn't paying full attention.
It did do damage, but I think it's very minor.
Yeah. So, like I was like, I don't know if I should bother with it.
Equals 1 sword strike, probably.
But it's still pretty alright. And then I started doing it anyway, and I noticed he was flashing a little bit, so I'm like, I'll just keep doing it. Because as long as there's, you know, stuff here. It's cool that you have the option to just dodge if you need to. But if you're feeling brave enough or you're getting used to it enough, then you can do another strategy to get that kill faster. I really like that.
That's a lot of things in this game.
Yeah, I hope that keeps up.
Your special moves will also be able to strike opportunities that you don't normally get.
Okay.
By the way, this is not so much applicable for first-time players, but mostly the hardcore ones. People who play the game. But there is some sort of scaling involved with your weapon strength.
Scaling involved with weapon strength.
Where enemy HP increases when your weapon gets stronger.
Really? That's weird. Why would they do that?
So like your main weapon got like twice the strength now, but your HP might increase by 1.1.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So it's not that it matches or like gets bigger, it's just like a small increase, so you're just not going there and owning them like super hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's
okay.
mostly a matter of where magic gets a little bit diminished over time because of that. Whereas,
I can see that.
But this is more of a, like I said, this is more of a speedrunner thing, where it's like if you go in with no upgrades,
Oh
you have to fully rely on
yeah.
magic.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So for someone new, the nail upgrades outweigh the magic loss in strength by a ton. Where pro players like boom, 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 boss gone.
That's weird. There's something unsettling about that to me as a designer.
Yeah.
But I can see how it works. I can see kind of why they did it, but there is something unsettling about that to me.
But
It's
it's
like,
not something we'd ever noticed if you played the game normally. It's only people to replay it or like trying to test themselves at low limits.
I'm
So they
assuming,
have to start thinking differently. How do I gain souls? How do I get my mana back? You know?
yeah. Do
And how do I keep using magic?
you get bigger soul capacity? I assume over time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
you'll have more chance to spam spells anyway. So even though they're diminished, it's like, oh, well, I can shoot 5 of them now in a row instead of like 2.
Yeah.
So it kind of that balances itself out, I think, in that way, probably.
Yeah, so it's only for speedrunners. So I would say when you get the upgrade, just get the upgrade, you know?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't
You're more
intend
of
to
a
play
melee
it.
fighter anyway.
Yeah, I don't intend to play it goofy. I intend to go through as the base experience.
If you're a min-maxing speedrunner, then yeah, you know the exact tricks for to get certain items, to get more souls, and blah blah, blow everything up.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing because it completely changes your priorities on how you want to play. So as a new game plus option, that's actually like a really cool thing to do. Well, not new game plus, but you know what I mean? As a second playthrough, if you want to go and do the crazy shit and do the weird strategy, you have a potential to build a strategy that's unconventional. I like that.
Yeah, and that's how God Home is built as well. When I said there's bindings for no health or binding for no nail power.
Right, yeah,
It
and you
also resets
sacrifice
the
one
scaling.
thing to do the other. Oh yeah, good point too. Yeah.
So suddenly it's like you're fighting the final boss with your flimsy level 1 weapon, but you have all your magic.
Right. Oh.
And then there's the insane people who put all bindings on, which is no health, no magic, and no nail powers. Now you're level 1. Have fun. There's not cases like that.
Trying to refresh chat here.
But that's why I say the entire game is doable, even at low levels. People have done it. Like Dark Souls.
Yeah, with that kind of strange counterbalance to it, I can see how that has more potential to work as like a level 1 kind of thing. And I think, yeah, Dark Souls is kind of more like, at least for the weapons, as long as you can get a powerful weapon, you kind of almost have to perfect the boss anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You're not going to use armor because you want a maximum ability.
It's just how fast can you do DPS.
Yeah, exactly.
While dodging.
Right. And so you're going to have to play it perfect anyway. It's just how long do you have to play that perfect game before you're going to get tired? Yeah. So that's a different way to go about it. That's kind of the super hardcore, but still.
With how that scaling works, you can only do that if you're really good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because you can't be getting hit because healing means soul loss.
And you have to actually be engaging with the melee weapon, because you have to keep refilling your mana. Yeah, so yeah, you can't back down, and you got to be in there.
Fluff combat will still feel the same, but you need to know what you're doing.
Yeah, and you need to know what to hit and where, and you got to focus a bit more on getting your specials in, and yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it becomes a very technical game if you play at that level.
Yeah. All right, look, hold down.
Starters, it's like use your nail, go melee.
I need you to hold down the fort for a second. I have to go to the bathroom real quick.
Oh no!
Yeah,
you're getting silent. Just so you know.
No, don't you dare. Talk to chat, even if they don't talk back. Talk to them about Hollow Knight and how much you love it, alright? So hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, thank you for the follow, whoever you are. I can't really see. Nico D5? Thank you. Mark, leave me alone again. Yeah, Hollow Knight, so it's a great game. Played it, best video of it since forever. I don't think there's much that's better than that. He's getting that error. To explain, most Metroidvanias have been trying to copy Super Metroid, or Symphony, but none of those have really ever been, beaten ever since. Just copied to a lesser degree. I mean, sure, there's some great games out there, but Hollow Knight's like the first one where the format is basically shaken up. Less linear, much more freedom. Was it super high production value? Huge scope. And when I first played it, it was pretty daunting to hear, yes, this game takes you 50 hours to complete. Well, here I am, about 100 hours in, so... It will ask a lot, but you want to give it to the game. Provided it does drag you in. It will always be different. But it dragged me in. I enjoyed it. And some people are, of course, nuts enough to go for speedruns. And I think that's long enough, and Mark needs to go back. And especially now that the 3 different DLCs are added, it's basically a whole different game. It's those, at least 2 of them add so much extra. You could spend hours upon hours just all the extra content that they added that you might not even know is DLC. It really is a complete package, and Silksong should be coming out hopefully this year for an actual improvement upon the last game. Not sure how they're gonna do that, because it would be a massive achievement. The gameplay does look better, more fast-paced. And that too was actually supposed to be DLC for the base game, but it apparently grew out of scope. They were like, nah, let's just make it its own game. And they promised it for the Kickstarter, so they have to make it now. For the stretch goals. No release date announced yet. Yeah, they're probably going to make it as big as the first one. Being like a full-blown sequel. And Mark is still taking way too long. I hate it. Dead air in 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the music.
I hear silence.
Yeah, I gave you 3/4 of the way to talk.
Okay, fair enough. I did take a little bit of time to get back, so that's all right.
I was just reviewing the footage for Silk Song
Silk Song?
in the making.
Oh,
That's Silk Song.
oh, I didn't know there was a sequel. That's cool.
It's not out yet.
Yeah, no, I get you. I just didn't know they were even making it at all. I'm glad that they are, though.
The story is that this was supposed to be a DLC for Hollow Knight.
Oh, and then it just kind of ballooned into its own thing.
Yeah, and that's part of the Kickstarter goal. that they made.
Oh, okay. So they're just rolling it into the sequel. I'm okay with that.
And it would be it was
excuse
going
me.
to be a second campaign basically with a different character.
Oh.
That's what they promised.
So the sequel just has a
And
different character.
Yeah. We're not really sure if it's a prequel or sequel,
Oh, okay. That's fine.
but they basically took everything and made the first game great and improved it.
Well, that sounds good.
And I'm looking at the combat now, and they still have that pushback on the attacks.
Yeah, if they got rid of that, I'd be so mad because that's such a core, integral part to the combat that is crazy.
What they added is there's more mobility overall, and more ways to re-engage. Assuming some long range abilities too, if necessary. So it feels like a sped up version of Hollow Knight.
It's already pretty fast. I can't even imagine that.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I don't know. I'm thinking about it now. Like, how do I want to include some of those aspects into Mansion as far as the gameplay goes? And as we've been talking, like in my mind, I'm crafting what would it look like if I added this? What would it look like if I added that? And like playing the game in my head, if that makes sense. And
Well, I like the idea of the knockback on the enemies, at least when you hit them with a baseball bat or something. Yeah.
yeah, and that's what I was thinking because Ricky has like a baseball bat. It would knock him back potentially pretty far, right? But I guess the major question in my head, and I'm a little mixed on it, is would Ricky also get knocked back, or could you corner an enemy and just beat him to death without having to
I'd
move?
say do what Hollow Knight does, push both back.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know if that would feel right for Mansion. I mean, I also just don't want to just copy it too, right? But I do think the principle of reapproach is very integral to Hollow Knight's gameplay. And
It might even be the opposite, where only you get pushed back and not even the enemy.
that would be really weird. I'd rather push only the enemy back than just push the player back.
No, why I'm saying this, because that means you have no, you're not dominating the enemy. You have no priority over him.
It would be so weird though. You hit him and you get knocked back, but he stands still. I would rather either just the enemy gets knocked back or both of you get knocked back. I think it'd be really strange if only you got knocked back.
I'm saying it, if only the enemy got knocked back, you could approach the enemy more and more and more.
You could. You'd have to knock him back, and then you'd have to keep going toward them. But you're right; they could be cornered very easily. Where once they're in the corner, you could just beat them down, like a good old style.
Threat. But if you think of horror monsters, you hit them, they keep going.
Yeah, that's true, right? Well, that was the original thought, that you would hit them and they would flinch, but they wouldn't stop coming toward you.
Yeah,
but
they might stop for a second.
Yeah, but you also wouldn't be the one getting pushed back. You would both be kind of at a stalemate. So you'd have to keep your distance. It'd be like a fighting game. You'd have to space yourself out, get your hits in. More like Castlevania. Yeah.
I would just say it's something. But in a fighting game, you punch the enemy. They're not going to push you back that far.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it depends on the game,
there,
but
you get pushed back. You get pushed back from the hits.
Oh, in the corner, yeah, you get pushed back from the hits. I mean, you could do that too.
Enemies to feel powerful. If you want the enemies to feel powerful, whatever pushback they get will be less than yours.
Potentially. Yeah, I mean, you could cut the difference where normally they get pushed back, but when they're in the corner, you get the pushback applied to you, just like a fighting game. You could do that.
Maybe too.
Yeah, that would solve them being cornered.
I mean, Like, for example, you fight a boss, you're never gonna get pushback on them. There won't be pushback. You will
Right.
get pushback
Yeah,
instead.
you're right. Some enemies can't move, so you have to have the pushback.
So, it will give them a feeling of strength, of power.
Yeah, you're right.
They have control over you.
It may not be that they don't get pushback at all, but it may be like 1/3 of the pushback that you would get. That's a good
So
idea.
if you want enemies to feel powerful, you want them to advance towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas your attack will push you away for a bit of safety.
Yeah, and just to force you to have to like reapproach at that point, gonna get that
And you
re-engagement.
can think, okay, do I really want to fight that guy or just get out of here?
Yeah, I do like your thinking though. Because it's a horror game, you want to make sure that the enemies are a bit more imposing, and you have a little less
Like-
control.
You shoot a zombie in Resident Evil, what happens?
They just keep fucking coming, and they'll flinch for a second,
Yeah.
but yeah, for like a
Yeah.
couple frames. But yeah, they'll just keep coming.
So maybe that mentality is the way to go.
Yeah, I can see it now. I think if they get pushed back just a tiny bit, because you got to sell some sort of impact. Wait, what was that?
Yeah.
Did something fall?
Nothing,
It sounded like
We shot the
somebody
can.
threw. Oh, okay. It sounded like someone threw a dish on the ground.
no, it's a small can.
Okay, yeah, I can brain it now. The sound makes sense now. But I was like, whoa, what happened?
The mic
somebody-
goes except my voice.
Somebody just take a plate and chuck it at the wall. What's going on over there?
And have you ever been to a Greek restaurant?
No, why? Well, I've been to one, but I've not noticed anything strange about it. What, did they break the plates?
They'll play a sort of songs and then they go plate smashing.
Really? Oh, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Either until like last month or so.
You're probably sitting there
Or
like,
2 months ago.
is this normal? What the hell are they doing?
Well, it's a cultural thing, but it
Yeah.
happening in a Dutch restaurant is like, huh?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, is everything all
I
right?
mean, in the country on vacation, sure, maybe, but it happening in a small restaurant right next to your feet.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that would freak me out too. Like, excuse me, what the hell are you doing? Why are you throwing plates
Yeah,
at
know
me?
it, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, I can see it now. If the enemies get pushed back a little bit, maybe, and then you get pushed back a lot, I can see that. I don't know if they should be stationary though. I think that would be the thing that would bug me if they were completely stationary.
Yeah, no. There's a little bit, and then you
Yeah.
just keep where forward momentum is stronger than the pushback, you know? So if you
Yeah.
keep hitting, they'll still be going forward. That's the vibe you want to get.
Yeah. So they may at most maybe be staying in place by the time you get to them and come back, depending on their speed. If they're really fast, they could bridge the gap before you can.
Yeah.
You could, but I guess
Let's say it's
enemy
always
variety
mostly-
would make sense.
Like in Resident Evil, you shoot, it reels for a bit, and then keeps going. You shoot again, it's already advanced like a meter.
Right.
That's the
Yeah,
kind of vibe you want, I think.
I agree. I think you're right on the money for that. I think that's the right mindset.
And of course, you can say smaller enemies have more knockback, maybe like bigger ones. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Have like a weight system, so some of them just don't get knocked back because they're too big. Or like a boss, if like a giant boss that takes up half the room, there's no way in hell you're knocking that thing back, so you have
Yeah,
to get
but you
knocked
hit
back.
it, and Ricky just flies tall backwards. It's like, okay, this thing is powerful.
Yeah, right. Whereas like, a zombie, maybe he'll have half the knockback you do, or something like that. Yeah, it depends. It's hard to say whether it'll be a tile and a half or whatever until we prototype it to see what's right. But I think you have the right idea here to do something like that. But yeah, like maybe ghosts get knocked back really far, like a flying enemy, like it would get knocked back really far. And maybe you won't get knocked back as much because you're, heavier or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's
You
still.
can establish some ground rules like that.
Yeah, and it also makes it less predictable that you don't know what the knockback value is going to be necessarily when you first see that character. Or maybe, even like, and I don't know if I'd have this, but say you have like a ghostly suit of armor, or when they're shielding, you get knocked back really far and they don't get knocked back at all. but like when you hit them, you both get knocked back a little. You could do things like that, change it depending on what they're doing. That kind of stuff.
You might have noticed, for example, in Dark Souls, when you hit an enemy, some enemies are like, "What, you hit me?"
Yeah. Yes, some of them don't give a shit. Yeah, some don't give a shit.
And others are like, oof, fell to the ground completely.
Right. That's true too.
Like that, they establish like a scaling of what the enemies can do.
Yeah.
And certain guys are like, okay, this guy's wearing massive armor, massive weapon. Okay, I'm staying away.
Right.
Because you hit him, and he's just gonna plow right through you.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too. How much flinching will they do? Zombies could probably flinch enough where, you can get away from them even if they're like mid-attack. But something else may just flinch for a few frames and just plow right through your attack. Say like a big knight swinging a big old sword over his head. Maybe you can't stop that and get away from it, Maybe he recovers too quickly and he'll just slam it down on your head if you're too close. Try to mess with it. There's all sorts of things now, and yeah, you could just kind of use that to kind of balance the different enemies, and each one has their own thing. I think that would work out really nice and keep things a little fresh too.
It shouldn't be so comedic that everybody's flinging each other like the other party.
Yeah.
Enough where it feels like I hit him and he's not stopping.
Right. Yeah, obviously we'll have to test it to see like what we can get away with, but now that we've been exploring it, I can kind of see it in my head now. Like I'm playing it in my head and I'm like, yeah, no, I think that could work. As long as they both get knocked back to a degree based on like what makes sense for their character.
Yeah. But like I said, you think of the base level zombie, normal like Resident Evil. It will need to feel like it's moving forward with every hit. You hit it, it's still coming.
But he's not super powerful, so like he's more of a nuisance kind of thing. But if there's a lot of them, then you could get to the point where, hitting one might actually push you into the range of another one too. So you got to be careful with that.
Yeah, and they might eventually lead you into a corner or from behind.
Right, or they come in on both sides, and you're like, oh shit, this is actually dangerous now. Like I can't let them surround me. Yeah, you cannot be cornered.
Hitting one will push you back, and then you're close to the other one. Yeah.
Exactly. So you can get cornered more easily.
And then you can turn around, and then you push back will hit the other one that you just hit.
Yeah. Right. You're just hitting them back and forth. You might have to think, maybe set down a different weapon, because the sub weapons will be very useful in that scenario. And where if they're not a direct hitting weapon, they may not push you back. So say you throw a baseball. They might stun or knock back the zombie, but they will not cause you to get knocked back, so they're more valuable that way. Yeah.
I think that's a neat balance you can introduce there.
Yeah, any kind of weapon that strikes.
Something I've seen before.
Yeah, me neither.
Games. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you kind of get this in Resident Evil 2, where you have can you set bombs? No, I'm trying to remember now. But you throw grenades, right? Can you throw?
Not big of Resident Evil.
I thought Resident Evil had grenades, but
just to say, I don't know. I have never really played through them.
Oh, 4 does. I think 4 has them. So you have that kind of thing where you have that kind of dichotomy of having different weapons, and that's a real big one, and that stuns them, maybe lights them on fire, where your normal weapon just doesn't stop their advance all that well. So you could think of it that way, where you have the sub weapons, they just kind of have different effects for different situations. The skip it sub weapon could cause knockback for you because it's a melee kind of thing, which would actually be really funny. Because it's always active around you, you could kind of ping pong between enemies. If you're stuck between two zombies, you just bouncing back and forth. Yeah. Would be kind of cool.
You could do it. Whether you want to or not, it's certain games, of course, have combos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say your bat could have 2 swings. Works just an example. I don't know if that's 1 or 2, but say it has 2.
Mm-hmm.
That could mean that attacking forward, you might be able to get 2 swings in. Once you have to alternate back and forth, you cannot do that.
Yeah.
And that will affect how the knockback plays too, like if you're being cornered by multiple zombies.
Yeah, it's kind of like in fighting games that have higher knockback, like the classic Street Fighters and all that, where it's like, yeah, you can get like 1 or 2 hits and then you're kind of out of range at that point. But you can still think of the approach in that way.
Or it's possible that if you do repeated swings in the same direction, they start longer. But if you turn around, you can instantly cancel that.
Maybe. I was thinking that too, like if you Mega Man X4 and 5 I think have this, and maybe 6 does as well. But if you slash once and you press backwards, whatever your back direction is, he'll turn around with a slash, which I think was really cool.
You've seen this in Mega Man Zero.
Does Zero do that one?
If your slash is out and you turn around, you actually get a free slash.
Really? I don't remember. Yeah, I honestly don't remember.
If you hold your sword out, in the air, you turn around mid-air.
Oh, in mid-air, yeah. Yeah. In mid-air, you do get it, yeah. But I mean, on the ground, they actually did that in X4, 5, and 6. So slash once and then turn around and yeah.
You can play around with now because you have more interaction with the enemy.
Exactly, and it might make me rethink my items too. Yeah, it might make me rethink my items because you could really think about, oh, this item's good for crowd control because you're throwing it, so it's going to push the enemy backwards without you getting pushed backwards, therefore giving you a bit more room to maneuver. Maybe there's a guy behind you, you throw the bowling ball at him, say, and then you turn around and you can whack the other guy, and then you've created more space for yourself. That's a better crowd control kind of thing.
Hey, you know the flying chaser guy, Stalker?
Mm-hmm.
Like you hit that guy and he's like just flying across the screen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was one I was thinking, the flying enemies. When I was saying that if you hit a ghost, he would fly away. Yeah, you hit him and he would fly almost all the way off the screen and then come back for you. Yeah, I think that would be cool.
Yeah. So you're sitting there. I hit it. Okay, hold on. Oh,
you know, this would actually make the. Let me pull them up. Wrong one. Oh, I guess the game's still running. I'll just jump out of the mausoleum here.
The opposite counts too. A projectile of an enemy would always
push you back. This guy here becomes much more threatening if you can't just sit here and keep hitting the button. If you hit him and you get knocked back and hit him and knocked back and then knocked back, you've got to kind of like get a rhythm going on. Because he's not going to move. He's a fucking tombstone. He ain't moving. You're moving. You hit him and it bounces you back. Yeah, you know? So it's things like that I think would like really help. G-Man says I have to get going, have to head to work. Hey, you have a good one, man. It's Friday. You have a good day at work, if possible. I know it's hard, but just think about getting home and having a good one from there.
And making games. Oh, I know. It's you.
Yeah.
Good night. Or good day at work.
Yeah, I was to say not a good night. Well, I don't know. Well, I think they're from Australia, so it's probably daytime for them. But I don't. It's hard to tell because, especially in America, a lot of people work night shifts and stuff, but they got like 2 or 3 jobs, and it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So you gotta be a little careful. You know what's?
Have 3 jobs? Are they all part time?
Yeah, they would all be part-time. Sometimes you have a full-time and then you have a weekend job. So you have like a full-time and then a part-time job.
That I understand. That's schedulable at least.
Yeah. But it could be a real pain because a lot of time with part-time jobs, you know, you get different. They're like, oh, can you work Tuesday and Wednesday this week instead of Thursday and Monday? And, you know, then you have to coordinate that with all of your part-time jobs. It's a nightmare. It's a literal nightmare.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I do like this idea though.
Yeah, at first you're like, oh, that shouldn't be, but then you think about it harder way.
Yeah. Oh, you know what's also very interesting for me? The backgrounds here. Yeah. I have not noticed that we added parallax to this as I've been running around all day. I forgot that we did.
It's very faint.
It's very subtle, and I love it. And that's the kind of parallax I think that would do our game justice. It's technically not correct, but it's subtle enough that I think it fits the aesthetic. Well, even in this area here, you can see it.
By the way,
back there.
Since we recolor the vines to be red, it gets a funky result of the tombstones look like they're bleeding.
Yeah, I saw that. I honestly still like the green. I still like the green, to be honest. Even for the fence here. Yeah, even for the fence here, I'm not. I think the green was better. Because then it gets that purple and green, especially because you see them in the background too. Is that really nice? It's got that purple and green play off of each other. I really like that. You know, it's arguable with the fence here or whatever, but I think at least for the tombstones, I think the green works.
By the way, I imagine that if you hit that tombstone, he'll just go shaking.
Maybe. Maybe.
Like, boing.
Yeah, because there's no other indication of it being hit, right? Yeah, you might have to do that.
Like, he would violently react to it.
Yeah.
Shooting again.
Yeah,
when he recovers, he's like, bang, 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 bang.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I would, in this case, you know, if he was going to get moved back, I would move this tombstone so you wouldn't get caught here, but... yeah, that's a good idea. We'll have, when we get to the combat, after we move everything over and the platforming works...
Yeah. I feel like giving identity to enemies like that is important. Yeah,
you can really... I'm thinking of like what attributes, even common attributes, can enemies have that will make them more unique. And a lot of times it's, oh, well, they're a little faster, or they do more damage or whatever. But we're taking this to the next level of what it feels like to combat the enemy, what it feels like to even hit the enemy can be different for every enemy at that point. And you can kind of balance things around that. That to me, especially as a fighting game developer for the other project, that's like my brain's going, yeah, that's the kind of control that I want, because it's going to make things crazy. Because now I can really like do micro adjustments, and we can change the knockback values, and like that gets my brain happy thinking about that kind of thing. So I'm excited about that. I'm really excited about that.
So there might be some general guidelines, like faster, smaller things get more knockback, slower, heavier things less. You know? Yeah,
pretty much. And you don't have to linearly do it where it's like you could have a big enemy that knocks Ricky back way more in proportion than a smaller enemy would. Maybe ghost enemies don't even knock you back at all.
Just boss through you or something.
And then a boss would be a bit heavier, so they'd knock you back. But you can really change the pace of engagement depending on how much Ricky gets knocked back too. So you can mix and match. You could have a boss that goes nowhere and sends you, well, not across the whole screen, but you know what I mean, can send you far. Or you could have a boss that doesn't send you quite as far, but maybe staying close to him is more dangerous than pushing him away. So like there's a balance there, right? You can start to balance the game in both directions because you can manipulate both of them. And that's why like a lot of people were surprised to learn that the hit stop in Pocket Fighter EX, the fighting game that I work on, I can change it so that the hit stop that the attacker suffers is different than the one that the victim suffers. And people are like, why would you ever do that? That's weird. Because it can change the appearance of how the hit, connected. But it can also help you with very finely tuning how moves connect to each other. So for an example, if the hit stop ended for both the characters at the same time, you could not connect a Shoryuken into a Shinko Hadouken, even if you hit them off the ground. It just wouldn't connect. I added 1 or 2 frames of hit stop to only the opponent, and not to Ryu, and that means he could cancel earlier into Shinko Hadouken, but the opponent has not started to move yet for 1 or 2 frames, and it was just enough to make it connect. that kind of micro adjustment can do wonders for gameplay feel. And the player, if you do it right, the player will never feel it. They'll never know the difference.
Yeah.
They'll have no idea it was even in there. That's been in there for years, and no one's noticed it until I brought it up, and they're like, "What? Are you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, check it out. Yeah, they actually don't start moving for a couple frames after you hit them, and Ryu starts moving again." But the other trick of it too is that the animation is laid out in a way that's hard to notice. So when the Shoryuken hits, there's still like 2 or 3 frames in the animation after that they don't start rising off the ground yet. So when you normally look at it, as long as they hit on the first active frame of the hitbox being out, you may not even notice it, because there's still that couple frames that Ryu has to go through before he launches off the ground. You can kind of synchronize things like that. And it's really deceptive in a way. Like, you can make it appear as though the hit stop's the same, but it's not, because the difference in the animation timing and all that. You can get really down the rabbit hole with that, but there's so many ways to do those little tricks. And this
the way
reminds me of that process.
Mm-hmm. It's the way I imagine the combat would flow. It looks real nice in my head.
Yeah, right. That's why once you started talking about like the different knockback values, like they get knocked back a little bit, that's when it clicked with me. I'm like, they can't just not get knocked back, but if they get knocked back a little bit, and you get knocked back a lot, I can see that. Yeah, some indication that there's been damage done. Because otherwise,
I'm thinking just now.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, otherwise there would not appear to be any force behind the bat swing if they didn't move at all.
Specifically the bat swing, I think it should be some sort of cooldown on the move, but you can't spam it as fast as 0.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the enemy doesn't need any sort of mercy invincibility. It just needs to, your swing timing is just not that fast. Exactly.
So if you come in hot and you throw a baseball in their face and then you hit them with the bat, you can do a 2-hit combo that way. Like, they don't have invincibility period. They can just get hammered on. So you think like holy water. If you are Simon and you jump and you throw the holy water and you come down with the whip, all of that will hit, and the damage will just stack.
If there's any sort of mercy invisibility, only maybe to make sure that multi-ticking things don't like overkill 1 second.
Well, now this is making me think of, like, I was actually not really sure what to do with Deke.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw it pop up on the stream computer. I'm like, don't tell me we got disconnected. But no, it's fine.
I was going to point out, the baseball there could be like fast multi-throwing and switch throw, for 3 hits. Whereas the bowling ball could be like roll and just a massive knockback, knock.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's making me think, I was not sure what to do with Deke, but how about this? Deke's smart, right? He's more of a trap character. Well, guess what? What if you could lay down a trap that takes away their knockback, that puts them in place and sticks them there, and you can go over there and beat the shit out of them? It's a special weapon, so you have to use the ammo for it. But, Deke could do things that are a little, like, more tactical. Be like, oh, I want to lock that asshole down. I was going to use an even worse word, but...
the special weapons could be different with your characters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they should be. So Deke has like a trap or something. Not necessarily. I keep thinking in my head that he's got like a Ghostbusters ghost trap, but I mean that wouldn't be realistic. Or not that realism is a big thing here, but it's unrealistic to assume that Deke would have the technology and know enough about ghosts to be able to do that. But if you had some apparatus that gameplay-wise functionally did the same thing, like, I don't know, this is dumb, but let's just say he's got a bear trap, right? He sets the bear trap down and the zombie steps on it, and then he can go up there and beat the zombie. Now, Deke will get knocked back, yes, assuming he doesn't have just a projectile weapon. However, if the zombie can't move, Deke can reapproach over and over and over again very quickly to get more hits in. Something like that. So who knows what weapon it'll actually be.
Could also maybe have like if Deke is a short range weapon or something. Like, it could be like he has much less knockback overall.
Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah, where his weapons just are a little different. Now Melody, I was thinking about giving a slingshot to her. maybe she doesn't suffer.
Full long range.
Yeah, it's long range. It does very little to no knockback on the opponents, but she also gets no knockback. So she's about not getting cornered, not getting overwhelmed. Even though she has lower damage, she have to kind of prioritize opponents and targets very differently. You know what I mean?
Could be like the sub weapons for her melee.
Yeah. Where like, yeah, if she gets really cornered, maybe she's got a get the hell off me weapon. Like the skip it we were talking about would hit on both sides. Maybe she could pull that out to kind of push everybody away and then start sniping again. You know, all of a sudden now, all these different playstyles are starting to feel and look a lot better since we added the knockback into the design. I'll be honest, I was a little shaky about like the different characters and all that stuff, and I'm like, I got to think of something to like really mix this up. I think that's it.
Well,
I think the knockback's gonna be the key here. I think it'll actually make it worth playing as different characters. You'll have such a different feel.
Yeah, did Melody have a slingshot in the art somewhere?
I think so. Let me.
Is that very basic now? What?
I don't even know where they are now. We've been moving stuff around. I think she had it in her pocket, right? So let's see, mansion. Yeah. I don't know if I've moved the files yet.
Like it could be she's very high rapid, but low damage.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking of.
No knockback, the damage keeps going forward.
I do not see slingshot in her art.
I recall it though.
There was an item sheet that maybe has one on it. Oh wait. Environment? No. Go ahead.
One of them could be like that.
Oh, you're right. It could have been Deke too. Well, Deke's got he's got a remote control something or other here, walkie-talkie. He's got a compass on his backpack. In that one. Let's see. What else do we have here?
Yeah, baseball seems to be high knockback, but
I would think so. It would have more knockback.
Ricky, it at least can put the enemy in a standstill.
Yeah. Let's see. This Deke. No, this Deke just got the compass or whatever that is on the backpack. I like the fact that he has something that looks like a compass because he's the smart kid. So he's got the information thing. Yeah. I honestly don't know. I don't see the oh, that's funny, the unicorn on the backpack. I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't see any slingshot. It might have been on the item sheet, but I don't know if I have that in this folder. I'm not sure where to. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. No, still no slingshot here.
So why do I recall it? It's weird.
Well, I did put it on the HUD here.
Right?
Yeah, it's here on the HUD. On the test HUD. Got the baseball, bowling ball, slingshot. I just drew random things. Right here.
That's a slingshot?
Yeah, down here. It's hard to tell because it's a little dark. But yeah, that's a
sword.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, because well, it's really hard to see here.
Oh, dark. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
Because yeah, if I chose lighter colors, you could see the strap here and the little thing in the middle. I admit it's not very well drawn, but I just want to do something quick with it. But yeah, that's. I think Melody should have the slingshot. I've been thinking that for a long time. That she's the sharpshooter. Ricky's the heavy. Deke's the trap setter. And then Melody's the sharpshooter. Yeah.
Show the items again.
Oh, sure. That was like a shovel, fire poker, a bloody club. I don't know. We were just spitballing here. Here's the bowling ball. Like the mace. Because we were thinking about, oh, well, yeah, could Ricky get like a monster weapon that's like a baseball bat, but it does something else? That's what we're thinking, like, oh, maybe you could find a mace. Yeah, you could find a mace that's like a baseball. You could find a fire poker that's kind of like a baseball bat in size, you know, and stuff. But then, then Coy did the monsters.
Poker and the whip at least looks like. Give Deke the yo-yo.
Oh, give Deke the yo-yo? Yeah, you could. How would it work, do you think? What would it be like?
Mid-range weapon.
What else? What
So
else? Other than
Well, I mean,
range, like what would you do?
it will be attached to you. It will be attached to you. So you hit an enemy with it, and you're already at a bit of a range. You still get knockback, or Melody doesn't. But a longer range weapon it still gives you knockback.
Yeah, it's kind
You'll
of
be
weird
sitting at
because
longer range always.
a yo-yo is like a projectile on a string, though, right? It makes you think about it. I don't know, but then it would just be the baseball bat, but with longer range, essentially. But what could you do that's different about a yo-yo that you couldn't do with a baseball bat?
Directionality as well.
I thought about that. I don't know if we should let them attack above their head or not.
Well, I mean, diagonal probably upward would be fine with him. Like I said, the downside is he has a sort of long range weapon, then he still gets the knockback, but it lacks the power of the baseball bat. So he might be sitting at a bit more range, but enemies approach much faster.
It's like Star Tropics, right? Throws it like a ball and pulls it back.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do something like that, but I'm wondering, you can do tricks with yo-yos, right? So what if when at the moment of impact, if you hit the button again, Deke could, you know what walking the dog is, right? For yo-yos?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So what if if you hit, he throws it out like kind of walking the dog, and if it hits the opponent, if you hit it within like, I don't know, 10 frames or whatever, you hit it with a strict timing, the yo-yo won't go all the way back to Deke. It'll bounce and it'll hit it again, so you can hit 1, 2, 3, and then it comes back 1, 2, 3. But you have to have the timing. So if you hit it once, it'll just come back to Deke, and if you don't get the timing right, it makes him a little bit more tactical in that way. Now that would imply that maybe Deke does not get pushed back quite as far,
I'm saying
or at all, but
he would get pushed back, like the baseball bat. Ricky,
but the yo-yo
pushback from the hit,
Well, that's true. I get. Well, it might look weird if Deke gets pushed back just from throwing a yo-yo out, but it would kind of make sense that if Deke gets pushed back a little bit, and you did the timing trick, that the yo-yo would continue to move forward. So it gets pushed back, it moves forward, hits, get pushed back, moves forward, hits. At least range-wise, that makes sense.
It would balance out like this. Ricky gets a lot of pushback. Deke would get medium pushback.
The Melody would be none.
Melody, none at all. And that is reflected also in their strengths, their attack power.
Right.
And the rate of fire.
Right. I think a Melody should be able to charge her attack too. So like, you think of a slingshot, if you pull it quick and let it go, your shot probably doesn't have enough power, but if you pull it back farther, you've got more power, but of course it takes time to pull it back farther and to aim it and to get it right. Not your charge time. You hold the button down and you can pull it back farther.
By the time you're charging, enemies approach already.
Right, but you also knock them back a little bit farther. But, it's a strategic thing. It promotes the strategy of, can I get away with a charge shot in this part here?
Just avoid perma-charging, I think.
Avoid what?
Perma-charging.
Perma-charging, what's that?
Basically doing Mega Man.
Oh, no. But let me be more clear. So, with Melody, once you press the attack button, she would stop and pull it out. And then if you let go,
or at least
she would release early. Yeah. But if you held it longer, she would stay in that pose until you release it. So it allows you to kind of aim and time your shot. But you get a bonus damage for holding it longer. I don't know if I would want her to be able to aim or not. It's possible because she has limited firepower, that maybe she gets the ability to aim to kind of help keep things away from her from a standing position.
She could either be too weak or too OP.
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? So I feel like if while holding it, you can press up to aim up and, diagonals to aim up. Larry says, randomly woke up. Have either of you played Terraria? No. I think it's weird. Tim has, right? Yeah. I haven't personally, is what I meant when I said no. I think it's weird. I think it's like shoehorning the Minecraft formula into 2D doesn't really work, but I see why people might like it. More emphasis on combat. But yeah, so what's up with Terraria?
It does have a bit of knockback on the player for attacking, I think. Or he's gonna cancel it.
With the yo-yo, you can hold it out and do chip damage. Okay, yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking too, right? Yeah, so it's kind of the same thing. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just, honestly, visually, I'm not sure if I can justify Deke getting knocked back with a yo-yo. It's so weird because it's really a projectile on a string, so why would Deke get knocked back from the yo-yo hitting the opponent? Maybe it could be a special weapon.
If he doesn't, that means that everybody else is approaching him.
Right, yeah, that's the thing. The yo-yo should get knocked back. Yeah, the yo-yo should get knocked back, right? That's what I was saying. The yo-yo could get knocked back, and if you press the button at the right timing, it would kind of inch forward like up to like 3 hits. So just you throw it out, kind of like walking the dog, and it hits the enemy, and then you press the button, and then it'll jump forward again, and just boom, boom, boom. If you got the right timing.
That's what I'm saying. Is any long-range character might probably have more close range sub-weapons.
Yeah.
So the knockback rules still apply to them.
Yeah, that's why I think that Deke's weapon can't be the yo-yo, because that would mean Ricky's the only character who has a main weapon that pushes them back. You know what I mean? It would be like, oh, well, Melody and Deke have weaker weapons that don't inflict that much stun and that don't knock them back, and it's kind of like, I feel like Melody should be the one that's the odd one out. Whoever has a slingshot, rather. Whoever the sniper is, they're the ones that are going to have to be the odd person out. Deke's could have a risk reward. Yeah, so what do you think Deke's main weapon could be, Larry? What do you think he would use? Yeah, I think he's the smart kid, right? He's the inventor, he's the creator. We were saying earlier, I don't know when you popped in, but I was saying, because we're talking about this pushback dynamic, Deke is the smart one, right? He could lay traps, he could strategize and say, hey, I'm going to lay down this trap and it's going to hold that enemy in place, and that lets me go over there and beat the shit out of him. That he can't escape me now. He can't get knocked back. I can go in there and get a high damage combo.
Does Larry properly understand the knockback system we're talking about?
I don't know. Oh, hello. Yeah, Amber was walking by. Yeah, we were talking about how the kids might get knocked back more than the enemies do. So if you go up with Ricky and you hit a zombie, right? The zombie will get knocked back a little bit, and Ricky will get knocked back more. And that way you have to walk back towards each other to re-engage. It might be tricky to get that kind of balance, but the idea is that the kids are weaker than the monsters in some ways, so they're going to get pushed back more. The monsters won't look like they're getting, pushed back as much, and that way
he was bouncing.
Yeah, that way Ricky's not running up and like bashing a zombie and then having to run up and bash a zombie again, and only the zombie gets pushed back. I think that would make the zombie feel weak because the zombie's the only one getting pushed back. So have them both get pushed back, but the zombie doesn't get pushed back quite as much. They don't have to fly across the room, but just enough to kind of separate them so that you can't just sit there and mash the bat button and keep hitting them with a baseball bat.
The idea being that if you hit a Resident Evil zombie, he gets reeled back, but he keeps going. So ultimately, by the second shot, he's actually gaining a meter on you.
Yeah. Is there a main weapon and sub-weapon? Yeah, and that's what we were saying, like the sub-weapons can give you advantages that your main weapon can't. So say Ricky's got the bowling ball. When Ricky throws the bowling ball, Ricky doesn't get pushed back because it's a projectile. It doesn't make sense if the bowling ball hits that Ricky gets a recoil on it. So your special weapons can have better knockback advantages where they only knock back the enemies but not you. And so you could mix and match the weapons there, and then we're like
baseballs, you could maybe throw very fast and get a medium light knockback.
Right, and then you won't suffer the knockback because you threw a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, whereas the bowling ball, you won't suffer any knockback yourself, but the enemy might be rolling all across the screen because you threw a bowling ball at it.
Yeah, exactly. And so each
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so Larry says, so for Deke, the potential to get hurt by his own yo-yo could be there. That'd be interesting. You could lay a trap, but you could hurt yourself. That's
if you're saying that the yo-yo gets pushed back, you have to stop attacking before it hits you.
Maybe.
Back in the face.
In exchange, these free knockback. Well, here's the thing. I don't want two characters with free knockback because we were thinking Melody is going to have the slingshot. She's going to be the sniper. She won't have any knockback for her main weapon. So that's where we're kind of like, what could Deke do? Maybe the yo-yo is a special weapon, but what would Deke's main weapon be that would also have knockback?
The yo-yo is very advanced though, so it could be a main weapon. You can do a lot with it.
But then there's only one character that actually has a main weapon with knockback to their body. That to me is kind of strange.
I feel like the knockback is on a yo-yo, and if the yo-yo hits him, he gets knocked back anyway.
Or hurts him, he says.
Yeah, if you're hurt, you get knocked back anyway.
I feel like the yo-yo should be a secondary weapon, though, because of that. So it's like both.
The proposal here is that the weapon is your detriment.
No, I get that. I totally understand that part of it, and that's cool.
And that only works for main. That concept.
Yeah, because
how complex it is.
I agree, and then you could upgrade it too. Like you could say, "Oh, Deke learned a new trick after beating 100 zombies, whatever it is," and then now he can do more shit with it.
But it's very technical.
Yeah, my kind of problem with it all is not so much that. It's more or less like that means Ricky's the only one with a main weapon that he himself will get pushed away from the enemy. And we've established earlier that we were talking that that's kind of a fundamental characteristic of the combat now if we want to go that way. So Ricky, I would say that would be the default thing, that if you hit with the main weapon, you also get pushed away. But now if Deke and Melody don't have weapons that will change their position on contact, sure, Deke suffers a different thing, but both of their weapons don't, so now Ricky's the odd one out, you know what I mean? I feel like...
What if Deke's weapon doesn't actually inflict damage, but if you fire at too close range, it will cause knockback?
What do you mean?
Well, if say the head of the yo-yo comes back, and it hits Deke, well, you fired it at like point blank, you might get knockback. But if the string is fully out, you don't. Because the yo-yo has to hit you.
Maybe? I just feel like, could the yo-yo just be a secondary weapon then? If it's going to be that
very complex.
Different? Yeah.
We say the complexity, if we want to fully explore it, requires it to be a main. But I think the idea of it, if it's fired at close range, knockback. If fired at long range, fine. No.
I don't know.
Could be an idea. It puts him in the middle ground, where you have to think about your spacing.
Kind of, but I still think that Melody is the queen of spacing. Then, so it's kind of, I feel like
always long distance.
We could go in a different direction entirely. You know what I mean? I feel like there could be a third direction to go instead of like finding a middle ground between Ricky and Melody. I feel like we should be thinking about things that like go in a different direction entirely, but I don't know what that would be necessarily. But I also think that the normal interaction should be main weapons push you and your opponent away from each other, but Melody's just a weird one because she's got a different type of weapon. But I think she should be the only one that's immune to that. Yeah, well, I think she should...
Three, so there's always one oddball.
Yeah. That's why I think Melody should be the oddball there, where she kind of circumvents the typical interaction there. But that makes me think that Ricky and Deke should suffer that knockback to make her the atypical one in that. And it makes a sense, because if her weapon is a slingshot, you know, and she can aim and she's got to prioritize different targets, that makes sense about that. It depends on how much mobility the characters potentially have. Probably not too much, to be honest. So you could get potentially surrounded quickly if you're screwing around, or if you're not thinking clearly about your surroundings. You could potentially get surrounded to the point where there's 2 zombies on the left and right side of you. You hit one zombie with the baseball bat, you're going to start to get pushed toward the other zombie. You could potentially get in a situation where if you're close, 2 enemies are close enough, hitting one can actually cause you to get hit by being thrown into the other one. So that's definitely a possibility. And we were thinking that that's actually really cool, though. That kind of instills the horror element of you can't just go crazy with it. And part of like a zombie outbreak, right, is getting surrounded, getting overwhelmed. Now, D could have remote control weapons, but they'd have to be special weapons, I think.
And the water shooter's out because, the
what?
long range. The water shooter.
Oh yeah, well that would have to be a special weapon if it was.
Though.
I think, I don't know, like where would you find the holy water to refill it though? It's so funny to me.
Yeah.
I like the idea of exploring. Oh, the super soaker was iconic, right? But it's just like, what would you fill it with? You can't fill it with acid. You could fill it with holy water, but where are you going to find a supply of holy water? I don't know. I guess it doesn't have to completely make sense, but that one just feels a little far out there for me. It's just a little weird.
You wanted weapons that are toys.
Essentially, yeah. Or things that are toys, but could then later turn into something that a monster would have an equivalent of. So, like the eye club is a good weapon. Yeah, baseball bat's a toy, but then you get the bloody club, and that's like a baseball bat, but it's like a monster head or something. You know what I mean? And then like it's the same thing, but it's just monster related. Or like the eye, like it says can shoot the eye projectiles. That would be a great like addition to increasing Ricky's range. So maybe if you hit with the bat, the eye would also come out and you get double damage, or you get like 1.5 damage. But if they're like in front of you, you could like shoot them for like that, like 0.5 damage at range or whatever. But it only goes like, a couple things. Knockback only comes to swinging weapons.
Options.
He says.
You really only have 2 options. Yeah.
Essentially. Or like a poking or a stabbing weapon. You could also do that.
You have two options. Either a short range weapon. That's less knockback inducing than the bat. And doesn't give you as much knockback. Or it's a long range weapon, like a spear. Or a stick.
Yeah.
A poking weapon.
I feel like the trajectory of a baseball bat and the trajectory of a fire poker are going to be visually about the same in gameplay terms.
I'm thinking like a spear or a stab weapon.
Yeah, a spear and a sword. If you use a sword like a baseball bat, a spear and a sword have the same range or have the same trajectory. It's just the spear has a longer hitbox on it. They're the same thing. It's just one's longer, and I feel like that's not good enough. If that makes sense.
Yo-yos there as an option.
Yeah.
What other weapons exist?
I don't know. What other toys were there? To skip it, we want to make a special weapon. I think that makes sense because of how strong it is. It's going to hit on both sides, right?
But you have to require a big melee, so whip.
I guess the whip wouldn't have a knockback, but it would definitely fit that middle range, but less damage potentially.
It's still knockback, it's still attached to you.
You could make the whip knock you back. I don't know why he would have a whip though.
I mean, Indiana D.
I guess. But what's the toy equivalent though? Like a
that's what
using a jump rope as a whip, maybe? I don't know. What about something he could create? What about something you could make?
You make a lightsaber.
Yeah, a lightsaber. Oh, cat was under my foot. I was gonna say, yeah, like what would you do there? He wouldn't have any knockback. He'd just swing right through it. He'd melt it. Something that would need to be held and swung, or something that's potentially attached to him. Well, here's a couple of things. Not the objects themselves, but what kind of ranges you might be working with here. So I'm gonna have the character here, and they're standing, right? And they're here. So you have a couple different choices on range here. You have Ricky's hitbox is probably going to be like here-ish. Maybe that might even be too long, but you get the idea. He swings the bat, and it appears here. Now Melody can shoot, potentially in different directions, right? Maybe not diagonals, maybe diagonals. That's fine.
Let's give him a Wiimote.
Yeah, give him a Wiimote. Yeah, right. That's the most dangerous thing, swinging it around. So okay.
Range.
So
like a button is something long range.
Actually, let me draw hers in a different color. Well, let's just do it front facing too, right? So green, I guess, is fine. So yeah, maybe Melody can shoot like this. Okay, so what if you got left? Let's see, purple would be fine. If we thought about the yo-yo, it would potentially only hit down here, because you would throw it, it would come out, and then bounce and bounce and bounce. Which means Deke's hitbox would be really strangely low. What would he do for like an air attack too? But what if, we've got other ranges to consider here, not saying what the item should be, but what you could do. What if Deke's was more like this? Or if Deke's attack was maybe radial in some sense. You think of like Kirby in the yo-yo, right? Made like a curve like this. He could also shoot it upwards too.
We have any footage of Kirby with a yo-yo?
What's that?
We have any footage of Kirby Rex with a yo-yo?
In my brain, but not on YouTube. I don't know. You'd have to search it. And Kirby Superstar would be the one to look at. But basically, it was literally as you see, it go like that, and he'd shoot it like that, and it would go from low to high, and then here it'd be like he'd throw it like in an arc. Yeah. And he could also do it down, but in the air. He could do it down, but I don't know. Like, it would just be a really kind of a better Ricky thing in a way. It would potentially have as much range, if not more, but it would also like hit this entire area, which is potentially okay. But I feel like it's just Ricky's, but better. But if you had something like that was extremely close range, but it hit like this kind of range, you could do something like that. And again, not necessarily talking about what item it is, but just kind of like ranges that you could have here. You could have something a little lower or a little higher, where Ricky's is a little more straightforward. That's not to mention, potentially other angles of attack. Like, who knows if Ricky could Ricky actually swing above his head? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like most of the things you would do with a yo-yo completely sidestep our whole knockback system in a way. Even though Melody already does that.
Unless you decide it has knockback.
It could be kind of strange though. I think visually it would look really strange if you got knocked back for shooting a yo-yo out. You could definitely do it, but it would be weird.
Still can't think of anything.
But what could he invent? What do we got? We got remote control cars. What kind of remote control shit do we have? Let's probably be more like a sub weapon, but
Everything
still.
remote control has no knockback.
Yeah, that's true. Those would all be special weapons. He's got one of those extendo punching gloves. You've seen those, right? He's got the thing, and it's attached to a fucking thing that comes out.
I saw nunchuck as an option too, yeah, but
Nunchuck's a little serious. At least like when we grew up,
Yeah.
nunchuck was a high school thing. Like, oh wow, you know, like Dave's got nunchucks. That's cool, but they're kind of like
let's fight.
illegal too.
Let's fight.
So I don't know.
Let's fight with a slinky.
A slinky. That would be funny. Yeah. Oh, he just fucking, what's his name? Mike what? From Star Tropics? Mike. He just throws the yo-yo like a fucking, like he's pitching a ball. I mean, there's that, but I think that's Ricky's range, but better. It's the same thing, the same kind of trajectory. It kind of makes me think, like, if Ricky has high damage, but he has a narrow range, like, Deke could have medium damage, but a wider range. And then Melody has, you know, very specific angles of attack, but she can't move while doing so, and that they're very weak. But I'm still hung up on the thing of, like, if knockback is such a pivotal part of the combat design, 2 out of the 3 characters shouldn't just not have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, I'm not opposed to just giving Deke another melee weapon. He just doesn't do as much damage as Ricky, or, you know, has a different range.
Found the right melee weapon for it yet.
Yeah.
I mean,
What other toys?
Baseball is a sports team.
Yes, and he's a nerd, so he doesn't do sports.
Yeah, baseball's on the wayside. What nerd thing is like a melee weapon? Other than a thing that's actually a weapon. Like
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a real weapon, but it could. We could exaggerate its damage potential for sure. A baseball bat has real damage potential.
I'm saying there's nothing that fills the toy requirement. But
you could argue that a slingshot's not really a toy, but it kind of is in the way that it's used now. Yo-yos were a nerd thing. Oh yeah, for sure. Look, I'm not saying that we can't have yo-yos. I'm just thinking the yo-yo might be better suited as a special weapon. Because if a yo-yo is a projectile on a string, so like, why would Deke's body get pushed back if he threw a yo-yo? Like, if he takes a yo-yo and he throws it at your face, assuming that you're close enough that the string would reach, like, Deke's not going to feel any recoil off of that. But if Ricky hit you with a bat, he's going to feel the recoil off of that. That's what I mean. There's just no implicit recoil off of a yo-yo. I mean, that, again, video game logic, you can kind of put it in there. But I think if Deke threw a yo-yo out and his feet slide back, I think that'd look weird, potentially. Like, really weird. It's kind of like Ryu throwing out a Hadouken and Ryu gets knocked back. It's like, why?
It happens at short range. Yeah.
What's that?
It happens at short range.
It doesn't, no.
Because his arms.
Well, that's because his bounding box gets a little bigger, but he doesn't suffer any like knockback because if the yo-yo bounces off the enemy head, Deke does knockback. Yeah, no, I get that. It feels so muted compared to Ricky though.
Well, there was no weapon. But Larry's saying that every hit would bounce the yo-yo back to his face, or upon it being returned to him.
I feel like
drawing the yo-yo back might give him knockback all the time.
no, I get that. Like the yo-yo would knock back, and returning it would push you back. In my head, it doesn't look right. It looks stuttery. It looks inconsistent. I feel like if we're having this much trouble trying to think about it, Dio might just be too complicated in that regard. Like, if we have to get that nuanced with it,
it is the most thematic fitting though for him. So far.
Yeah. But that's why it could be a sub-weapon. It doesn't have to be the main weapon, though.
You're still constantly saying that questions. How does it react?
Oh, as a sub-weapon, we got way more leniency. It could be way plus on block, if you know what I mean. Like, it's supposed to give you that hyper advantage by using it because they're limited. So if it doesn't do any knockback or it does massive damage or whatever, like, I'm okay with that because it's not your main weapon. But I feel like Deke has to engage somehow in a way that has physical recoil into it. And then his special weapons can be like hella safe, you know what I mean? But I just don't know. I don't think just skip it's a good for a main weapon. I think that's definitely sub-weapon. Just because it like hits on both sides almost simultaneously. And it can do like a lot of like close range damage. Ricky's got like one of the biggest potentials here for like moveset. Like you could even say, oh, Ricky could throw a baseball weapon and like hit it, and if you time it right, you get like bonus damage. Like he's got so much like intuitive complexity that he could pull off. But I fear about giving Ricky too many projectiles will make him way too strong. He'll be too all-rounder. Where Deke, I feel like his abilities might be specific ranges, so. And I'm just spitballing here. We don't have to use these. But what if Deke has a remote control car? He's got like this whole range. Like it goes zoom, like it go all the way around like the ground and like hit something and blow up or something. I don't know. But then like
the knockback.
The knockback. But then he also has like a trap that he can set here. And then if an enemy walks into it, like they get stuck for a period of time. I don't know, bubblegum or a slime trap or something. I don't know, like Nickelodeon slime. They get stuck in it and they get sticky. But I can also see him having like, oh, I pulled not like a drone necessarily, but like you know those
Let's just give Ricky the power glove and make a punch.
Yeah, right. Wait. Power gloves are awesome. Wait, what could we do with that? Deke would be the one with the power glove, right?
Yeah. He'd be the melee fighter.
That would be hilarious. Well, what I was trying to say, you know the you put the helicopter on the thing and you rip the cord and it zooms up the helicopter propeller and it goes up. Like, then he could do that, like, right here, and then it would go straight up and maybe come back down a little bit. But that's what I mean, like, I think Deke should have very specific, just give Deke the power glove and end it. But I think he should have... He should have very specific, but strategic, kind of like attacks, you know what I mean? One that sits still, one that goes only up, one that goes along the ground specifically.
Imagine if he looks very derpy that puts on the glove and he's suddenly like throwing Hadokens if he wants to.
Dude, that would be so awesome! Put the glove on and throw Hadokens? That sounds like some crazy ass New Game Plus ability. just get overpowered crazy bullshit weapons. Deke's got the power glove. He's throwing the Hadokens. Dude, that's so sure crazy. Yeah, sure you can. Hadouken. Do the spin kicks. Dude, that'd be so crazy.
It would be funny because he's like the biggest geek there.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, and then there's martial arts.
Yeah. Well, let's think about this too. Proximity is also a thing. I kind of like feel like Deke should maybe be the zoner, but if you want to think of it in terms of fighting games. But there's also like in fighting games, some characters use themselves as a projectile. You know, so there's something to think about that. I don't know.
Wow, they're walking the dog with Kirby. That's silly.
I don't know. I just don't know, man.
I have this game.
Which one?
Superstar.
It might be on the Switch.
Oh no, I have Star Allies.
Oh no, Superstar is Super Nintendo. Way back.
The new
It's
one.
probably
Star
the.
Allies.
Yeah, I
The
don't
new
know
Star
about.
Allies has it.
Oh, maybe. I don't
Yeah,
know. I just know that Superstar is kind of like the best 2D one.
It looks good. I should play it actually.
Outside for stabbing or punching, he doesn't have options for knockback. Yeah, that's why I don't know. What could he swing around him?
Like stabbing is like you actually going to get something that's a real weapon very fast.
Yeah.
So I feel that the power glove idea would be actually the best one we have so far.
But what does it do? Like
Well,
throwing
he's a
Hadoukens
science
just
guy, so
doesn't make sense to me.
No, I'm saying he's a science guy, so he's like made it stronger through science.
Well, what would
Like
he
it's
have
actual
done?
functional power glove.
Okay, what would it do though?
Oh, just make him strong. Allow him to punch. But he's weak. He's weak.
So he would be even shorter range than Ricky?
Yeah. Like normally he's no fighter, but with the thing on, he's suddenly a pro martial artist.
I guess it's hard for me to imagine that Ricky's not the melee focus character.
He is. He has a much higher power. Just slower rate.
If I don't know, like Deke's out there punching him, and Ricky's like, "Oh, I need a baseball bat, ooh woo, to fight the zombies," and Deke's like, "Fuck that shit, I got a power glove," and like I don't know, just like it zaps him with batteries or something. I don't know, like what? Deke's going out there and fucking Hokuto no Ken on these monsters. It's really weird. It makes him. Even if he's not effectively the melee guy because of his range or whatever, it makes him thematically more of the melee guy. It puts him closer to Street Fighter than Ricky. That's weird, right? You know what I mean? It's a little strange.
It could be like a thing that shoots out lightning, and every time the lightning hits, he gets pushed back from the force.
I thought, like, yeah, if there's a ball of lightning in front of him, then it would make sense that it might push him back. If it's just a lightning bolt, that wouldn't make sense. But I don't know.
Like, I feel like you would tech it up and something and stuff like that.
The other thing is, what if Deke's someone with what if Deke's someone with slingshot, and Melody's got something different?
You still have to figure out the melody.
Right, but I think it would be easier to pick I think it would be easier to pick a weapon for Melody than it would be for Deke. I don't know. Is Deke the sharpshooter?
I don't think so.
Because he's the one.
He has glasses.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I don't know. Like, you guess glasses correct for it, but yeah, there is that kind of like implicit, like his vision's not as good, so he couldn't aim. Yeah, that's a good point.
Slingshots are more bratty.
True. I just feel like if Deke is careful with details, he would pinpoint the weakness of something and then be able to hit it with a pinpoint accuracy. But I really think you're right that even though it's not necessarily true in reality, there just is that sort of implicit, like, Deke has a vision problem, therefore him being a sharpshooter doesn't feel like it makes sense, even if it really could make sense in reality. You know what I mean? Like, there's the perception of something versus the reality, and the perception, I think you're right, that the glasses don't give the perception that he has good vision. So it would be just weird that he would be the sharpshooter.
I kind of like the idea that he gets like a power glove and he holds his hand out and it's kind of like sparks or something. Like his fingertips are sparking with electricity. Every time the enemy gets close, he gets pushed back.
Maybe.
A minute.
I don't dislike it. I just find it weird that his range would be the same or close to Ricky's. So I'm thinking of, like, what is the difference between
less.
You think less?
Yeah.
That might be hard. I mean, it might be harder than you think.
You might be able to design it in a way where he has like both long range and short range abilities.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe if he held the button down, he could shoot the electricity a little farther. Wait a minute, hold on. What if Deke's weapon just knocks you back all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when he shoots electricity, he just gets knocked back whether he hit something or not.
Yeah, could be.
You could potentially do that. Now, that does take away my control as a designer to change the knockback per enemy, though. It would standardize his knockback.
And if he walks into it, might even be more.
Potentially. Yeah, it might just have to...
force behind it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like part of the design we're going for is that whatever you're doing to attack, you're always going to be pushed toward a distance, like you are retreating.
Right.
And long range accomplishes that by default. The baseball bat does have impact. And then whatever we're saying with Deke could like do that all the time.
Yeah, whether you impact or not.
If you hit.
Or we could combine the idea, like where you was saying that the yo-yo would push you back if you're too close. Well, with the power glove, if you're too close, it pushes you back more than it would if you were just farther away.
Yeah.
You know, so there's sort of a scale there that if you're really close, you get it. Which, I don't know. I could also think of how it synergizes with the rest of his abilities. Like, if he's able to lock a character down, but getting close to them causes him to get back more, then that lockdown actually is worth less at that point. It actually de-incentivizes locking them down in a way. Because then the closer you get, because the idea would be, oh, I want to lock them down so I can get closer to them than I normally would be able to, and potentially re-walk back up and hit them a bunch of times. But if you do that, and the knockback is higher the closer you get, it kind of like balances that out, and it kind of makes it neutral in a way, you know what I mean?
Could be like a single zap that he push back. That's what your rabbit.
So I gotta think about it. The imagery of Zeke with a power glove is so funny though in my head that I feel like, oh my god, we have to do something with it. And we could turn it around. Maybe the power glove's a special weapon and the yo-yo's not, or the yo-yo's a special weapon and the power glove's not. There's a lot of possibilities at this point, but I have to think about it and see what I can come up with.
You know how in the power glove box art you just hold out your hand and you shoot like lasers?
Shooting lasers? I thought it was the power glove was all about lightning.
Lightning there, yeah, lightning. Yeah, it's lightning.
Yeah.
Look
Let's
at
see.
Yeah, it's like that.
Power glove.
The range could be like variable. Or what
commercial.
You can choose whatever range you want for that.
Yeah, here's a power glove commercial. Let's see. Let's see what he does.
Reinforce it. It is such a strong force behind it. You might get pushed back by a shot.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. It can do stuff like remotely, right? It's got to be some kind of projectile thing. Because the whole thing about it is that it's wireless. Yeah. I don't see the lightning. I thought there was lightning in the commercial.
Look at the box art.
Oh, let me see. Power glove box images. Oh, you're right. It is lasers. Holy shit. That's so weird.
Kind of wave, so it's kind of like lightning.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like laser lightning. It's kind of split the difference, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's this one. Yeah, they're like honestly
the hand and it goes spark.
Yeah, they're like Metroid. In Metroid, they look like the pulse beams. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, imagine where it hits could be like a blast, like Gary says, and that causes knockback.
Yeah.
To anything in the vicinity.
I do like the idea of a power glove with electricity, because he's the kind of dude that would hook it up to like fucking 10 D-cell batteries in his backpack and just like, and now it's a fucking taser. He's just like, you know, it would be so funny, man. It's just so funny. I'll have to think about it. 'Cause, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. and it's a very tech orientated thing for him. I'll have to think about it because there's a lot of considerations. You know, when you, especially like you can equate it to a fighting game, right? You have to build the tool set for the character, and all that stuff has to have some level of synergy in it. So now I have to think like, okay, if that is what he has, what are his sub weapons, and why do they work together well? What would you do there? What can and can't do? Can Deke hit diagonally? Can Deke hit upwards? If he can't, do he have sub weapons that can do that for him and stuff like that? You know. So I got to think about that.
I mean, the yo-yo could simply be an attack that doesn't have knockback.
Let's see.
Same range.
Yeah.
But look at Star Allies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, we are getting late here. Well, also, Larry said, unless the Power Glove has 2 hits, the initial spark and a knockback causing a second spark. I was thinking that too, to be honest. And that could be like an upgrade too. Like originally it just does one thing, but then maybe if you time it correctly, or if you hold and charge it, then you can do like a double spark. Yeah, this looks essentially like what Superstar did. That you see the range? Oh, look at that! I like that where it goes under him. In Superstar, if you did a down attack, what would happen is that Kirby turns into a top himself and spins. Kind of like a traditional, like, Japanese top. He himself would spin. But yeah, here, that little arc with the yo-yo, that was what we had in Superstar.
He also has like a down attack.
Yeah, that's what I said. In Superstar, he spins on the down attack. Or no, I'm sorry.
I'm saying,
when you run, he spins. But yeah, I saw the twirl and down attack there that he had.
There's a different one.
There's a different one. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god, this thing's 16 minutes long? Can you give me some...
7 minutes, at 7 minutes or so, you see the dog walking.
Oh, there you see the... he's got the upward arc. He had that in Superstar.
Those 7 minutes?
Okay. I'm only at 2. Am I missing more stuff here, or is it just...
I don't know.
You don't know. You're the one that watched it.
No, I'm skipping ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he seems...
dog walking.
Oh, what's that? Oh, no. Okay, he did it here at 4 minutes. I guess it's like a little dog walk. I guess you can change how far it goes out before he spins.
He has a spin at 10 minutes in?
Yeah, they're showing it like around 5 minutes that you can do like a mini dog walk and you can cancel it into a spin.
Yeah, at 7 minutes you see the full one.
Yeah, alright, I'm going little by little here. Oh, there! Yeah, you're right. Yep, at 7 minutes I saw him just walking it. Yeah.
And at 10 minutes, he does like a spin move.
See how it's hitting him over and over and over? That's what I was saying. Like, you could do something like that. But I would time it to like a button. What about charging? Would Deke be the person that if you held the button down that it would charge the Power Glove and give you a bigger spark? Like a Mega Man Buster kind of thing. You could move while charging, unlike Melody who can't move while charging. But it would also give you a bigger knockback. Because he's the nerd. It makes sense. He's got the tech. He's going to be more like Mega Man, because Mega Man's tech based. Yeah, I'm liking this Power Glove thing. And then the yo-yo could be... Oh, there's this top spin. Yeah. There's that in Superstar. That was the running attack. That's at 8 minutes.
One more attack where it turns into a rising at 10:30.
10:30. Oh, so he can fly with it. Okay. Wait, let me see that in full motion here. Yeah, when he runs in and spins, that's that one. But he can jump after it, or how does that work? He's not doing it now. Let me go back. Okay. Okay, I guess if he jumps as soon as he does it, then he gets...
I feel like Melody shouldn't have the charge attack because it's addicted.
Well, Melody not so much has a charge attack necessarily, but it allows her to aim. You know what I mean? It stops your positioning so that you can hold it and aim. But I think it should do a little bit of damage if you hold it. Because again, it's kind of the intuitive way you use a slingshot. If you pull it back and release it quick, it's usually an unstable shot with less power. But if you pull it back and aim it and like really reel back on the sling, you know, it implies more power. There's better aiming and potentially higher power on it. But, you know, that could also be an upgrade for her where Deke maybe gets to charge right away. You know what I mean? Or the damage of her charging the shot is not as pronounced as Deke's. And also Deke can move while charging too, so, you know, there's that. I think Ricky should eventually get a charge. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Superstar didn't have that one. I see that. That's cool. I think Ricky should eventually get a charge, just kind of winding the bat up and letting it go. But I think that'd be something that he doesn't start off with, that you have to gain that ability.
It would be funny if when you hold charge for DK, like it starts sparking everywhere and then he's a big blast.
Oh, maybe. You have to have some... Right, you're right. Wait, that's in Superstar? Being able to shoot straight up like that? I don't remember it. Well, shit. Okay. I know you can grab them and you can grab? Yeah, you can grab with the yo-yo and then you swing them around with it, almost like it's a whip, which is kind of cool. Oh yeah, I was gonna say Deke needs some sort of visual identification for charging, whether that's a spark.
Yeah, be sparking.
Yeah, whether it's sparking or I wouldn't do flickering or flashing potentially. It kind of depends. I don't know. We have to work the Power Glove into his color scheme too. God damn it.
I mean, Koi would go nuts if you tell him this idea.
That's true. That's up to Koi to come up with that. Obviously, we can't use the Power Glove, but, you know, it's got to be something similar. You know, it's like, oh, well, we can't use Skip It, but we can use something that looks like it.
Can you put up a picture of Deke?
Picture of what?
Hamster drop Deke.
Oh, Hamster Drop Deke. Yeah. Here. It's Deke in college. Or, well, I don't know. I don't know if he's that old, but he's going to a good school. Factor? What?
He just came a lot cooler and more confident.
Oh, you're saying that he looks cooler and more confident as a teenager. Yeah, that makes sense. He's going to a good high school. He knows what he's got going on.
Like I imagine when he puts the glove on, he's suddenly coming in cool.
Yeah, that's it. He puts the glove on and he's got the cool face. He's like, yeah, let's go. He feels so cool with the glove. I would too, man. If that were me, I'd feel so cool with the glove. If I turned that into a fucking taser, I'd feel so good about that.
Hey, if you survive the horror mansion, then...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's super confident. He's like, yeah, I beat all the zombies back, man. No one fucking with me. Don't fuck with me, I'll go get my Power Glove. You'll regret it.
You can be like, I know Kung Fu.
Yeah, it's something to think about. I'm not going to say anything, set in stone now, but I think we got a lot of things to think about now. I really think the Power Glove sounds fucking cool. Just imagine turning that thing into a taser. You could totally do it too. If you knew how to hook electronics up, dude, just have like a bunch of fucking batteries in your backpack and run a wire to it. I don't know. I mean, we don't have to get that crazy with it. It's a fantasy thing, but can you imagine though? Turning the Power Glove into a taser. Be hilarious. Wait, so what does he do? How does he recharge his batteries? I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. He just got enough batteries to go all night.
Never runs out of batteries. It's a Nintendo product. It's not a Sega product.
Oh, that's so juvenile. I love it. That's so console worry. Yeah, it's not a Sega product. It won't go dead in 10 minutes. It's a Nintendo product. It goes longer. That's so true. I'm sorry, Game Gear. You were cool, but you only lasted like what, an hour or something?
I own 2 Game Gears.
Yeah, dude. It took what?
Personally.
6 fucking AA batteries and it lasts like 10 minutes.
But it had color.
Yeah, it did. It did have color and a backlit screen. Very important.
Still go see shit in the sun though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I played one at the babysitter's. It was cool. Well, you know, you could only use it inside. And honestly, they just got the AC charger for it. They didn't even bother with the batteries.
Exactly.
There was no reason to. Which is cool. I didn't mind playing Game Boy like in the house. That's like fine, but you know, it's just funny that it kind of defeats the whole purpose of it being portable. Yeah, I think we got some good ideas though. Oh, go ahead.
I have a lot of fun memories of it. Put it that way.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, me and the Game Boy too. Like, people forget how like shitty the Game Boy screen is. Like how the Game Boy Color didn't have a backlight and stuff, and it was a pain in the ass. But we just did whatever we had to in order to play it. You know, play it under the lamp, play it. There was this one chair in the living room that got a lot of sun all day. That's where I would sit and I'd play the Game Boy Color on that. You know. Or at night you'd get the worm light. Did you ever get one of those? Oh, they were good for what they were, but like going back to it's terrible because it glares off the screen. So you got this one part of the screen that's like shining the light back at you because there's no like filter on the light. It's just a light bulb shining. You know, you think like you take a light bulb and put it in a lamp without a shade on. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of intense to look at. It was kind of like that, but you plugged it into your link port. But man, that was the only way you could play at night. But that was super cool. I had one. I loved that thing. Yeah, playing the Game Boy by passing street lights. Yeah, in the car at night, I used to do that shit too, dude. That was hard mode premium. Could you imagine? That was ultra hard mode. That was crazy. I used to do it too. You could barely see the fucking thing, but that's how desperate we were. Until the worm light came out, then I was good. I could play it in the car all day and all night. It was great. The worm light was revolutionary. Holy shit, that thing was great.
I remember playing one of the Game Boy Mega Mans on my cousin's Game Boy.
Mm.
I think it was back then when I only played like Mega Man 2 here. It is.
Oh, Mega Man 2 on Game Boy was the worst one. Jesus.
I'm not sure which one it was on the Game Boy. I still don't know, even though I played them all. But I recall, basically, I couldn't see jack shit on the screen.
Yeah.
And at some point, I was just walking, and I suddenly died. Game over. I don't know, it killed me, or it was sort of pit out of nowhere. Yeah, because the refresh rate was really bad. Yeah, because it wasn't so much that you couldn't even see it, but it was like so blurry. Because the pixel response time was terrible. It was just like if you're here's the thing, like when you watch footage of Mario Land, let me pull it up. And I'll tell you the crucial difference here when we can see it. If you play it now, you don't understand what that game actually looked like. Mario Land playthrough. Okay. Here. So, watch. Especially when he gets the power ball, right? So when is he getting the power ball? Does he have it? No. Yeah, there. Okay. See him shoot the power ball out? When he shot the power ball out, like here, I'm gonna take a screenshot. This is not what you saw. What you saw was basically this. You saw the trail
of it like that. The pixel response time on the Game Boy was so bad, you could see the line that it traced as it bounced off the ground and bounced around. It was crazy. It was, yeah, right? It's so blurry. You could see the line go after it, which made it look really cool. But it's just something, yeah, it's just something that you can't experience without the original hardware now. And even the Game Boy Color, the pixel response time was improved so much that honestly it'd be like playing it like you would here, like on a Switch emulator, the DS emulator, wherever you play it. It would look clean like this on the Game Boy Color. But yeah, it was just completely different. It has
I
that
definitely
filter.
remember that there's a line.
Yeah. And then you play it now and you're like, oh, it didn't have that at all. It just looked like it because of the screen. Let me see if I can, let's see. Game Boy filter. I wonder if they've got like footage of it.
And what does I build it knowing that though?
Oh, here we go.
Like, did they know it looked like that on testing?
Oh, of course they would. Yeah, I
So
think.
that was the intended results?
Yeah.
Is the intended look?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, the response time is better here than it was on an actual Game Boy, but you can kind of see it a little bit, or there's a little bit of a trail on it. They really need to crank it up, though. They need to crank the shit factor up to actually like see what it looked like. So let's see. Does he got there? Nah, it's not the same. It's not the same. You saw more of a trail than that. But yeah, no, because they designed for that hardware. Yeah, they designed for that hardware. They knew what it would look like. You know, they weren't.
So it's
they weren't
supposed to be a line.
Yeah. Yeah, it was supposed to be a line. And actually, there's a great example of this where devs were using the laggy screen updates for an advantage. Let me try to find it. I don't remember the name of it, but let's see. Game Boy Screen Hacks. Let's see. What the hell was that name of that game? They updated the screen to create like extra shades of like gray on it. Screen tricks maybe? Oh man, I don't know. But if you play the game on like a clear screen, it's like or on like a Super Game Boy, it freaks you out because it doesn't look right. When the Analog Pocket came out, that was one of the things. They actually added a mode, I think, to make sure the screen blurred the right way for that one game, because it just doesn't do it. Oh yeah, Super Mario Land on the original Game Boy. Oh god, yeah. He's actually like got the camera on the Game Boy. All right, let me bring it over. I forget what the name of that game was though. Fading away for now. Well, you have a good one, Larry. I'm sorry we kept you up. It was good though. The input was great. Yeah, look at it. Look how bad it is. Yeah, this is it. This is what we used to see. Yeah, so when that Powerball comes out, watch that fucking thing just draw a line on the screen. Look at it. And this is also why... Oh yeah, this is also why a lot of the Game Boy games had white backgrounds. They had to use the high contrast between the white and the black so you could even see what the hell was going on.
Yeah, you can imagine Mega Man being very complex.
Yeah. And that's also why Mega Man's bullets don't go as fast, I think, on Game Boy. I always thought it was weird. But, like, even playing on the screen, I always thought it was weird. Oh, there it is. Look at it. The fucking thing just shooting out. Look at that fucking line. Look at it. It's like a fifth of the screen. It's so funny. Yeah, that's what we had to put up with. I even with the blurry screen, I always thought the Mega Man was a little weird that he shot so slow. But I think if they made him shoot normal speed, you just wouldn't see it. Because again, Mega Man's projectiles are not black. If they wanted to keep the original graphics, they had to slow it down or you wouldn't be able to see it. I think that's why Mario's Powerball is black, because that way you can see it travel across the screen. It's not getting lost in the white. But Mega Man doesn't do that. you have to Mega Man's projectile is just white. Like that's just the way it is. Unless they wanted to change that, I think they made it slow down because of that. Now that's why the Game Boy games play slower.
This game had amazing graphics. All those dash after images and projectile after images. Ahead of its time.
What? Mario Land?
Yes.
Oh, here, look, and here's the comparison. Now he's playing it on 3DS. Oh yeah, okay, that must be where that footage came from. See?
Yeah,
It's so much
what
different.
I'm saying, it's like on actual hardware, it has dash after images, it has projectile after images.
You got the advanced graphics pack.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, you could play it on Super Game Boy too after a while, and that's where you first got the glimpse of like, oh my god, look at what these games look like on a TV. Like it's totally different.
There's no after image anymore. Let's go.
Yeah, right. It's funny. Yeah, there's the Powerball. It definitely doesn't look the same. Now, obviously, I'll take the clean image every day, of the week for this. I'd rather play it on Super Game Boy or something. But it is interesting how it does change your perception of it, for sure. Had they had the ability to detect what screen you were on, do you think they would have? I think they would have. Do you think they would have done something like, we'll add a sprite trail to the Powerball when you're playing on the clear screen, and when you're not, you don't need it.
Maybe. If they can handle it. It's
possible. Like if they had the opportunity to do it, I wonder if they do that. Because it just really seems like it was so intentional.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, let's see. Mega Man played on Game Boy. I don't know if we can get a similar visual. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is the same one we saw before, but it's not as bad as the real screen. But yeah, but you kind of get the idea here. You see how it's kind of blurry? It's not quite as bad as a real screen, I think, but look how blurry it is. Let's get to a part where he's shooting people. Yeah, here. You see how the bullets, they actually made them a little darker, and then they travel slower. And I think that's so you can see them, because otherwise they'd blur too much. Because remember, the real screen's a little bit worse than this. So, yeah, if those bullets were faster, it'd be very hard to see them. Especially because you're not guaranteed to have good lighting conditions. So, seeing it here is like in full lighting conditions, but you didn't always have that. In fact, most of the time you didn't. So you had to make sure that visibility was high.
Here's a video of Mega Man 2 on actual hardware.
Oh, no. What? Fuck you. Fuck you. It's not April Fool's. What are you doing? Mega Man 2 my ass. Yeah, we ain't looking at that one. He's trolling me, sending me a game I don't like. Yeah, I think this is a decent representation though. It's a little bit worse than this, but this is a pretty good
Super Game Boy video.
Let's see what you got. I'm waiting. Oh, okay. Yeah, on Super Game Boy it was very clear. Because obviously it went through your TV. You didn't have to worry about what?
I ran into your stream in the search.
You what?
I found your stream on the search.
You found my stream on the search? That's funny. Playing Mega Man or what?
Oh, it's below the search. Recommended for me. I'm like, why? I'm watching it.
Oh, you mean the actual stream itself that we're currently in? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's probably because you're subscribed to it, so it's like, hey, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but you see how much more clear this is. Obviously, it's off-screen footage, so it's a little wonky. But it's probably only like 720 or 480. But you can still see how much clearer this is and how much more responsive it is. So it's man, this is some shaky cam ass footage right here. This isn't the one oh, there you go. He zooms in. Yeah,
this plays with actual hardware.
I do. I love actual hardware.
I mean, I can't find it.
Oh yeah, I don't have Mega Man 3, I think. I have 1 and do I either have 1, 4, and 5 or 1, 3, and 5. I don't think I have 2. But 1 and 5 are the good ones. Here, how about this game? This game's pretty cool. Look at this game. Playing on original hardware. It's pretty cool. I like this game. Right? Good game. Wonder who made this game. Yeah, I have to think about the weapons though. I do like the Power Glove idea. It's just so fitting for D because he's gonna have and make he's going to have made gadgets for sure.
By original hardware, do you mean Android?
PC Master Race.
Okay.
Original PC hardware, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean, though. It's funny. I think there's still an effect. The gap is closing. There's still an effect that original hardware just can't be replicated without like the proper old school display and stuff. It's getting there though. With the retro tank, the 5X, like I could play on that with the scan lines and be pretty content with that. I kind of sometimes feel I don't have to go through the effort of turning the CRT on and playing. However, my 1080 display definitely does not have the color depth that a CRT does. You probably would need some kind of HDR 4K thing to set that up. Now, the RetroTank guy is experimenting with 4K right now, but he says it's going to be significantly more expensive, and he's not sure about HDR. But if they can get the retro games through HDR, and with the scanline generation at 4K, you might have a hard time telling the difference or caring about the difference at that point. And at that point, I could say, yeah, maybe the CRTs aren't necessary anymore. But until that point, I think they're still necessary. We're at the point where you might not care so much anymore. Like it could be close enough for you, and for me, it's almost. But if they can pull HDR 4K, if you could get a 4K TV that has low lag enough and HDR, and it can do like the scanline filters in 4K, I don't think you need a CRT anymore. I think 90% of people might be happy with that, and I'm okay with that. I think it's still cool to pull out the tube TV just for nostalgia, but if you don't have the nostalgia for that and you just want the look at the originals, I think it's cool. I think that'd be alright.
Gotta wrap up, by the way. Yeah.
What's that?
Gotta wrap up.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I'm just old man rambling about CRTs again.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we had the original hardware. I still have the original hardware, bitch. Okay, but yeah. We got.
Somewhere.
Yeah, really. We got really sidetracked. I didn't really get to show much of what we did for the platforming stuff, but it was on the whole time. That's hilarious. Oh, he got stuck on a point. Oh, because I turned his walkable angle down. Yeah, if I turn it uphill.
Next time you leave him running all across the thing forever.
Yeah, right.
See if he still works by the end of it.
There you go. If it's greater than 360, he can go over everything. Actually, I think if it's greater than 180, he should be able to traverse, I think. But anyway, that's not the point. There were still some things I wanted to clean up here, so I can't give a full demonstration. I was planning on working on it, but we got sidetracked, and that's fine. We did really good design discussion, at least. Especially about the weapons, I think is a really good thing that we have a kind of a better... And the combat and the pushback and all that. I think that was much more productive than just coding, because that really revolutionized how we're thinking about things now.
Yeah,
in terms of combat. Tomorrow. Yeah, back to coding tomorrow. I'm gonna have to rest tomorrow. I've been burning it a little too hot lately, but that's all right.
Rest while coding.
Yeah, rest while coding. I wish. But yeah, maybe we'll touch base on this more next week. If throughout the week I can get like more of a platformy functionality out of it and fix some of the bugs, that would be really cool. And then until that point, you know, we'll just chill with and do more design and pixel and stuff. Yeah, anyway, so any closing thoughts?
Scrat.
That's a no, I take it. All right, so let me just pull up the schedule right here. Here's the schedule. Of course, today's Thursday, or it was Thursday, depending on where you live. But we'll be back on Sunday. I'm going to play Hollow Knight. So I'm I'm really excited to actually get back to that game. I haven't been that excited to come back to a game in a long time. So I'm very happy for that. And
Enjoy.
oh yeah. And then Monday we'll have more Pocket Fighter EX. We're starting to do Ken's portrait next time. So it'll be more pixel drawing. That'll be fun. And yeah, then we'll be back here Thursday, hopefully with a little bit more of a platforming update. And maybe we can work more on that. Maybe I'll have more design stuff figured out too. So I think a lot of it, we're just going to have to implement it and see how it goes. But either way, if you enjoyed this stream and you want to support me and my stupid dinky efforts, here's the Patreon link in the restream chat, and I would very much appreciate it if you checked it out. Every bit helps me pay for streaming service fees and software fees and all sorts of stuff. So and then here's the Discord link.
Fixes the broken machinery.
Yeah, no, dude, seriously, I'm actually seriously like putting a little bit aside for that. I don't make enough on the Patreon to cover that kind of hit, unfortunately, though. So I don't know what would happen if something broke at this point. It's kind of scary. I'm actually like really terrified something's gonna break, and then I'll have to like rewire everything, and then like the audio will be shit, or like if my desktop dies, I don't know what I'd do, to be honest. I mean, Amber doesn't use her desktop much. I could annex that maybe. I could attempt to dev on the laptop, but it would be excruciatingly slow. I don't know. I'm like super terrified about it, but we'll see. You know, if it's just like a hard drive or something that goes, I could, you know, afford that. But if like the whole thing just goes up in smoke, I'm screwed. I don't know what to do.
Just make a time machine, go back to pre-2020 and buy some good parts there.
Yeah, like for real, right? I mean, at least it feels like some of the parts are coming down. So maybe it won't be so bad by the time it actually kicks the bucket, but I'm terrified, man. I really am. I don't know what's going to happen. Or like if the microphone dies. This is an expensive ass microphone. $150. This thing goes up in smoke. I'm kind of screwed. I don't have a replacement. You know? And it's really good. I like it, but I don't know if I could afford a replacement.
Can I play Elden Ring?
Can it play Elden Ring? No. And neither could Amber's computer if I have to annex it. This thing could probably barely play Hollow Knight. I don't know. It's pretty old, but all that aside, I do really appreciate. I was scared
for my machine. It still ran, so.
Yeah, I do really appreciate everything that comes in. We put some towards the Discord. We put some towards, you know, the streaming fees and all that, and it actually keeps me afloat on streaming. So I'm very appreciative of that. But if it could go up, that would be great, and then I could have some money saved for, you know, when something inevitably blows up. The soundboard, $300. Anyway, I could go on all night how expensive this stupid shit is. But I do want to give a super special thanks, a shout out to Alex Smith and Mugen, and also thanks to I just don't know how to pronounce it. Nguyen Nguyen Van Duke. I am so sorry. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I don't know what language that even is. Nguyen. I'm sure it's wrong. I'm kind of really interested, though. I really want to know how to pronounce that now. It's such a unique looking name. Anyway, Garen Johnson, Cameron Wildberry, X Mike Cruz, Bryce Nugglingam, AJ, Alex D, and Mega Keo, Ben KD Money 107, LD Walker. So thank you guys.
You mispronounced the name.
Which one?
It's Mike Cruz.
Mike Cruz. Cruz is gonna be so mad if he hears that. I appreciate you, Cruz. I appreciate you. But yeah, that's my list for this month. We refreshed the
That should be
list
the Lord of the
at the
Mansion.
beginning of the month. Yeah, right. Yeah, the Lord of the Mansion. But yeah, so we'll see you guys then on Sunday and Monday, and that's pretty much it. So we have to get out of here and get some sleep, especially Tim. So thanks for sticking with me all night here. And, yeah, what sleep? I hear you sniffing there. Don't get sick now.
Yeah, I'm cold. I'm sick already. Just remember, double your pledges, and Mark will be able to afford good Dutch cheeses in the future.
Yeah, right. I could import the Dutch cheese. Hey, it would make me happy and healthy, right? And then I could do more dev.
Yeah.
Look, that's how it works here, right? The more money you got, the more dev you get.
The sooner you get a Yori.
Yeah, that's true, right? Yeah. Yeah, anyway, so all right, we'll get out of here. Everybody, you have a good one. Thanks for sticking it out. And we'll see you on Sunday. Say it. Say the thing.
Scrub out.
Yeah, scrub out. See you later.
Thank you.